Chapter 1. Martial Soul Asura Sword, Awakening the Sword Maniac System. The Dean's Office of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The Dean of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and the so-called Master, Yu Shaogang, were looking at the boy in the center of the awakening array. The boy's name is Lu Chen. He is a time traveler who lost both his parents. Fortunately, he was adopted by Dean Lu Jinian, so he did not end up homeless on the streets. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Yu Shaogang, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Why is this guy here when I awakened my martial soul? Could it be that Grandpa invited him? Actually, this matter is not really Lu Jinian's fault. Yu Shaogang had just accepted a disciple today and came to Lu Jinian to ask for resources for his disciple. Coincidentally, he ran into Lu Chen awakening his martial soul. Lu Jinian came to Lu Chen's side and said softly, "Chen'er, you are 6 years old now, and you can awaken your martial spirit." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement. After 6 years, he could finally awaken his martial soul. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. As he spoke, Lu Jin poured his soul power into the stone. Instantly, a layer of golden light emanated from the 6 stones, forming a pale golden light shield that enveloped Lu Chen. Golden specks of light floated out from the black stones on the ground and entered Lu Chen's body. In an instant, a blinding beam of blood-red light burst forth from Lu Chen's body, instantly tearing apart the pale golden light shield. A blood-red giant sword, over 2 meters long, slowly emerged from the crimson light and landed in front of Lu Chen. Its long and broad blade was covered with dark gold demonic patterns, and every inch of the blood-red sword exuded a chilling aura of slaughter. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red halo suddenly expanded from Lu Chen's center, instantly enveloping the entire office. A pure, chilling aura of slaughter surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Lu Jinian and Yu Shaogang. Lu Jinian, being a soul master, reacted extremely quickly. With a surge of soul power, a large earthen yellow cauldron appeared in front of him, steadily blocking the killing aura. However, he was surprised to find that the killing aura was gradually eroding his martial soul. Yu Shaogang was in a terrible predicament. His martial soul was a pig, and the moment Luo Sanpao appeared, he was suppressed by the killing aura, which instantly knocked him to the ground. Yu Shaogang stared in shock at Lu Chen, who was enveloped in an aura of slaughter. What kind of martial spirit is this? Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Lu Chen's martial spirit is actually more powerful than the Part-1 weapon martial spirit under heaven, the clear sky hammer. If I could take him as my disciple. Thinking of this, Yu Shaogang looked at Lu Chen with burning desire. He was already planning how to persuade Lu Chen to become his disciple. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of gods, the Asura god opened his blood-red eyes, and the Asura demon sword in his hand trembled slightly. Interesting. I thought I wouldn't be able to find a successor, but I didn't expect someone to awaken the Asura demon sword martial soul. The Asura god pointed the Asura sword forward sharply, and a screen of light appeared in front of him. The scene in the screen was none other than Lu Chen, who was awakening his martial soul. Since that's the case, I should give you something in return. The Asura god smiled, and a crimson light flew from his fingertips, traversing through layers of space and landing on Lu Chen. Lu Chen's body was instantly filled with immense soul power. As Lu Chen looked at the blood-red giant sword before him, a clear understanding from the depths of his soul emerged the moment the sword appeared, the Asura demon sword, one of the 5 supreme artifacts of the god realm. Hat Crimson Halo is the domain that comes with the divine level martial soul, the Asura demon sword, the Asura domain. However, this field is not yet perfect due to Lu Chen's own strength. The moment Lu Chen grasped the Asura demon sword, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Host has awakened the Asura demon sword martial soul, the sword maniac system is now activated. The host can wreak a random reward from the system by swinging the sword 10,000 times every day. Lu Chen was in a state of shock. With the Asura demon sword martial soul and the golden finger system, it was no exaggeration to say that once he grew up, he could sweep across the entire Douluo continent. Lu Jinian snapped out of his daze and said to Lu Chen, "Try to retract your martial soul using your mind." Lu Chen nodded, and with a thought, the Asura demon sword in his hand, along with its blood-red halo, disappeared from the room. The fierce killing intent vanished, and Yu Shaogang quickly got up from the ground. Lu Jinian took out a blue crystal ball and placed it in front of Lu Chen, excitedly saying, "Chener, test your soul power." Lu Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball, and a dazzling blue light shone, filling the entire crystal ball. It's actually innate full soul power. Lu Jinian excitedly hugged Lu Chen and said happily, "Good boy, Grandpa didn't misjudge you. Tomorrow, Grandpa will take you to the soul hunting forest, no, the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt for soul rings." Lu Jinian never married. Just when he thought he would grow old alone, he met Lu Chen, who was an infant, outside the academy. Lu Chen brought him a lot of joy, and in his eyes, Lu Chen was no different from his own grandson. Lu Chen watched the excited Lu Jinian and silently stuffed the SLIGHTLY cracked crystal ball into his storage soul tool. Only Lu Chen knew that his innate soul power was not level 10, but level 20. Lu Chen glared at the disheveled Yu Shaogang, cursing inwardly, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't been there, I would have confessed to Grandpa." Yu Shaogang saw Lu Chen glance at him and thought to himself, could it be that Lu Chen knows my title of Master, and wants to become my disciple? Yu Shaogang then thought of his newly accepted disciple Tang San, and said to Lu Jinian, "Jinian, I don't know about what I told you before." Before Yu Shaogang could finish speaking, Lu Jinian said in a deep voice, "You have also seen Chener's talent. Although the Tang San you mentioned also has innate full soul power, his martial soul is blue-silver grass. I've made my decision. The Academy's resources will be tilted towards Chener. As for Tang San, his work-study student status will be raised to that of a regular student." Yu Shaogang wanted to refute, but Lu Jinian didn't let him speak again. "Yu Shaogang, this matter is decided." Lu Jinian brushed past Yu Shaogang, whose face was gloomy, and pulled Lu Chen away from the room. Lu Chen asked curiously, "Grandpa, why did you keep someone who just loafs around at the academy? You know, Teacher Wang and the others have been unhappy about it for a long time." Lu Jinian affectionately ruffled Lu Chen's hair. "It's just to repay the life-saving grace of an old friend." Lu Chen's eyes lit up with curiosity as he asked, "Who is it?" Lu Jinian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if recalling something, and slowly said, "Flander." The four-eyed owl. Seeing Lu Chen's puzzled look, Lu Jinian smiled and said, "These are all old stories." Lu Jinian sighed. In the end, Flander was a pitiful person too. Chapter 2: The Asura Demon Sword's Attraction to Its Sheath. Lu Chen followed Lu Jinian to the admissions office. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, despite the large number of people, Lu Chen immediately spotted that slender figure. A pretty young girl stood at the entrance of the admissions office. Her delicate face was fair with a rosy glow, and her pink and tender appearance resembled a ripe peach. As if you could squeeze water from it. Although her clothes were very simple, they were spotless. Her long, black hair was styled into a scorpion braid that cascaded down to her hips, swaying slightly with her every movement. Her large, watery eyes shone with curiosity. Looking at the little girl, Lu Chen thought to himself, "This must be Xiao Wu." Seeing his grandson staring at the little girl, Lu Jinian thought to himself, although Chener is a little young, he is very mature. Could he have taken a liking to this little girl? Lu Jinian led Lu Chen into the admissions office, where the teacher in charge of admissions respectfully greeted, "Dean Lu." Lu Jinian nodded slightly, then pointed at Xiao Wu and whispered, "Teacher Wang, let me see that girl's information." "Okay." Teacher Wang quickly found Xiao Wu's information among a thick stack of papers and placed it in Lu Jinian's hands. As its martial soul the soft bone rabbit, and it even has innate full soul power. After Lu Jinian finished reviewing Xiao Wu's information, he instructed Teacher Wang, "This girl's parents have passed away. Waive all her fees at Notting Academy. I remember there's an empty bed in dormitory 1. Arrange for her there." "Yes." As Lu Chen listened to Lu Jinian's arrangements, he thought to himself, "No wonder he's my grandfather, he has the heart of a bodhisattva." However, Lu Chen quickly realized something was wrong and asked, "Grandpa, isn't dormitory 1 my room?" Because Lu Chen is the grandson of the dean of Notting College, he lives in a dormitory room by himself. Lu Jinian nodded and said, "I know, but apart from dormitory 1, There are no vacancies in the other dormitories right now. Lu Chen spoke up to remind them, but there aren't any second beds in dormitory 1 right now. Teacher Wang, I'll trouble you to arrange this matter. After giving his instructions, Lu Jinian left the admissions office with Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen's objection, he saw it all as youthful shyness. It's so great to be young. Lu Jinian sighed, escorted Lu Chen to his dormitory, and then went to attend to other matters. Lu Chen lay on his large bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Muttering to himself, isn't this the end? I've been single for over 20 years, how can I withstand the onslaught of a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit? Just as Lu Chen was secretly resolving to remain chaste, a clear voice came from outside, "Is this dormitory 1? Lu Chen looked towards the entrance and saw Xiao Wu holding a brand new school uniform, Alred. Why standing at the entrance of dormitory 1? That's right. Lu Chen was utterly helpless and could only console himself with the thought that, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, the Wu in dancing. As Xiao Wu spoke, she extended her right hand toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook hands and said, Hello, I'm Lu Chen. Because I was the only student in dormitory 1. There is only 1 bed here, but the admissions office should be able to send a bed over soon. Xiao Wu nodded, placed the school uniform on Lu Chen's bed, sat on the bed, and asked, Lu Chen. What is your martial soul? My martial spirit is the blood nether sword. Lu Chen sat down in the chair, picked up a book on soul beasts, and answered while reading it. He didn't want to expose his martial soul. Xiao Wu watched Lu Chen sitting in a chair reading a book and asked curiously, What book are you reading? Complete Guide to Soul Beasts, because I'm about to obtain my first soul ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy, and she frowned, asking, Are you born with full innate soul power? Lu Chen nodded. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, I want to have a match with you. If you lose, you have to call me a sister Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu's excited expression, Lu Chen knew that Xiao Wu wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. And if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to seriously search for a suitable soul beast for himself. Bring it on. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Xiao Wu bent her knees and stood up. Her toes suddenly shooting out, aiming straight for Lu Chen's chest. Lu Chen grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle with his right hand. What? Do you want to continue? I will not admit defeat. Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head, and the scorpion braid behind her head turned into a black shadow that wrapped around Lu Chen's neck. At the same time, Xiao Wu's hand swung towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen released Xiao Wu's ankle and blocked her attack with both hands. Looking at Xiao Wu's difficult move, he thought to himself, as expected of Xiao Wu, she can even pull off this move. In the instant Lu Chen was stunned, Xiao Wu's right leg, now free, was already draped over his shoulder. Then her other leg rose up and climbed onto Lu Chen's other shoulder. Then Xiao Wu braced herself on the ground with both hands, and her supple legs, like springs, flung Lu Chen toward the bed. Lu Chen fell onto the bed, and Xiao Wu took the opportunity to straddle his waist. Placing her hands on his shoulders and looking down at him. Are you going to admit defeat? Quickly call her sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen with a smile, as if she had everything under control. Lu Chen smiled faintly and activated the killing intent within his body. With a whoosh, Xiao Wu's hands were shaken off her shoulders. Just as Xiao Wu lost her balance, Lu Chen grabbed her hands and pinned her down beneath him. Who has lost now? Xiao Wu felt the heat radiating from her hand and angrily exclaimed, I'm not having it. You're cheating. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The little rabbit only has level 10 soul power, while he has a full level 20 soul power. Just as Lu Chen was about to retort, Teacher Wang from the admissions office came to dormitory 1 with a mat. Tress and bedding and saw Lu Chen and Xiao Wu in an ambiguous situation. Hearing the noise, Lu Chen turned his head to look outside the door. Lu Chen, you guys are busy. Teacher Wang put down the mattress and bedding and immediately left dormitory 1. Teacher Wang, you've misunderstood. Lu Chen realized that something was wrong with his and Xiao Wu's actions, so he quickly let go of her hand. By the time he chased after her, Teacher Wang was already far away. Lu Chen returned to dormitory 1 and saw Xiao Wu happily tidying her bed. He scolded her, "It's all your fault. You know, Hat Teacher Wang is a notorious gossip in the college. Now the whole college will probably be spreading rumors about you and me." Xiao Wu said nonchalantly, "Why are you so afraid? I'm a girl. I don't care, so why are you?" Lu Chen chuckled and lay on his bed, pondering how to explain things tomorrow. "Why is your bed so big?" As Xiao Wu spoke, she pushed her bed next to Lu Chen's bed. "That's fair." Xiao Wu placed her bundle between the two beds, saying, "This is the boundary from now on. If you cross it, don't blame me for being impolite." At night, Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu, who was asleep with most of her body lying on his bed, speechless. He thought to himself, could this be the Shura demon sword attracting the scabbard? Chapter 3. Swinging the sword 10,000 times, obtaining the spirit-concealing illusionary soul pill. Seeing that Xiao Wu was fast asleep, Lu Chen tiptoed out of the dormitory building and came to the empty playground. A red light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and with a flick of his palm, the Asura demon sword appeared in his hand. Lu Chen said calmly, "Swing the sword 10,000 times." Lu Chen gripped the sword hilt firmly with both hands. His arms slightly bent to gather momentum, then suddenly spun around, the sword blade slashing down into the void with a sharp sound of wind cutting through it. Laugh! A red light flashed across the Asura demon sword, then merged into Lu Chen's body, bringing a faint but clear warmth. And so, Lu Chen continued to wield the Asura demon sword in his hand. By the time he swung his sword for the 1,000th time, sweat had soaked through Lu Chen's sleeves. Lu Chen, however, was completely unaware, only staring at the marks left by the Asura's sword with each strike. Despite the soreness in his wrist, Lu Chen was overjoyed because he discovered that with each swing of his sword, the Asura sword would return a trace of power to nourish his body. As he swung his sword for the 3,000th time, the soreness in his right arm crept up his muscles and bones, feeling as if countless needles were pricking him at the same time, and even his fingertips began to go numb. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and hissed, "I won't give up." As the 6,000th sword strike landed, the eastern sky was already turning a pale white. Lu Chen's movements underwent a subtle change, with a touch of fluid ity appearing in his originally fierce slashes. By the time he swung his sword for the 9,000th time, Lu Chen's consciousness was becoming somewhat blurred. He mechanically repeated the slashing and raising motions, relying solely on muscle memory. Lu Chen bit his tongue hard, and the moment the metallic sweetness exploded in his mouth, the movement in his hand, which had been slowing down, suddenly jerked. And the speed increased several times over. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, for swinging your sword 10,000 times. Reward: Spirit Concealment Pill, close black lens bracket. As the sword fell for the last time, the sun rose, its orange-red light spilling across the playground. Lu Chen knelt on one knee, supporting himself on the sword. His chest heaved violently, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. The Asura demon sword emitted a glowing red light that continuously flowed into his body, repairing his overdrawn physique. Open black lens bracket. Concealing spirit illusion pill, close black lens bracket. After taking it, one can conceal their own spirit beast aura. The aura emitted by the person is no different from that of an ordinary human spirit master. Even if a titled Douluo comes in person, he will not be able to see through the traces of the spirit beast's true form. With a flash of golden light, a gilded pill lay quietly in his palm, its fragrance filling the air. Ah! Lu Chen looked at the pill in his hand and his lips twitched. No. I worked hard all night and all I got was a useless pill. But Tang Hao should be arriving at the academy soon, right? Lu Chen's mind raced, a sly glint in his eyes. Let's give it to that little rabbit. I don't want it to turn into a spicy rabbit head when I get back. We must seize Tang San's opportunity. Lu Chen took a shower and returned to dormitory 1. Xiao Wu was fast asleep, hugging her pillow, with a string of glistening drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Her breathing was as even as a sleeping rabbit, and her cheeks were flushed with a faint blush. Lu Chen walked to the bedside, took out the gilded pill, and was pondering how to feed it to her quietly when he heard Xiao Wu mumble sleepily, "Smells so good tilde tilde." Xiao Wu's nose twitched, as if she had caught a whiff of the elixir. And her little mouth opened unconsciously. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and with a flick of his finger, the pill flew into her mouth. Radish. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed through her entire body. A flash of pink light suddenly appeared on Xiao Wu's body. She smacked her lips, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly, completely unaware that someone had secretly slipped her a life-saving pill, allowing her to escape a future crisis. Lu Chen smiled and murmured, "Let's fatten up the rabbit before we eat it." Lu Chen placed a few gold soul coins beside his pillow, left a letter, and turned to walk towards the academy gate. As soon as he arrived at the door, Lu Chen saw his grandfather frowning and arguing with Yu Shaogang. A boy about the same age as Lu Chen stood next to Yu Shaogang. Looking at the boy, Lu Chen thought to himself, "This must be Tang San, right? Poor kid, he was fooled by Yu Shaogang like that, suffering the consequences of his lack of education. If he hadn't had enough good fortune, he would have been ruined long ago." "Grandfather." Lu Chen jogged over to Lu Jinian's side. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinian rolled her eyes at Yu Shaogang and said, "Yu Shaogang wanted to take you as his disciple, but I refused." Lu Jinian didn't believe that Somio, who could never break through level 30 in his lifetime, could teach his grandson. How could Yu Shaogang be so stupid? Lu Chen looked up and met Yu Shaogang's burning gaze. "Master, I don't want to become your disciple. Just teach Tang San well. Not content with harming Tang San, you want to harm me too. Don't ruin my Shura sword." After saying that, Lu Chen pulled Lu Jinian and hurriedly got into the carriage. Lu Jinian looked at his grandson as if he were facing a great enemy and asked, "Are you so afraid of becoming Yu Shaogang's disciple? He just told me that he wanted to hunt a snack E-type soul beast for Tang San and train Tang San to become a control-type soul master." Lu Chen complained, "Blue silver grass, as a plant-based martial soul, already possesses the characteristic of entanglement. This is completely superfluous. Moreover, in my opinion, the characteristic of blue silver grass lies in its spring breeze brings back life, vitality." Yu Shaogang's vision is either too narrow, or he deliberately doesn't want Tang San to take the support path. Lu Jinian nodded repeatedly as he listened to his grandson's words, and then asked, "Chen'er, what about you? What kind of spirit ring do you want?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took out a notebook and slowly said, "A sword has two edges, it is born to kill. Therefore, I want to obtain a soul ring that can increase attack power." Lu Jinian nodded. This idea suited him perfectly. After 5 days of travel, Lu Jinian and Lu Chen finally arrived at a small town near the Stardo Great Forest. Lu Chen maintained his daily training of swinging his sword 10,000 times, but the rewards he received were meager, with only a storage soul tool with a capacity of 50 cubic meters being worthwhile. Looking at the setting sun, Lu Jinian led Lu Chen to the hotel and said, "Let's stay in this town for the night and buy some supplies. We'll enter the Stardo Great Forest tomorrow morning." Although they were still far from the Stardo Great Forest, Lu Chen could clearly hear the roars of the soul beasts in the forest. Sitting in the hotel, Lu Chen exclaimed, "The Stardo Great Forest truly lives up to its reputation. Jiang is one of the 3 most famous gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Even from this far away, I can feel the oppressive atmosphere of the Stardo Great Forest." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinian said, "The Stardo Great Forest is a vast primeval forest with complex terrain, including wetlands and swamps. The spirit beasts there are extremely terrifying. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the stronger the spirit beasts become. There are even spirit beasts that are 100,000 years old. Any spirit master, as long as they are strong enough and lucky, can find the most suitable spirit ring for themselves there." Lu Jinian then instructed, "Chen'er, remember not to run around tomorrow, you must stay close to me." Lu Chen nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for what kind of soul skill he would acquire tomorrow. Chapter 4, First Soul Ring. 1,000 years. The next morning, Lu Chen, led by Lu Jinian, stepped into the ancient starry sky forest. Upon entering the forest, one can glimpse a few soul masters traveling together. Once they are far from the town, all that remains are towering trees, their dense canopy capable of blocking out any sound. The only sounds that can be heard are the roars of soul beasts fighting each other from the depths of the forest. Along the way, Lu Jinian mostly avoided weaker unsuitable soul beasts by taking detours. Although some soul beasts were blind and attacked Lu Jinian, they were all driven away by Lu Jinian's cauldron. Lu Jinian's martial soul is called Xuanwang Cauldron, which has extremely strong defensive and suppressive capabilities. Combined with Lu Jinian's strength as a soul master, even thousand-year-old soul beasts cannot gain an advantage in front of Lu Jinian. Alright, let's take a break. Lu Jinian and Lu Chen sat down against the big tree, and Lu Jinian took out some dry food and water and handed them to Lu Chen. About half an hour after the two rested, a tiger's roar came from not far away. Lu Jinian quickly picked up Lu Chen and ran towards the direction the sound came from. "Chen'er, if you're lucky enough, you'll have a soul ring." Lu Jinian weaved through the forest and finally landed steadily on the branch of a giant tree. Lu Chen stood on a big tree and looked into the distance. He saw a blood tiger tearing a pack of ghost wolves to pieces. The blood tiger was nearly 5 meters long, its entire body covered in dark red stripes, like congealed blood. A 3-pronged bone spur protruded from its forehead, and its teeth and claws gleamed with a chilling light. Its dark red eyes exuded an aura of brutality and bloodlust. Lu Chen said in a deep voice, "That's the blood fiend tiger. This kind of soul beast, like the infamous human-faced demon spider, is an extremely vicious and bloodthirsty soul beast." As they spoke, the original pack of 30 or 40 netherwolves had dwindled to just 3. They limped towards the demon tiger. 3 nether wolves leapt at the blood fiend tiger, their sharp claws digging deep into the tiger's thick shoulder blades. But the beast only grunted, its thick tail sweeping across like a steel whip. The ribs of the wolf on the left instantly collapsed into a strange arc, while the wolf on the right was struck in the neck, its head tilting to one side at an unnatural angle. The most I see was the netherwolf that launched a frontal attack, which was flung into the air by the blood fiend tiger, followed by the tiger's thick paws slamming down, its gray fur mixed with brain matter sticking to the ground. But the blood fiend tiger was also in bad shape. Blood was gushing from the wounds on its shoulder blades and hind legs, making its dark red tiger stripes look even more ferocious. "Let's do it." With a thought, 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose beneath Lu Jinian's feet, and the 3rd and 4th spirit rings lit up. The earthen yellow cauldron expanded several times its original size and was flung out by Lu Jinian. The cauldron, accompanied by a whooshing sound, crashed into the blood fiend tiger. Without hesitation, Lu Chen flipped his hand, and the Asura demon sword appeared. At the same time, a blood-red halo was released from Lu Chen's body, enveloping the blood fiend tiger. The sheer aura of slaughter caused the demon tiger to pause, a flicker of fear crossing its eyes. Just as the blood fiend tiger was stunned, the Xuanwang cauldron crashed down on the tiger's spine. With a crisp crack, the mysterious patterns on the cauldron lit up, pinning the ferocious beast firmly to the spot. Lu Jinian led Lu Chen to the blood fiend tiger's side. The beast's chest was still rising and falling weakly, and dark red blood continued to gush from its mouth. Without hesitation, Lu Chen thrust the Asura demon sword directly at the blood fiend tiger's body. The blood fiend tiger's body twitched violently twice, and its ferocious red eyes gradually lost their luster. A few breaths later, a pale purple soul ring condensed on the corpse of the blood fiend tiger. Seeing this, Lu Jinian said with some regret, "What a pity, this blood fiend tiger has just entered the 1,000-year soul beast realm." Lu Chen felt the Asura demon sword in his hand tremble slightly, and said to Lu Jinian, "Grandpa, I feel like I can absorb this soul ring." Lu Jinian frowned upon hearing this. "Chen'er, this is utter nonsense. Do you know the consequences of a spirit ring backlash?" Lu Chen didn't speak, but instead took out a perfectly intact crystal ball. Blue light instantly filled about 2/3 of the crystal ball's area. This crystal ball could measure up to level 30 soul power. Lu Chen slowly released his soul power and said, "Grandpa, actually, I don't have innate full soul power, but rather innate level 20 soul power. My martial soul is the legendary god-level martial soul." Lu Jinian looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, his aged face filled with shock. "Grandpa, I'm confident I can absorb this 1,000-year soul ring. Seeing the determination in Lu Chen's eyes, Lu Jinian nodded, then said in a deep voice, "This matter must not be known to a third person. Before you have sufficient strength, never reveal your martial soul to anyone." Innate level 20 soul power. God level martial soul. These few words brought Lu Jinian unprecedented shock. If he had enough power, he would not be afraid of Lu Chen being targeted. But he did not. If those powerful people found out, Lu Chen would probably lose his freedom for life. Lu Chen sat beside the corpse of the blood fiend tiger. The Asura demon sword trembled slightly, and the blood-red patterns on the sword seemed to come alive, creating a subtle resonance with the soul ring. The pale purple soul power landed on the Asura demon sword, and the pure power instantly surged into Lu Chen's body. The Asura domain was released beside Lu Chen, enveloping the corpse of the blood fiend tiger. Blood fiend energy surged into the domain, and countless killing energies suddenly surged, gradually condensing into a phantom that was no different from the blood fiend tiger. Except that the blood tiger was even more ferocious than the real thing. Lu Chen's consciousness had sunk into his sea of consciousness. He felt as if he were in an endless sea of blood, with thousands of mournful roars of beasts exploding in his ears. The ferocity of the blood fiend tiger was frantically eroding his mind through the power of his soul ring. Ridiculous. The Shura demon sword in Lu Chen's hand rang out with a clear, bell-like sound, instantly suppressing all other noises. Condense. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his originally black pupils turning red. The blood tiger, our phantom within the domain, let out a deafening roar, its soul power surging like a tidal wave. Half an hour later, the Asura domain slowly receded, and the phantom of the blood tiger transformed into a stream of light and entered the Asura demon sword. The pale purple soul ring pulsed up and down on the Asura demon sword. First soul skill, blood fiend power. Lu Chen gripped the Asura demon sword with both hands, and the purple soul rings on the sword shone brightly. The patterns on the Asura demon sword glowed with a crimson gold light, and thick, almost tangible, blood fiend aura swirled around its blade. The moment Lu Chen infused his soul power, crimson gold patterns crawled up his arms. With a single sword strike, a streak of bloody light flashed past, and the corpse of the Blood fiend tiger in front of Lu Chen was instantly cleaved in two, leaving a bloody sword mark on the ground, with lingering bloody aura at the edges. Before Lu Jinian could ask, Lu Chen said, "With the first soul skill's power amplified by 100%, the attack power of the Asura demon sword will also double." Lu Chen was very satisfied with his first soul skill. The combination of power amplificati on an attack power amplification was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When Lu Jinian saw Lu Chen's first soul skill, his eyes were filled with shock. As a defensive soul master, he knew very well that the power of Lu Chen's sword was comparable to that of a soul master. Chapter 5 The 1,000-Year-Old Emerald Demon Bird. After cleaning themselves of the blood, Lu Jinian and Lu Chen set off again on their journey to find their second soul ring. As night fell, Lu Jinian and Lu Chen found an extremely secluded cave to rest. Lu Jinian took out some medicinal powder to drive soul beasts and sprinkled it around the cave. Just to be on the safe side, Lu Jinian still didn't light the fire, while Lu Chen stood inside the cave, constantly waving the Asura demon sword in his hand. Having absorbed the spirit ring, Lu Chen's Asura demon sword became even heavier, making it more difficult to wield the sword, rather than easier. Lu Jinian looked at Lu Chen's diligent cultivation with eyes full of satisfaction. Open black lens bracket. The host has swung the sword 10,000 times. The host is rewarded with 100 gold soul coins. Close black lens bracket. 100 gold soul coins appeared directly in Lu Chen's storage soul tool. With his back against the Asura demon sword, Lu Chen felt the power fed back from the Asura demon sword gradually merging into his body, and a smile appeared on his lips. He felt comfortable making progress every day, and he also found himself becoming more and more skilled at wielding the Asura demon sword. Lu Chen fell asleep leaning against the Asura demon sword. Lu Jinian came to his grandson's side and took out a blanket to cover Lu Chen. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Jinian and Lu Chen continued to traverse the Stardow Great Forest, searching for suitable soul rings. At noon, Just as Lu Jinian and Lu Chen were fetching water by the stream, Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and even the Asura demon sword standing in his sea of consciousness emitted bursts of sword cries. Li! A loud cry rang out, and a figure suddenly darted out from the tree with incredible speed, appearing behind Lu Chen in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Lu Chen instinctively spun to the side, gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and slashed the Asura demon sword diagonally behind him. Bite! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lu Chen felt a tremendous force strike him, making his hands go numb. Only then did Lu Chen see clearly what had attacked him. It was a bird-like soul beast with a bright green body. Its mouth was red and looked no bigger than a palm. But its small, emerald green eyes gleamed with a fierce light, making it even more ferocious than yesterday's blood-fiend tiger. Emerald bird. Lu Chen's Adam's apple bobbed, and a hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Judging from the shape and color of the emerald demon bird, it was clearly a 1,000-year-old soul beast. The emerald demon bird is one of the most cruel avian spirit beasts. Its growth depends entirely on consuming the brains of various creatures. Both spirit beasts and humans are its targets, but the emerald demon bird especially craves human brains. Chenur, step back. Lu Jinian's Xuanwang cauldron crashed to the ground, its earthen yellow body instantly swelling to over 10 feet in size, protecting Lu Chen behind it. Grandpa, I think we'll have to run away this time, Lu Chen said in a deep voice. Even if a soul king came, the 1,000-year emerald demon bird would perish in the northwest, let alone the two of them. With a fierce glint in its eyes, the emerald demon bird stared at Lu Chen and his companion from the air. It let out a shriek and charged at Lu Chen once more. Clang! Lu Jinian's fourth soul ring lit up, and the cauldron trembled violently. Lu Jinian groaned and continuously poured his soul power into his martial soul to calm down the trembling Xuanwang cauldron. But the emerald bird was shaken by the cauldron and flew backward, tumbling in the air before regaining its balance. Seeing this, Lu Chen murmured, "How is this possible? How could Grandpa possibly stop the 1,000-year-old emerald demon bird?" Lu Chen stared intently at the emerald demon bird in the air, and soon he noticed something unusual. There was a small wound on the emerald demon bird's abdomen, and black blood seeped out from around the wound and ran down the feather roots. Just then, the emerald demon bird seemed to be enraged, transforming into a green shadow and shooting at Lu Chen again, its red beak pointing directly at his face. To verify his thoughts, Lu Chen clashed the Asura demon sword with the beak of the emerald demon bird. Bite! The force of the recoil struck, and Lu Chen staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. But a knowing smile appeared on his face. He could clearly feel that the power of the emerald demon bird was much weaker than before. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he shouted, "Grandpa, it's very likely already poisoned. Let's wear it down." A glint flashed in Lu Jinian's eyes as he manipulated the Xuanwang cauldron to crash into the emerald demon bird. The emerald demon bird flapped its wings in an attempt to dodge, but the poison made it a fraction of a second too slow, and its wing was grazed by the edge of the cauldron, causing it to let out a painful cry. Bloodlust power. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, and the purple soul ring on the Asura demon's sword lit up, while crimson gold patterns climbed up his arm and covered his shoulder. Lu Chen slashed out with his sword, the tip of which, filled with bloodthirsty aura, collided with the emerald demon bird. This time, it wasn't Lu Chen who suffered, but the emerald demon bird. The killing intent instantly seeped into the emerald demon bird's body through the wound, and the emerald demon bird flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Before it could struggle, the Xuanwang cauldron crashed down, pressing heavily on its back. With a crisp crack, the emerald demon bird's right wing snapped off at an unnatural angle, more black blood seeping from its feathers. It flapped its left wing, trying to take off, but it couldn't break free from the suppression of the cauldron. Lu Chen picked up the Asura demon sword and came to the side of the emerald demon bird. Without hesitation, he pierced the emerald demon bird's body with the divine sword. A few minutes later, the emerald demon bird stopped struggling, and a purple spirit ring emerged from its corpse. This spirit ring was even more condensed than the blood-fiend tiger's spirit ring from yesterday. Lu Chen sat down cross-legged, placing the Asura demon sword horizontally on his lap. Suddenly, a crimson light shone from the sword, gently swirling towards the soul ring. The purple soul ring seemed to be drawn down, slowly descending and fitting perfectly into the center of the sword's spine, echoing the patterns on the Asura demon sword. A surge of energy, far purer than yesterday's, flowed into Lu Chen's body. As the energy flowed along the meridians, it was like countless small swords widening the pathways. The pain caused beads of sweat to seep from Lu Chen's forehead, yet he also felt strangely comfortable all over. The Asura domain reappeared, enveloping the corpse of the emerald demon bird. Wisps of bloodthirsty energy flew out from the corpse and merged into the domain. In a short while, a palm-sized blood-red phantom materialized, with a sharp beak like a red blade and wings spread like swords, which was a miniature version of the emerald demon bird. Within the sea of consciousness, a blood-red mist surged. A jade demon bird lay on the ground, its emerald feathers being stained dark red by the surrounding killing intent. When the two purple soul rings were interlocked, the soul power fluctuations around Lu Chen suddenly surged. Most of the energy, surging in his meridians, was drawn away by the Asura demon sword, slowly merging into Lu Chen's flesh and bones, making his foundation more solid. Even so, his soul power level continued to rise rapidly, eventually settling at level 25. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and the phantom of the blood-red emerald demon bird transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the Asura demon sword. He raised his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword, feeling that the Asura demon sword was heavier and sharper than ever before, as if it could cut through the air with a single swing. Second soul skill, Blood Emerald Blade. The Asura sword emitted a stream of emerald red light, and its blade condensed into a 3-inch long, bone-piercing edge. Lu Chen swung the Asura demon sword, and a streak of emerald red sword light shot directly towards a boulder. Laugh. Before the sharp sound had even faded, the boulder had been pierced through in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Jinian exclaimed, "This soul skill is simply a nightmare for defensive soul masters." Chapter 6. Little Tang San, overestimating himself, how laughable. 5 days later, Lu Jinian and Lu Chen returned to Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy from the Stardow Great Forest. "I'm finally back." Lu Chen looked at the gate made of rocks and iron fences and sighed. Fortunately, the journey was filled with only close calls and no real dangers. Now he has developed a certain level of self-protection ability and has finally taken the first step towards becoming a strong person. Lu Chen bid farewell to Lu Jinian and walked towards the direction of Dormitory 1, wondering if that little rabbit had been made into a spicy rabbit head. He knew that Tang Hao would definitely protect Tang San in secret, so it was still necessary to remain vigilant. Lu Chen opened the door to the dormitory and saw a huge carrot-shaped plush pillow lying on the bed. He walked to the bedside, where an open diary was placed next to the pillow. Lu Chen asked with some doubt, "That little rabbit actually keeps a diary? Is it even a proper rabbit?" Opening the diary, the handwriting on the first page was filled with anger. "Lu Chen, that big bad guy. Left without even saying goodbye." Lu Chen chuckled to himself. As he flipped through the pages, he found mostly carrot recipes, some steamed, some boiled, and some pickled, written with more seriousness than the theories of soul masters. The last page of the diary also contained a delicate wooden comb, its teeth smooth, clearly indicating frequent use. From these small details, Lu Chen realized that Xiao Wu was not the unruly and troublesome rogue rabbit she would become later. She had more of a girl's liveliness. Lu Chen put the diary back where it belonged. Suddenly, Wang Sheng's angry voice came from outside the door. "Brothers, let's go. Let those senior students know how powerful we are." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stepped out of the building and blocked Wang Sheng's path. "What happened? Brother Chen, you're finally back." Wang Sheng was taken aback when he saw Lu Chen suddenly appear in front of him. Then his face lit up with surprise. It's that 6th grader Xiao Chunwu who, relying on his wealthy family, actually wants to make Sister Xiaowu his child bride. Lu Chen frowned slightly and murmured, "Xiao Chunwu really went too far this time." Wang Sheng said, "That's right. Everyone in the academy knows that Sister Xiaowu is Brother Chen's childhood sweetheart, and he actually dared to have impure thoughts about her." Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned somewhat ugly, and he said, "Who is spreading rumors?" Wang Sheng shrank back and said weakly, It is said that Teacher Wang said it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, I was so focused on the spirit ring that I forgot to explain to Teacher Wang. This is troublesome. On the way, Lu Chen also learned from Wang Sheng that Tang San had not yet returned to the academy. He wondered if it was because his time travel had made Tang San's path to obtaining a spirit ring more difficult. Lu Chen followed Wang Sheng to a small hill outside the back gate of the academy. Xiao Wu and her work-study group were seen confronting Xiao Chunu's team. Lu Chen attracted everyone's attention the moment he appeared. When Xiao Wu saw Lu Chen return, her eyes lit up, but when she thought of what she had experienced these past few days, she turned her head away in a huff, deliberately refusing to look at him. Lu Chen looked at Xiao Chunu and said calmly, Xiao Chunu, even if your father is the city lord, isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? When Xiao Chunu saw Lu Chen, a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. His original intention was to suppress the work-study students, but he didn't know which big mouth was spreading rumors. Although his father was the city lord, he was no match for Lu Jinian in terms of strength. Moreover, most of the soul masters in Notting City came from Notting Academy, so even if his father came, he would have to speak to Lu Chen respectfully. Let's end this farce here. Lu Chen touched the soul tool at his waist with his right hand, and a heavy sword appeared in his hand. The heavy sword has no edge. It is made entirely of black iron, with a blade as black as ink and emitting a reddish light. It weighs 81 jin, approximately 49 kilograms. Lu Chen gripped the Zontai heavy sword and gently tapped it against a nearby rock, instantly shattering it into countless fragments. Yes, young Master Lu. Quote, seeing that scene, Xiao Chunu could already picture the terrible state of his body when the Zontai heavy sword struck him. He dared not offend Lu Chen any further and quickly led his group away. Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Chen furtively, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered, what's so great about him? Lu Chen turned to Wang Sheng, who was still in shock beside him, and said, Wang Sheng, tell the work-study students to disperse too. Although the academy encourages you to spar, it does not allow group fights. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately led the work-study students away, leaving only Lu Chen and Xiao Wu in the vast back mountain. Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Wu and said calmly, if you don't leave now, the restaurant will run out of carrots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became anxious. As she quickly walked past him, she suddenly stopped, looked up, and asked, how did you know I like carrots? Lu Chen looked into Xiao Wu's light pink eyes. His heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, of course. I guessed, isn't your martial soul the soft-bone rabbit? Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Chen suspiciously, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the carrots and turned to run towards the restaurant. Call. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu almost found out he had been secretly reading her diary. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, a familiar figure stopped him. Tang San stopped Lu Chen and said coldly, I want to have a match with you. Lu Chen frowned slightly and asked calmly, why? I want to prove that the teacher's theory is correct. Looking at Tang San's being sold out and still counting the money for him expression, Lu Chen laughed and said, this doesn't do me any good. As Lu Chen was about to leave, Tang San spoke up, I'll bet you 1 gold soul coin. This was the subsidy he received from the spirit hall. He was very confident that he could defeat Lu Chen with his level 13 spirit power. Bring it on. Lu Chen looked at the gold soul coins in Tang San's hand and thought to himself, this is probably all the savings Tang San has. It's important to know that soul masters have a lot of expenses. Although he didn't care about this gold soul coin, it was better than nothing. He could also bully Tang San a bit, so why not? As for Tang Hao, who was secretly protecting Tang San, it would be too shameless for a titled Douluo to argue with a child like him. On an open space, Tang San, martial soul, blue-silver grass. Level 13, 1-ring weapon soul master. Tang San solemnly announced his martial soul. Lu Chen gripped the Zontai heavy sword in his hand and said calmly, Lu Chen, martial soul, blood nether sword. Level 13, 1st-ring weapon soul master. He didn't release his martial soul. He wouldn't be foolish enough to expose his soul power level now. becoming a two-ring great soul master right after. Awakening his martial soul would be suspicious even to a fool. As soon as they finished speaking, the two rushed at each other. Tang San used ghost shadow illusion to move erratically. To his surprise, he found that Lu Chen, who was wielding a heavy sword, was no slower than him. The heavy sword in his hand must be all show and no substance. Tang San secretly judged that he would soon pay the price for his arrogant ideas. Lu Chen gripped the Zontai heavy sword with one hand and swung it at Tang San. Tang San's hands glowed with a lustrous jade color, as he actually intended to use the mysterious jade hand to directly block Lu Chen's sword strike. Snap! A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, and Tang San was instantly knocked back several steps. Lu Chen said calmly, "Is that enough? Do you want to continue?" The pain in Tang San's right hand made him realize that the Zontai heavy sword in Lu Chen's hand was not a toy, but a real weapon of death. Blue-silver grass, entangling. At Tang San's command, more than 10 thick blue-silver grasses suddenly surged up from Lu Chen's feet, spiraling upwards and tightly binding Lu Chen's legs. A hint of mockery flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. As he swung the Zontai heavy sword, he unleashed the killing intent within his body. A red light swept past, and the blue-silver grass on his body was completely severed. "I lost." After tossing a gold soul coin to Lu Chen, Tang San left without hesitation. He had considered using hidden weapons, but when that red light appeared, he realized that his current hidden weapons wouldn't be able to harm Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at the gold soul coin in his hand, and a poetic thought suddenly came to mind. Little Tang San, overestimating himself, how laughable. Chapter 7 The Millennium Whale Glue. The Shameless Tang Hao. In the evening, after Lu Chen finished wielding 10,000 swords, perhaps because he had beaten Tang San during the day, the system was unusually generous this time. Directly throwing out some good stuff. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward. A piece of 10,000-year whale glue, close black lens bracket. A deep yell. Low crystal appeared in Lu Chen's storage soul tool. Open black lens bracket 10,000-year whale glue close black lens bracket, a special substance produced in the brain of a whale-type soul beast. It is a highly yang tonic with a certain aphrodisiac and aphrodisiac effects. Taking it can enhance the physique of a soul master. The ocean is another paradise for spirit beasts, said to contain at least 10 times more spirit beasts than those on land. Whale spirit beasts are undoubtedly among the most powerful of all spirit beasts. Humans at sea are like meat on a chopping block. No human has ever dared to venture deep into the ocean. Therefore, hunting 1,000-year-old demonic whales might be possible with the help of powerful soul masters. But those demonic whales that are over 10,000 years old not only live in the deep sea, but each one is extremely powerful. Who would dare to provoke them? The Wanian whale glue is extremely rare on the mainland. Lu Chen had inquired about the whereabouts of whale glue, but to no avail. Soul masters of this era had no idea of the true effects of whale glue. Most of the low-grade whale glue on the market was monopolized by nobles and used as an aphrodisiac. With this piece of 10,000-year whale glue, Lu Chen is confident that he can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when he reaches the 3rd ring level. Seeing that the sky had darkened, Lu Chen took a shower and returned to dormitory 1. Inside the room, Xiao Wu was lying on the bed, munching on a carrot and reading a book, her pink little feet dangling gently in the air. Lu Chen had previously mentioned changing dorm rooms to Lu Jinian, but was flatly rejected. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, had long forgotten her previous unpleasantness after he bribed her with a carrot worth 1 gold soul coin. When Xiao Wu saw Lu Chen return, she greeted him. "Lu Chen, you're finally back. I was so bored." Lu Chen glanced at the book in Xiao Wu's hand and said, "You're actually interested in the history of soul masters." Xiao Wu patted her chest proudly and said, "Of course." Lu Chen smiled slightly, said nothing more, sat cross-legged by the bed, and quickly entered a meditative state, his soul power slowly circulating around him. Xiao Wu pouted and said helplessly, "Cultivating again. You really are a cultivation fanatic." Lu Chen said calmly, "I don't want to be taken advantage of in the future." Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something. A trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, as if she remembered some deep-seated secret. She silently put the half-eaten carrot into the storage soul tool that Lu Chen had given her, and sat down next to Lu Chen to begin cultivating as well. In the middle of the night, a gentle breeze rustled through the poplar trees outside the window. Suddenly, a deep, muffled sound exploded in Lu Chen's mind, the woods behind the mountain. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he thought to himself, what was bound to happen has finally happened. I didn't expect to provoke this killing god again. He glanced at Xiao Wu, who was still cultivating, then flashed away and jumped out of the window. What was he doing out in the middle of the night? Xiao Wu watched Lu Chen's departing figure, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she nimbly flipped over and followed behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen arrived at the open space where he had fought Tang San and said coldly to those around him, "Senior, I have arrived here. Please show yourself." A tall figure emerged from the shadows. He wore a simple gray robe, his SSY black hair cascading over his shoulders, his aged face etched with the marks of time, and his cloudy eyes seemed to belong to someone nearing the end of his life, a stark contrast to his appearance of being only around 50 years old. Lu Chen naturally knew the identity of the person who came, but still respectfully asked, "May I ask why you have summoned me here, Senior?" Tang Hao didn't speak, but his soul power surged suddenly, and a powerful soul power pressure rolled towards Lu Chen without warning. Oh no! Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the Zontai heavy sword instantly appeared in his hand. He planted the Zontai heavy sword in the ground, gritted his teeth, and supported his swaying body. We absolutely cannot allow the Asura demon sword to be exposed at this moment. Once the Asura demon sword is exposed, who knows what Tang Hao might do to me? Lu Chen's entire body glowed with a scarlet light, which flowed continuously around him. At this moment, he had reached his limit. Seeing that he still hadn't forced out Lu Chen's martial soul, Tang Hao's soul power pressure suddenly surged. The realm of gods, the temple of Asura. Seated high on his throne, the God of Asura gazed at the scene of Nodding Academy reflected in the water mirror and said coldly, "HMPH. If it weren't for the Asura demon sword sensing that Lu Chen was in danger, you would have almost ruined my plans." His fingertips tightened abruptly with divine power. Death may be spared, but punishment is inevitable. Nottingham College. Just as Tang Hao was about to exert even more pressure, a scarlet sword light suddenly shot out from the sky, carrying a majestic divine power and slashing into Tang Hao's chest. Puff! Tang Hao grunted and staggered back half a step. Almost simultaneously, the killing god domain that had been dormant within him for many years suddenly went out of control, and countless killing energies began to invade his body. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with apprehension. The sword light seemed to have crossed countless spaces and struck him. Only a god could do such a thing. Tang Hao knew that Lu Chen had a powerful protector behind him, and the Thog HT flashed through his mind in an instant. He didn't dare to linger any longer. He took a deep look at Lu Chen, who was looking down, and his figure left an afterimage before disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, Xiao Wu's voice rang out from behind Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, where are you?" Lu Chen felt a sudden lightness in his body, and collapsed to the ground, murmuring, He just left like that. He never saw Tang Hao being injured by the scarlet sword light, assuming that the other side had left because of Xiao Wu's arrival. Just wait, I'll definitely get justice someday. Don't underestimate a young person's potential. At this moment, Xiao Wu also saw Lu Chen beside her, pulled him up from the ground, and asked, "What happened? Why are you lying on the ground?" Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Wu but didn't reveal what had just happened. If the little rabbit knew that there was a title Douluo at Nodding Academy, she would probably be so scared that she wouldn't be able to eat. Lu Chen patted Xiao Wu's head and said in a deep voice, "Cultivate well." Although Xiao Wu didn't understand, seeing that Lu Chen's expression wasn't very happy, she didn't ask about it anymore. At this moment, Tang Hao staggered out of Nodding Academy, and he could sense that a pair of eyes had been watching him the whole time. The deadly feeling only gradually disappeared after he left Nottingham. He sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lu Chen during the day. He originally only wanted to test Lu Chen's strength, but he never expected to suffer such a disaster and almost lose his life. Tang Hao slumped down under a large tree, blood seeping from his shirt, cold sweat covering his forehead, his cloudy eyes filled with apprehension as he stared in the direction of Nottingham City. Chapter 8 Dust Conceals Face, Sword Maniac Asura. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward. Level 9 Soul Tool, Dust Concealment Mask, Close Black Lens Bracket. Open black lens bracket Dust Concealment Mask Close black lens bracket. A level 9 soul tool that conceals one's cultivation level and can change the color of one's soul rings. For every hour of concealment, it consumes 1% of the wearer's soul power. The dust-hidden surface is grayish-white all over, seemingly carved from old wood, yet it feels warm and smooth to the touch, like jade. The mask is a half-covering type, only exposing the eyebrows and eyes when worn. The edges are polished very softly, and the surface has no complicated patterns, except for 2 gold lines on both sides of the cheeks. Lu Chen carefully put away the dust-concealing mask, then turned and walked towards Lu Jinian's office. Inside the office, Lu Jinian was working on the final arrangements for the students' holiday the following day. Lu Jinian looked up at the sound and saw Lu Chen. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he asked gently, "Chen'er, what's wrong?" "Grandpa, I want to go to the Worth Arena to participate in the soul fighting competition. The arena is only available to cities at the main city level, and Worth Main City is right next to Notting City." Lu Jinian paused slightly, his fingertips hovering over the dossier, and asked in a deep voice, "The reason? My cultivation lies in the tempering and honing of skills through battle." Lu Chen said earnestly, since acquiring the soul ring, he has clearly felt that his cultivation speed has slowed down. The sword is a weapon of killing, and calm cultivation will only wear down the sharpness of the Asura demon sword. "Can?" Lu Jinian nodded, then took out a bag of gall D soul coins from the drawer of the table and handed it over, instructing, "Chen'er, be careful not to reveal your age, identity, or martial soul." Lu Chen nodded, put the gold soul coins into his storage soul tool, and turned to go back to his quarters to pack his things. As Lu Jinian watched Lu Chen's departing figure, he was momentarily reminded of his own spirited self from years past. He gave a self-deprecating laugh, then looked away and continued to bury himself in his work. Inside the dormitory, Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in packing his things, and tilted her head to ask, "Lu Chen, isn't your home in the academy? Why are you packing?" Lu Chen said calmly, "I'm going to participate in the soul fighting competition to train myself. Do you want to come?" Xiao Wu refused, saying, "I'm not going. I'm having dinner with Grandpa Dean tonight." This semester, due to Lu Chen's supervision, Xiao Wu did not have any interaction with Tang San, and did not even know that Tang San existed in Dormitory 7. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll go. Participating in the soul fighting competition can earn me a lot of gold soul coins." Gold soul coins. Xiao Wu's ears twitched, and a conflict immediately appeared on her face. She was a little afraid that a human soul master would discover her true identity, but she was also envious of the gold soul coins that could buy a lot of carrots. Lu Chen noticed Xiao Wu's worry and casually said, "I heard that the strongest person in Voss City is a soul emperor, and his martial soul is a sword-type martial soul. I might as well ask him for some sword techniques." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up at the news. Without even putting on her shoes, she pounced on Lu Chen, who had just reached the door, and exclaimed, "I want to go too." Lu Chen put Xiao Wu down and smiled, "Weren't you going to have dinner with Grandpa?" Xiao Wu blushed slightly and said shyly, "Oh dear, Grandpa Dean loves me the most, he'll definitely forgive me." Lu Chen's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Since you're going too, there's one thing we need to make clear beforehand. You must listen to me while we're out." Okay. Xiao Wu nodded, packed her belongings, and boarded the carriage with Lu Chen bound for Voss City. That evening, the two were already standing in front of the Worth Arena. Xiao Wu looked at the magnificent building, her watery eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Chen took out a mask and put it on Xiao Wu's face, saying, "Don't reveal our identities, or we'll be in trouble." Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen, who was wearing the dust concealment mask, nodded obediently, and reached out to press the mask on her face. Lu Chen brought Xiao Wu to the registration desk, where the staff member in charge of registration handed Lu Chen 2 forms. Lu Chen wrote, "Sword Maniac Shura," in the name column, while Xiao Wu, at Lu Chen's prompting, filled in, soft-boned charming rabbit. When testing his soul power, Xiao Wu caught a glimpse of Lu Chen, who was already a two-ring soul master. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she remained silent. Before she arrived, Lu Chen told her to speak less, ask fewer questions, and observe more. Xiao Wu only thought that Lu Chen had terrifying talent and extremely fast cultivation speed. After all, she was still not completely familiar with the human world. After the two handed over the gold soul coins, the registration staff gave them 2 iron battle soul badges. The registration staff, seeing that it was the two's first time participating in the soul fighting competition, explained the rules. Soul fighting is divided into 3 categories. The first is friendly sparring, where it ends when the point is reached, and no killing is allowed. The second is a life or death duel, specifically for resolving irreconcilable feuds. The third is a wager duel, where both sides send equal numbers of soul masters to compete, with the soul fighting arena acting as the judge, and the winner taking the entire wager. These wager duels are mostly life or death situations. As for the format, there are 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. To participate in the soul battle tournament, please pay 10 gold soul coins. Lu Chen handed the registration fee to the staff member and said calmly, "Please arrange a 1-on-1 soul sparring match for us. Iron Soul receives an extra 10 gold coins for each victory, but no bonus for each loss." Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, who participated in the soul battle, were arranged to rest in a spacious room while waiting to go on stage. Soon it was Lu Chen's turn to go on stage, and Xiao Wu waved her fist at him to cheer him on. In the center of the soul arena, the middle-aged host in a tuxedo cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Next, we will begin the 9th match of the 1-on-1 soul battles in R13 Soul Arena. The two appearing will be 2 great soul masters, Sword Maniac Shura, a battle soul master with the Blood Nether Sword, and Barbarian Hammer, a battle soul master with the Profound Iron Hammer, who has won 5 consecutive matches. Will the great soul master with the Savage Hammer continue his glorious run and achieve a 6-game winning streak, or will the newcomer, the Sword Maniac Asura, emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome our 2 great soul masters to the stage." The stands were already buzzing with excitement, with the audience shouting, "Barbarian Hammer," clearly indicating that this soul master had quite a reputation in the soul arena. A tall, muscular figure quickly arrived at the soul battle platform. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a back, and muscles as hard as granite. Beneath the dark panel, his veins were bulging. Seeing Man Kui's figure on the viewing platform, Xiao Wu unconsciously clenched her little hands, secretly sweating for Lu Chen. The host's arm fell, and the word, "Start," had just left his lips. Lu Chen's figure suddenly swayed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Man Kui. The Zontai heavy sword in his hand made a whistling sound as it slashed straight at Man Kui's face. The martial soul of the Savage Hammer instantly possessed him, and a giant hammer the size of a water vat appeared out of thin air in his hand, which he smashed fiercely towards the heavy sword. Clang! The deafening clang of metal against metal made people's eardrums go numb, and even the brute was shaken back 3 steps, cracking the stone slab beneath his feet. Having absorbed the 10,000-year whale glue, Lu Chen's physical attributes were already approaching those of a soul master. Coupled with the Zontian heavy sword, a single strike could shatter gold and break stone. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, flipped his wrist, and the trajectory of the heavy sword changed abruptly. The Zontai heavy sword in his hand slashed horizontally towards the barbarian hammer like a tiger descending a mountain. With a roar, Manchui stomped his right foot on the ground, his second spirit ring lit up, and the giant hammer in his hand shone with a dark light as it clashed with the Zontai heavy sword. The 2 soldiers clashed again, followed by a crisp sound. Manchui felt a tremendous force surge through the hammer handle, his tiger's mouth instantly split open, and the black iron hammer was sent flying with a clang, and landed on the ground. Lu Chen lightly pressed down on his wrist, and the heavy sword landed on Manchui's shoulder, directly forcing Manchui to kneel on one knee. Then, with a thud, he collapsed onto the platform, unable to move. "You truly live up to the name, Asura, you're amazing." "I've lost." Chapter 9 The Mischievous Rabbit Duo. As the hammer conceded defeat, cheers erupted. The host, realizing what was happening, quickly went to the battle stage and announced loudly, "Battle Master Sword Maniac Shura has won. His record is 1 win and 0 losses. Please go down to register your points after you leave the stage." Xiao Wu's soul battle competition ended quickly. Her opponent was just a soul master with only a white soul ring, and Xiao Wu won easily with almost no effort. Xiao Wu held the 10 gold soul coins she had just received between her fingers, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lu Chen. "If we participate in a 2-on-2 match and win, will we get another 10 gold soul coins?" Lu Chen kindly reminded me, "In a 2-on-2 match, if one of the soul masters reaches a higher rank, they must participate in the higher rank duel. I'm already level 20. If you team up with me, then we'll have to participate in the level 20 soul battle. What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Wu patted her chest and said confidently, "We can definitely win." Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded and led Xiao Wu to register for the 2-on-2 soul battle area. Registration fee is 10 gold coins. Since Lu Chen and the others have already completed their level registration, they only need to show their Iron Fighting Soul badges and do not need to fill out anything else. "Please give your group a name." Xiao Wu thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it the Sword Rabbit Duo." "Okay. The Mischievous Rabbit Duo, registration complete." Lu Chen and Xiao Wu's Iron Soul badges have been engraved with a new line of 4 characters, the Mischievous Rabbit Duo. However, the character that should have been sword was instead carved as cheap. "Hey, this word is wrong." Xiao Wu immediately frowned and pointed at the badge, saying, "It's his word, not cheap." The staff member said coldly, "It's your fault for not being clear. If you want to change the group name, you need to re-register the Iron Soul badge. In addition, all the achievements you have already obtained will be erased." Xiao Wu said angrily, "How can you be so unreasonable?" Lu Chen was speechless at the sight. Was Xiao Wu's name taboo? Lu Chen said calmly to the staff member, "Could you please re-register us?" Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Wu grabbed Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, this way we'll lose 20 gold soul coins. Let's just leave it at that." Xiao Wu made a face at the staff member before pulling Lu Chen toward the 2-on-2 battle arena. The arena for 2-on-2 battles is twice the size of the arena for 1-on-1 battles. At this moment, the host on stage is announcing the Soul Master combinations. The 9th match of the 2-on-2 series, the Contradiction Duo versus the Mischievous Rabbit Duo. Lu Chen sized up the duo. They were both tall and had a faint but fierce look in their eyes. What caught Lu Chen's attention the most was that both of them had a hideous scar on their faces. Sensing the menacing aura emanating from the two men, Lu Chen said to Xiao Wu in a deep voice, "Xiao Wu, be careful. These two are probably from the military." Both sides exchange martial spirit notifications. As the host finished speaking, the two people opposite him said in unison, "Douluo, Martial Soul. Zhan Tian Spear, Level 28 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Arhu, Martial Soul. Profound Iron Heavy Shield. Level 25 Defense Type Battle Soul Master." 4 yellow spirit rings appeared beside the two of them. Both Douluo and Arhu had the best spirit ring configurations. Lu Chen gripped the Zhan heavy sword, and 200-year-old soul rings appeared beside him. Lu Chen, Martial Soul Blood Nether Sword, Level 27 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit, Level 17 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Master. As Xiao Wu spoke, a pair of long, pink and white ears stood up from her hair, her hands were covered with a layer of fine white down, and her legs appeared even longer under the influence of her martial soul. When the yellow spirit ring appeared beneath her feet, everyone except Lu Chen and the host looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. The match begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Lu Chen swung his Zhan heavy sword, pushed off the ground with his toes, and charged directly towards the dragon. Lu Chen channeled his soul power, and a layer of dark red light rose from the heavy sword, slashing towards the dragon's shoulder with immense force. Before Douluo could make a move, Arhu had already stepped in front of him, his black shield blocking Douluo's path. Second soul skill, Tremor. Arhu roared, and his second soul ring lit up, causing the heavy black iron to tremble slightly. Clang! Erhu felt a tremendous force surge through the shield. His arms went numb, and he was sent flying backward by the shock. The moment the heavy iron sword struck the shield, the recoil force struck, and Lu Chen took the opportunity to step on the shield. Using the momentum to leap backward and create distance between himself and the two. Almost as soon as he retreated, Xiaowu appeared behind Douluo, activated her first soul skill, Waist Bow, and kicked Douluo directly with her right leg. With a flick of his spear, Douluo's second spirit ring lit up, and he swung the spear backward with a sudden twist. A flash of cold light appeared, and Xiaowu was instantly knocked away. Seeing this, Lu Chen steadily supported Xiaowu's waist before she landed and said in a deep voice, "You hold off that Erhu, I'll deal with this guy." Xiaowu bit her lip and nodded, then rushed towards Erhu, who had just gotten up. Two figures, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards the opposite side at the same time. The two instantly clashed, the Zontai heavy sword and the Zontian spear colliding repeatedly, sparks raining down, and deafening clangs echoing endlessly. Xiaowu, relying on her extremely fast speed, entangled Erhu, preventing him from going to support Douluo. Under Lu Chen's powerful and heavy attacks, Douluo gradually became unable to hold on. Taking advantage of the moment when Douluo took a breath, Lu Chen channeled his killing intent into his body, and his heavy sword, carrying a fierce red light, slashed fiercely at the middle of the spear. Clang! Douluo felt a violent jolt in his arm, and he staggered backward, barely stopping at the edge of the ring. Lu Chen seized the opportunity, closed in, and swung his sword. The back of the Zontai heavy sword slammed heavily against Douluo's shoulder. Douluo grunted and crashed heavily outside the arena, eliminated. Big Dragon. When Erhu saw Douluo eliminated, he paused in surprise. Seeing this, Xiaowu lightly flicked her long legs, lifting her body off the ground, and kicked Erhu in the neck. After she kicked, her toes didn't bounce away, instead, they hooked around Erhu's neck. At the same time, Shi raised her other foot and kicked Erhu in the chest. A burst of pink light erupted, and Xiaowu's first soul ring skill, Waist Bow, was activated. Erhu felt a powerful force simultaneously coming from his chest and the back of his neck. With a side somersault by Xiaowu, he was thrown off the stage. The mischievous rabbits win. The host's voice rang out at the right moment, tinged with barely concealed surprise. At night, Xiaowu looked at the 15 extra gold soul coins in her hand and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He clearly felt that after these two battles, the flow of his soul power had accelerated. In the days that followed, the two found a clean hotel near the soul arena and settled in, immersing themselves in the repetitive rhythm of soul battles. During the day, he battles against various soul masters on the arena, and at night he organizes his soul power. His days are simple yet fulfilling. During this time, Lu Chen deliberately lost a few games in order to conceal his identity. The holiday ended quickly, and the two made a fortune in the soul arena. Chapter 10 Douluo Bo. This boy has the potential to be granted a title. After the holiday, Lu Chen and Xiaowu returned to the academy to continue their studies as beginner soul masters. 6 months after the start of the semester, Lu Chen successfully broke through to level 30 in soul power. He had been hoping that the system would reward him with a divine soul ring, but unfortunately it didn't, which meant that he would have to hunt down a 10,000-year-old soul beast himself. One night, Lu Chen left a letter by Xiaowu's pillow and quietly left Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Moonlight shone on his shoulders. Lu Chen glanced one last time at the academy gate before disappearing into the night. A 10,000-year-old soul beast is no longer something Lu Jinian can handle. He plans to go to the Stardo Great Forest alone to hunt for his third soul ring. The next morning, when Xiaowu woke up, Lu Chen had already left Nottingham City. After reading the few lines of text in the letter, she clutched the letter tightly in her hands and left Notting College. At this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived at the edge of the Fasno province and boarded a carriage to head to the Stardo Great Forest. 3 days later, Lu Chen, wearing the dust concealment mask, appeared in a small town 100 kilometers away from the Stardo Great Forest. Lu Chen entered a shop selling antidotes and recovery potions, picked up a bottle of antidote, and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" Soon, A fat middle-aged man appeared in front of Lu Chen. The man had a mustache resembling a rat's whisker on his upper lip, and his shiny black hair was smeared with something and stuck to his scalp. When Lu Chen saw the boss, 2 words flashed in his eyes: unscrupulous businessman. Sure enough, the shopkeeper grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, held up 5 fingers, and said, 5 gold soul coins. Before Lu Chen could speak, a clear female voice came from behind him: 1 silver soul coin. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a teenage girl standing outside the door. She had short, light purple hair, which made her look very dashing. She had a slender and supple waist, a well-proportioned figure, and a pair of light green eyes that gave her an eerie charm. The boss said slowly, "Young lady, don't talk nonsense. You should know that I'm a man of integrity." The girl approached Lu Chen and said to the shopkeeper, "The potion made from the poison-dispelling herb and the 7-star flower can only alleviate mild poisoning. This antidote is at best slightly better than plain water." Looking at the unusual hair and eye color of the girl, Lu Chen had already guessed her identity. The shopkeeper frowned slightly and asked, "Young lady, who are you? Where are your parents?" "I am Douluo Yan, and my grandfather is the poison Douluo Bo." As soon as Douluo Yan finished speaking, the boss's face instantly lit up with a fawning smile, and he said, "So you're the granddaughter of the poison Douluo. I was so blind to your worth. This potion, it'll only cost 1 silver soul coin. No, 1 bronze soul coin." Looking at the shopkeeper's fawning expression, Lu Chen handed him a silver soul coin and then said to Douluo Yan, "Thank you." Douluo Yan watched Lu Chen leave, then caught up with him, scrutinized the masked Lu Chen, and asked, "Little brother, what's your name? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" Although Lu Chen was wearing a mask, Douluo Yan could still tell that Lu Chen was younger than her. Lu Chen said calmly, "My name is Lu Chen, and I have never met my parents since I was a child." Douluo Y, and immediately realized she had misspoke and hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, It's all right, I don't mind," Lu Chen said calmly. Lu Chen genuinely didn't care, but these words took on a different meaning in Douluo Yan's ears. Looking at Lu Chen, she couldn't help but recall her tragic childhood. Her nose tingled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Looking at Douluo Yan, who was on the verge of tears, Lu Chen clicked his tongue in surprise. "Really? Is Douluo Yan that fragile? She's about to cry after just 1 sentence from me." Just as Lu Chen was at a loss, an old man appeared behind him. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine and quickly rolled backward, putting several feet away from the old man. "How dare you bully my granddaughter?" The visitor was none other than Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo was tall and thin, with dark green hair and beard, and his eyes shone like emeralds. His cheeks were sunken, and his green hair was disheveled. Lu Chen stared intently at Douluo Bo, feeling as if he were being watched by a venomous snake. And cold sweat poured down his back. "Grandpa, you've misunderstood." Douluo Yan stood in front of Lu Chen, glaring angrily at Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo's originally cold expression instantly turned kind when he saw Douluo Yan, and he said to Douluo Yan in a gentle tone, "All right, Grandpa was just joking with him. I didn't really mean to bully him." As Lu Chen watched Douluo Bo perform his face-changing technique, he thought to himself, "Is today just an inauspicious day for everything?" Douluo Yan pouted and said, "I don't care, Grandpa, if you don't compensate Lu Chen, I'll never talk to you again." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's old face broke into a fawning smile, and he asked, Yan, how would you like me to compensate him?" A sly glint flashed in Douluo Yan's eyes as she said, "Grandpa, why don't we help Lu Chen hunt for a soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "I thank Miss Douluo for her kindness, but there's no need for that." Lu Chen was about to leave this place of trouble after he finished speaking when Douluo Bo blocked his way, staring at him with his green eyes, and said, "Boy, do you look down on me?" Lu Chen unconsciously swallowed, then calmly replied, "Of course not, the name of the poison Douluo is renowned far and wide." Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Douluo Bo patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "In that case, I'll take care of your soul ring." Lu Chen could only force a smile and said, "Then thank you very much, senior." Afterwards, Dugu Yan came to Lu Chen's side and warmly led him to the hotel where they were staying, and arranged for Dugu Bo to stay with him. Lu Chen wanted to refuse, but seeing Dugu Bo's, "You'll regret it if you dare to object," look, he could only nod in agreement. As night fell, Lu Chen left his room and went to an open space to begin his task of swinging his sword 10,000 times for the day. Under the moonlight, Lu Chen continued to swing the Asura demon sword in his hand. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward: Azure Phosphorus Rejuvenating Detoxification Pill, close black lens bracket. A bright green pill appeared in Lu Chen's storage soul tool. Open black lens bracket Bilan Guiyuan Detoxification Pill close black lens bracket. Suppresses the rampant snake venom in the body and relieves the burning pain in the meridians and the disorder of soul power caused by the backlash of toxins. Above the hotel, Dugu Bo calmly watched Lu Chen unleash a full 10,000 sword strikes, thinking to himself, judging from the fluctuations in soul power, he is undoubtedly a soul master. This young man has the potential to be a titled soul master. Although he is a few years younger than Yan Yan, it's not a problem. After all, I will eventually leave Yan Yan. When Lu Chen returned to his room, he saw Dugu Bo staring at him and realized that Dugu Bo had been observing him. Dugu Bo spoke first. "I heard from Yan Yan that your parents are dead. What is your background, kid?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. He had long been prepared to be interrogated by Dugu Bo, and said calmly, "Senior, I am just a wandering cultivator." Dugu Bo nodded. In his memory, there were only a few powerful swordsmen, but none of them had descendants. Seeing this, Dugu Bo stopped asking questions and turned over to lie on the bed, starting to think about how to win Lu Chen over to his side tomorrow. After all, he also had to be mindful of his beloved granddaughter's feelings, otherwise, he might have been poisoned and forced to marry into the Dugu family. In Dugu Bo's view, feelings can be cultivated after birth. Chapter 11 Titan Ape, Azure Bull Python. The next day, Dugu Bo led Lu Chen and Dugu Yan through the Star-Do Great Forest. Lu Chen never released his soul rings, and Dugu Bo also focused his attention on a 1,000-year-old soul beast suitable for a sword martial soul. In order to make Lu Chen feel indebted to him, Dugu Bo did everything he could along the way. The sky gradually darkened. Dugu Bo chose a relatively open space and led the two to set up a temporary tent. Dugu Yan was gnawing on a cold, hard pancake, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. Seeing this, Lu Chen came to Dugu Yan's side and took out a string of fragrant grilled fish, placing it in front of her. Dugu Yan's eyes lit up. She recoiled slightly from the heat as she took the grilled fish, but still exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Lu Chen, where did you conjure this grilled fish? My storage soul tool can preserve the food as it was when it was put in," Lu Chen said with a smile, pointing to the ring on his hand. Dugu Yan looked at the ring on Lu Chen's hand and said enviously, "Your storage soul tool is actually so high level." Cut. Dugu Bo glanced at the grilled fish with a disdainful look, took a big bite of the cold, hard steamed bun, and thought to himself, "It's just a broken storage soul tool, right? My Rui 100 treasure pouch can store living things. I can give you one." A faint light flashed at Lu Chen's fingertips, and a silver ring appeared in his palm. A faint blush rose to Dugu Yan's cheeks, and she twisted the hem of her dress with her fingers, whispering, "Really? But the ring, something's coming." Dugu Bo suddenly let out a low shout, grabbed Lu Chen and Dugu Yan with his hands like iron clamps, and soared into the sky with a light touch of his toes. Not far away, two giant trees slowly parted to the sides, and a huge, sky-covering figure silently appeared from behind them. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, "Titan Giant Ape." The Titan Ape's jet black fur shimmered faintly in the dim starlight and moonlight. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, gleamed with a golden light. His body, which was over 7 meters tall, was covered with muscles that were more terrifying than granite, protruding like small hills. Yet this enormous creature moved without making a sound, not even a breath. Without hesitation, Dugu Bo immediately led Lu Chen and Dugu Yan towards the edge of the Star-Do Great Forest, their emerald green figures leaving a trail of afterimages among the trees. Seeing its target leave, the Titan Ape roared and, with all 4 legs, gave chase in the direction of Douluo. Martial soul true form. The seventh spirit ring on Douluo's body suddenly lit up. As the emerald light surged, he transformed into a 30-meter-long, water-jar-thick emerald green snake. With a flick of its tail, it carried Lu Chen and Douluo on a frantic escape through the Douluo Great Forest. A tremendous roar suddenly rang out, and a colossal beast with a bull's head and a serpentine body covered in dark blue scales appeared before Douluo. A tremendous force struck, and Douluo and Lu Chen were instantly thrown away. Yan Yan. Douluo let out a heart-wrenching cry. Lu Chen twisted his body forcefully in midair, his fingertips precisely gripping a thick tree branch, and in doing so, he tightly pulled Douluo into his hand. But the titan ape behind him had caught up. Lu Chen glanced at the titan ape out of the corner of his eye and suddenly noticed a faint pink light on the titan ape's shoulder. Xiao Wu. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he made a decision in an instant. With a sudden burst of strength in his right hand, he forcefully flung Douluo toward Douluo, shouting, "Senior Douluo, catch!" Lu Chen. Douluo screamed as she watched Lu Chen fall from the sky. The next second, the titan ape's huge hand gripped him firmly in its palm. The titan ape roared to the sky, and the sound wave hit Lu Chen like a solid object, knocking him unconscious. Douluo caught Douluo in the air, glanced at Lu Chen with regret, and then used Medusa's gaze. Two pale, white beams of light shot out from the azure phosphorus serpent king's eyes, which had turned white. When the azure bull python came into contact with the light, its massive body stiffened abruptly, but within a few breaths, it broke free of control. But in that brief moment, Douluo had already disappeared from the azure bull python's sight with the unconscious Douluo. A hint of disdain flashed in Daming's eyes as he muttered, "Cunning humans." At this moment, Xiao Wu lightly leapt down from the broad shoulders of the titan ape, looked at Lu Chen who was unconscious in Ming's palm, and said, "I thought Lu Chen had been taken hostage by them, but it seems that I misunderstood those two people." The azure bull python approached Xiao Wu and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, that human is a title Douluo." "You really?" Daming, Ming. Before Daming could finish speaking, Xiao Wu interrupted him with a raised hand. Xiao Wu glanced at the unconscious Lu Chen and said, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm doing very well in the human world." When Lu Chen woke up, it was already noon. "Lu Chen, you're finally awake." Amidst the clear shouts, Xiao Wu's delicate face came into view. Seeing Xiao Wu's worried expression, Lu Chen, although he had already guessed what had happened, still pretended to be clueless and said, "How did you get here?" "Wasn't I captured by the titan ape?" Xiao Wu told Lu Chen the reason she had prepared beforehand. "I followed you into the Douluo Great Forest, but I got lost. Then I heard a cow bellow in the forest, and when I got there, I saw you lying on the ground." Looking at Xiao Wu's flimsy excuse, Lu Chen couldn't bear to expose her, so he put on an, "I see," act. Seeing that Lu Chen believed her, Xiao Wu smiled. Sure enough, a 7-year-old child is easy to fool. The two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, began searching for soul beasts again, since Lu Chen's third soul ring was still nowhere to be found. Heather. It was a trope that those who survive great calamities are destined for good fortune. Lu Chen quickly found a suitable soul beast. It was a shadow blood falcon that had just grown into a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Its entire body covered with dark purple metallic feathers, each feather edged with blood-red patterns. However, the shadow blood falcon was not in good condition. Its bow die was mostly corroded by the emerald green poison gas, its feathers had fallen out, and its wings drooped limply to the ground, clearly showing signs of impending death. Looking at the familiar poisonous gas, Lu Chen thought to himself, could this be the work of poison Douluo? Lu Chen didn't investigate why the shadow blood falcon was injured. He summoned the Asura sword and ended the shadow blood falcon's life with a single strike. A black spirit ring slowly descended upon Lu Chen. 2 purple soul rings quietly appeared on the Asura demon's sword, pulsating around the sword. How is this possible? Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at the 2 purple soul rings on Lu Chen's body, her mouth slightly agape. Only then did she realize that Lu Chen's first 2 spirit rings were actually 1,000-year spirit rings. The resentment attack from the 10,000-year soul ring that Lu Chen had imagined did not occur. Instead, a surge of pure soul power flowed into Lu Chen's body. The Asura domain was released, enveloping the corpses of Xiao Wu and the Shadow Blood Falcon. Within the domain, the Blood Fiend Tiger and the Emerald Bird appeared before Xiao Wu. Soon, something surprising happened again. The previously dead Shadow Blood Falcon was reborn within the domain. Chapter 12 Blood Shadow Instant Kill. 3 hours later, a halo of light swirled around Lu Chen, N3S. All rings, 2 purple and 1 black, pulsated slowly on his body. With a slight thought, Lu Chen caused the Asura domain surrounding him to recede like a tide and disappear into his body. As soon as Lu Chen opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Wu looking at him with a curious expression. Lu Chen asked calmly, "What's wrong?" "It's better to expose yourself in front of Xiao Wu than in front of Douluo Bo. At least Xiao Wu can still control things. But with Douluo Bo, you'll be the one being controlled." Moreover, after a year and a half of getting to know each other, his relationship with Xiao Wu had become very close. And Xiao Wu could completely trust him. Xiao Wu pursed her lips, murmuring with a hint of confusion and disbelief, "Are you even human? How can a human soul master's first soul ring be from a 1,000-year-old soul master?" Lu Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this, his tone slightly teasing. "No one at the first ring of a soul master can move freely in and out of the Stardow Great Forest on their own." Xiao Wu's ears flushed pink as she mumbled, I was just lucky." Lu Chen smiled slightly, no longer teasing this little white rabbit. His expression turned serious as he looked at Xiao Wu earnestly. "Xiao Wu. Besides Grandpa, only you know the secret of my soul ring. I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Xiao Wu paused, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and murmured, "Besides Grandpa, am I the only one?" Looking into Lu Chen's serious gaze, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously, her tone exceptionally firm, and said, "I will definitely not let a 4th person know the secret of your spirit ring." Lu Chen patted Xiao Wu's head. Perhaps because Xiao Wu was a transformed soft bone rabbit, Lu Chen really liked patting Xiao Wu's head. At this moment, in a small town, 100 miles away from the starry sky forest, Douluo Yan was sitting by the window, staring blankly at the silver ring in her hand, the image of Lu Chen throwing her to Douluo Bo flashing through her mind. "Lu Chen, you'll be all right. Right," she murmured softly to the ring, her voice trembling slightly. Douluo Bo stood aside, looking at his granddaughter's distraught appearance, a trace of heartache flashing in his eyes. He slowly walked to Douluo Yan's side and whispered, "That kid is not simple, he won't die so easily." Douluo Yan could no longer hold back and threw herself into Douluo Bo's arms, tears streaming down her face. She choked out, "Grandpa, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on dragging him to hunt for soul rings, Lu Chen he wouldn't have been in danger." Douluo Bo gently patted Douluo Yan's back to comfort him, saying, "That kid is very clever, he'll be fine." But he knew that in that situation, Lu Chen was almost certainly going to die. But looking at his granddaughter crying her heart out in his arms, this was the only way he could comfort her. Douluo Yan carefully put the ring on the index finger of her right hand, and the ring automatically adjusted to fit her finger size. Douluo Yan's pale green eyes gazed towards the Stardow Great Forest as she murmured, "I'm going to find him." Seeing the determination in her eyes, Douluo Bo couldn't bear to discourage her and sighed. "Grandpa will go with you." When Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan arrived at the scene, they only saw a mess. Douluo Bo accompanied Douluo Yan to search the surrounding area, and they only found a skeleton that had been completely corroded by the venom of the jade phosphorus snake. Douluo Yan seemed to have grasped at the last glimmer of hope, and said, "Grandpa, do you think Lu Chen might have already escaped? Is that why we can't find him?" Well, Douluo Bo delivered a karate chop to the back of Douluo Yan's neck, and Douluo Yan's body went limp as she collapsed into Douluo Bo's arms. At this moment, Douluo Yan was extremely tense and her emotions were fluctuating wildly. If this continued, it would affect her mental health. Douluo Bo stared at the skeleton, muttering, "Lu Chen, if you were still alive, I would give you anything except Yan Yan." Douluo Bo turned around, picked up Douluo Yan, and left the Stardow Great Forest. He didn't even notice the tiny sword mark on the skeleton. 5 days later, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu returned to Notting Academy. Outside the academy gates, Lu Jinian looked at Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Seeing the two approach, he said in a deep voice, "You two come with me." Lu Chen and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance and obediently followed Lu Jinian into the office. Lu Jinian sat down in the chair, his gaze sweeping over the two of them before finally landing on Lu Chen. He said, "Lu Chen, you go first. What did you and Xiao Wu do these past few days?" Upon hearing the full name and surname of Lu Jinian, Lu Chen knew that Lu Jinian was truly enraged. He winked at Xiao Wu, who immediately understood and quickly walked behind Lu Jinian, placing her small hand on his shoulder and gently massaging it. Lu Chen knelt down in front of Lu Jinian with a plop, and confessed, "I went to the Douluo Great Forest to hunt for a spirit ring." Seeing that Lu Jinian seemed about to explode, Xiao Wu quickly explained for Lu Chen, "Grandpa, we encountered a very powerful soul master these past few days. We obtained our soul rings by secretly following that soul master." Next, Xiao Wu told the story she and Lu Chen had already made up, pushing all the blame onto Douluo. As Lu Jinian listened, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Finally, he glared at Lu Chen with annoyance and said, "Get up. You and Xiao Wu have already discussed it, what else can I say?" Lu Chen chuckled, moved closer to Lu Jinian, picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of hot tea. He said, "Grandpa, I've successfully obtained a 10,000-year soul ring. My third soul skill is the top-grade soul skill teleportation, and I can use it continuously." The third soul skill, that the Blood Falcon Demon provided to Lu Chen, was called Blood Shadow Instant Kill, which allowed for a single teleportation within a radius of 20 meters, and could be used consecutively. Most importantly, this soul skill had a certain degree of potential for growth. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinian took a sip of hot tea and instructed, "Chen'er, Xiao Wu, this matter must not be known to anyone else, understand?" "Clear." Lu Chen and Xiao Wu spoke in unison, their voices both carrying a hint of obedience. As soon as they stepped out of the office, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Ey looked at each other and saw a sense of relief in each other's eyes. They had finally managed to get away with the Douluo Great Forest incident. Just then, Tang San walked over and said to Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, my teacher would like to invite you and Xiao Wu to his martial spirit theory class this afternoon." Xiao Wu moved closer to Lu Chen, subtly tugged at his sleeve, and whispered in his ear, "Who is this guy? Who is his teacher?" Quote, seeing the two being so intimate, Tang San felt a strange unease and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "What's wrong with me?" Lu Chen took the invitation from Tang San and said calmly, "We will definitely be there." Seeing that he agreed, Tang San suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, turned around and left quickly. Looking at Xiao Wu's puzzled expression, Lu Chen said, "You know there's a master in our academy who just freeloads, right?" Xiao Wu nodded. She had heard teacher Wang scold that master more than once for being unworthy of being a teacher. Receiving a teacher's salary but never imparting any knowledge of martial spirit theory to other students. Tang San's teacher is Yu Shaogang, who is known as Grand Master. Chapter 13 Xiao Wu kicks Yu Shaogang. Lu Chen presses Tang Shaosan with his sword. Lu Chen understood that Yu Shaogang had not given up on taking him as a disciple. This martial spirit theory class was probably another attempt to brainwash him. In order to completely get rid of Yu Shaogang's covetousness, it was necessary for him to teach him a lesson. "Huh, it's him." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wu's impression of Tang San worsened. Lu Chen often told her the saying, "One is influenced by one's company," so when he heard that Tang San was Yu Shaogang's disciple, he was far from having a good impression of him. Seeing Xiao Wu's astonished expression, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "I remember this master had feelings for his cousin back then, and on their wedding day, he abandoned her." "What?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xiao Wu angrily exclaimed, "That Yu Shaogang is simply a beast." "No, he's even worse than a beast." Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's head, smiled slightly, and said, "Don't be angry anymore. Let's go eat first." In the afternoon, Lu Chen brought Xiao Wu to the classroom for martial soul theory. There were already 30 or 40 students gathered inside. Ta Ing San sat in the seat closest to the podium, looking every bit the model student. The spacious room was already full of people. Since Lu Chen and Xiao Wu arrived last, there were very few empty seats left. So the two found a corner to sit together. The school bell rang, and Yu Xiaogang walked in slowly. After standing on the podium, his gaze swept across the whole class. When his eyes landed on Lu Chen and Xiao Wu in the back row, his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. How could someone sitting in the back possibly understand my theory? Yu Xiaogang pointed to the two students closest to him, then to Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, and said, "You two should switch places with the two students behind you." The two students looked bewildered and hurriedly said, "Teacher, why? We didn't cause any trouble." A hint of disdain flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and his tone hardened, "Because I am the teacher here. As a teacher, I have the right to adjust the students' seating. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't leave your seats after 1 minute, then there's no need for you to listen to my lesson." These words caused an uproar in the whole class. Seeing this, Xiao Wu said angrily, "That Yu Xiaogang is so shameless. He treats people differently based on their status and then talks so high and mighty about it. How dare he call himself a master? He has such a thick skin." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said to Yu Xiaogang, "Master, there is no distinction between high and low positions in the classroom. Let's start the lesson first." Snort. Yu Xiaogang glared fiercely at the two students who refused to move. Then he slowly wrote 14 large characters on the blackboard behind him. "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." Yu Xiaogang slowly began to speak. "In the world of soul masters, people always think that martial souls are divided into levels. The more powerful the martial soul, the higher its level, and it can crush other people's martial souls. In fact, this view is wrong." Xiao Wu leaned close to Lu Chen's ear and pouted, saying, "To me, he sounds like a big con artist." Lu Chen smiled helplessly, looking at the large characters on the blackboard, and thought to himself, "Doesn't Yu Xiaogang find this sentence offensive? How can he insult himself twice with just one sentence?" Yu Xiaogang continued his impassioned speech. "For example, my disciple Tang San, whose blue-silver grass martial soul has always been regarded as a useless martial soul by the world. But under my guidance, he proved with his strength that blue-silver our grass also has its own advantages and can shine just as brightly." Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, his tone smug. "Little San, why don't you show them?" "Yes, teacher." A slender blue-silver grass unfurled in Tang San's palm, and then a yellow spirit ring appeared on the blue-silver grass. Some of the trainees present immediately showed envious expressions, and even their gazes toward Yu Xiaogang were filled with admiration. Yu Xiaogang enjoyed the attention, but seeing Lu Chen and Xiao Wu's disdainful looks, he thought to himself, "In a little while, you'll realize that it's your loss that you didn't become my disciple." For Tang San's first spirit ring, I chose a 400-year-old mandragora snake. This breaks the convention of plant-type spirit masters absorbing plant-type spirit bees. TS improves the feasibility of my theory that plant-type spirit masters can also absorb animal spirit rings. Furthermore, according to my experiments, the maximum lifespan of a soul master's first soul ring is 423 years. Therefore, when choosing your first soul ring in the future, you should try to obtain a soul ring that is close to that lifespan. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Wu cool. Didn't hold back any longer when she heard this. Lu Chen had once told her that the lifespan of a spirit ring depends on the strength of the spirit master's spirit, physical fitness, and mental strength. Most of the students present did not have high innate soul power, and as children from ordinary families, how good could their physical fitness be? Yu Xiaogang's actions are practically misleading them into committing suicide. Xiao Wu said angrily, "Yu Xiaogang, you've gone too far. Have you even verified these theories on ordinary soul masters?" Yu Xiaogang hadn't expected Xiao Wu to pull this stunt, but he calmly said, "Of course, Xiao San is the best example. He will definitely grow into a title Douluo in the future." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen stood up and pointed to the large characters on the blackboard, saying, "I don't think you're qualified to say that. If I remember correctly, your innate soul power is only half a level, and your martial soul has mutated into a useless pig. You will never be able to break through level 30 in your life. I don't think you have the ability to become a titled Douluo." Lu Chen's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the classroom. He student who had been given the cold shoulder by Yu Shaogang earlier exclaimed, "Huh. So this master only has half a level of innate soul power. I'm already at level 3. Half level innate soul power. How did he become a great soul master? Could it be from drugs? When you said that, I thought he was at least a soul master. Could a grand soul master collect so much data to arrive at a theory? Maybe his theory was plagiarized." The murmurs grew louder and louder, like countless needles pricking Yu Shaogang's face, turning from white to green, and then to purple. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to see his embarrassing state, so he grabbed Xiaowu and started to leave. As he passed the podium, he paused and said in a deep voice, "If the master really wants to prove his theory, why not try cultivating an ordinary person into a soul master?" Yu Shaogang panicked and reached out to grab Lu Chen to argue a few more times, but in his haste, he lost his grip and his hand slipped, landing on Xiao Wu's shoulder instead. Asshole! A pink glow emanated from Xiao Wu's body, and her slender legs kicked out with a whoosh, striking Yu Shaogang squarely in the abdomen. Yu Shi! Aogong flew backward like a tattered sack, crashing hard into the blackboard before sliding to the ground. Teacher! Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, and with a flick of his wrists, dozens of gleaming hidden weapons shot towards Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Lu Chen stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Wu. The Zontai heavy sword in his hand shone with a dark red light, and a strong suction force rose from the sword. The hidden weapons that had just flown into the air were all attracted to the spine of the sword, making a clanging sound. Lu Chen approached Tang San, the Zontai heavy sword slightly lowered, the blade pressing down on Tang San's shoulder. Plop! Tang San's legs went weak, and he knelt heavily on the ground. He gritted his teeth, raised his head to glare at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Just then, Lu Jinian arrived with a large group of teachers. He had initially thought that Yu Shaogang had a change of heart and had brought many teachers to support him. Unexpectedly, they saw Yu Shaogang lying on the ground like a dead dog, while Tang San was pressed down by the Zontai heavy sword and unable to get up. Lu Jinian quickly learned the whole story from the students, and coldly said to Yu Shaogang, who was being helped up by Tang San, "By unanimous decision of all the teachers at Notting Academy, you are expelled from now on. Leave the academy immediately, and don't let me see you harming my students again." Lu Jinian could tolerate Yu Shaogang eating for free, but he couldn't tolerate Yu Shaogang using students' lives for experiments. Chapter 14: The 10,000-Year-Old Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear. Inside the Stardow Great Forest, 11-year-old Lu Chen was fleeing with Xiao Wu. Behind them was a dark golden giant bear that had gone berserk. The dark golden bear was over 4 meters tall, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Its arms were exceptionally thick, and at the tips of its arms were a pair of incomparably sharp, dark golden claws. The boulders and trees blocking its way were smashed to pieces by its pair of dark golden claws. Judging from its surging blood and chi, soul power fluctuations, and unique appearance, Lu Chen concluded that this giant bear was a 10,000-year-old dark gold dinosaur claw bear. Xiao Wu glanced back at the giant bear that was hot on their heels and shouted angrily, "It ate our spirit rings and is still chasing us. That's a bit too much." Lu Chen and Xiao Wu re-entered the Stardow Great Forest for a 10,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon wolf. This kind of soul beast grows entirely by slaughtering others, and its blood can drive other soul beasts into madness. But by the time he and Xiao Wu found the bloodthirsty demon wolf, the dark gold terraclaw bear had already eaten it. That's right, it ate it, leaving only half of its body behind. The dark gold terraclaw bear had gone berserk due to the blood of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and had slogged countless soul beasts along the way. Now its dark gold eyes were completely covered by a layer of blood mist, turning it into a vicious beast that only knew how to kill. Lu Chen turned to look at Xiao Wu. Her clothes were already soaked with sweat, and she had very little physical and spiritual strength left. Lu Chen immediately picked Xiao Wu up by the waist. His third soul ring lit up, and in a flash of bloody light, only a blur remained on the spot. Almost simultaneously, the dark gold terraclaw bear's enormous claws tripled in size in midair, their terrifying claws gleaming with A dark gold light as they slammed down on the spot where the afterimage had been. The surrounding trees and rocks crumbled instantly, and the ground was plowed with several deep furrows. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, who were far away, felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene. Not to mention them, even a dragon of the same age might not be a match for this crazed dark gold dinosaur. Lu Chen did not hesitate. His third spirit ring lit up multiple times, and in the blink of an eye, he had already separated himself from the dark gold terraclaw bear by more than 150 meters. Lu Chen landed on a large tree and then took out a black metal box. Open black lens bracket Rift Dragon Roar Cannon Close black lens bracket. A level 7 fixed position soul tool, a single target, high damage, one-time use weapon with both armor penetration and high burst damage. It requires 2 soul masters to operate, one to inject soul power and the other to calibrate and aim. The weapon is completely destroyed after a single use, effective range is 500 meters. Lu Chen's soul power surged into his body like a tide, and the metal box in his hand transformed into a cannon barrel as tall as him amidst a series of clicking sounds. The Rift Draw Gone Roar Cannon has dragon scale-like patterns on its surface, with dragon wing reliefs engraved on both sides and a dragon head-shaped flow guide device at the front. It is surrounded by 7 rings of lightning-patterned crystals, and the launch tube is triangular pyramidal in shape with a detector on top. Dark red flow guide patterns run through the entire cannon body. Xiao Wu, aim. Lu Chen continuously poured his soul power into the Rift Dragon Roar Cannon, causing the dragon scale-like patterns on its surface to light up red, and the 7 rings of lightning-patterned crystals to light up one after another. Xiao Wu stared intently at the semi-transparent crystal screen at the top, locking the cannon muzzle firmly against the chest of the dark gold terraclaw bear. The detector the Rift Dragon Roar Cannon suddenly lit up with a rapid blue light the instant it locked onto the chest cavity of the dark gold terraclaw bear. The runes on the grip suddenly lit up, and the CTED soul power surged towards the energy core through the dragon spine guide tube. The speed of the lightning-patterned crystal ring increased sharply, and purple-gold electric arcs crackled and exploded. The cannon body emitted a muffled dragon roar. 3 seconds later, the energy core shone brightly, and a terrifying energy shot out from the triangular pyramid-shaped launch tube. The crimson gold trail tore through the air and collided with the dark gold dinosaur. At the moment, a thunder and fire storm with a diameter of 8 meters, accompanied by high temperature, roared up. Purple lightning danced wildly, shredding the outer fur of the dark gold terraclaw bear. Raging flames devoured its flesh, and the shockwaves even made the dark gold terraclaw bear's bones crack. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu were instantly thrown into the air by the terrifying recoil. In mid-air, Lu Chen took the opportunity to hold Xiao Wu tightly in his arms. The violent impact carried the two of them to a giant tree, causing a muffled thud and a flurry of falling leaves. As the storm subsided, the surrounding area within dozens of meters was scorched earth. Broken trees and branches were charred and carbonized, and the air was filled with a scorching smell. The massive body of the dark gold terraclaw bear had been mostly blasted apart, and the dark gold fur on its remains was charred and curled. Arc red blood was gushing from the wounds, forming a pool on the ground. The most terrifying thing is that this dark gold dinosaur is still alive. When its only remaining eye looks at Lu Chen and Xiao Wu, it is still filled with fierce killing intent. Lu Chen patted the broken leaves and dust off his body, secretly relieved. Luckily, he was physically strong. If it were Xiao Wu, she would probab. Be seriously injured even if she didn't die. At this moment, Xiao Wu stared blankly into the horrific scene caused by the Rift Dragon Roar Cannon, her pink eyes wide with shock. She was clearly terrified by the terrifying destructive power of the soul tool. Lu Chen gently patted the little white rabbit's head and whispered, "Don't be afraid." Not far away, the cannon of the Rift Dragon Roar Cannon was covered with cracks, and the halo of the dragon spine guide tube was completely extinguished, with only a wisp of green smoke drifting out from the heat dissipation hole, like a giant dragon exhaling its last breath. Lu Chen stepped forward and put it away. After all, it was a level 7 soul tool, and the materials used to make it were quite precious. Lu Chen reached out and pulled Xiao Wu up from the ground, asking gently, "Xiao Wu, are you all right?" Xiaowu shook her head blankly, her gaze sweeping over the barely alive dark gold terraclaw bear, her eyes still harboring deep apprehension. Xiaowu suddenly snapped out of her daze, her gaze falling on Lu Chen's torn clothes. She quickly grabbed his arm. What about you? You took the impact for me, are you all right? No. Only after Xiaowu carefully checked it did she feel completely relieved. As Lu Chen looked at the dying dark gold terraclaw bear, the Asura demon sword appeared in his hand. 2 purple and 1 black circles slowly flowed around the Asura demon's sword, surrounded by a faint red light. Blood Jade Blade. As his second spirit ring lit up, Lu Chen swung his sword, and a streak of emerald red sword light precisely pierced the wound of the dark gold terraclaw bear. 5 minutes later, a jet black soul ring appeared along with the death of the dark gold terraclaw bear. After a brief observation, Lu Chen exclaimed with delight, "A cultivation level of about 10,000 years is just right for me." Lu Chen sat down cross-legged and immediately began absorbing the dark gold terraclaw bear's soul ring. The black soul ring transformed into a wisp of light and merged into the Asura demon's sword, instantly covering the sword with a faint black light. Inside the mental space, Lu Chen coldly stared at the dark gold dinosaur claw bear opposite him, which was formed from blood energy. The dark gold terraclaw bear roared, and an incomparably fierce mental pressure surged toward Lu Chen like a tidal wave. Lu Chen let out a cold shout, and the Asura demon's sword appeared out of thin air above the dark gold terraclaw bear's head, piercing straight into its head with a sharp whooshing sound. Strands of blood energy flowed into the sword, and the Asura demon's sword immediately lit up with an eerie scarlet light. Chapter 15 Asura's Purgatory Claw, the Injured and Unconscious Kitten. Outside, Lu Chen's Asura domain appeared on its own, with wisps of killing intent coiling around the remains of the dark gold terraclaw bear, completely engulfing it. Then, a phantom of a dark gold terror bear, formed from pure killing intent, slowly disappeared into the depths of the Asura domain, and the domain's range seemed to quietly expand by 1 point. 3 hours later, the 4 spirit rings, 2 purple and 2 black, flowed and pulsed on the Asura demon's sword. The Asura domain gradually faded, leaving only the skeleton of the dark gold terraclaw bear on the ground. After stabilizing the surging soul power within his body, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes filled with joy, as expected of the dark gold terraclaw bear, known as the Destroyer of the Jungle. The fourth soul skill that dark gold terraclaw granted him was named Asura's Frenzied Devour. When this soul skill is used, his strength, speed, and defense all enter a berserk state, his basic attributes are temporarily doubled. And there are no side effects. The consumption is much less than that of Blood Shadow Instant Kill. Xiaowu was looking at the thing in her hand with a curious expression. It was a crystal clear bone. To be precise, it was a left palm bone, its dark golden body swirling with rich soul power fluctuations, clearly a soul bone. Xiaowu asked curiously, "Lu Chen, is this also a soul bone?" Looking at the soul bone, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. He explained in a deep voice, that soul bone is an external soul bone, a special existence besides the 6 major types of soul bones. It ranks second on the Soul Master's Dream ranking. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu placed the dark gold terraclaw bear's left palm bone in front of Lu Chen and said urgently, "Since it's a good thing, you should absorb it quickly." Lu Chen nodded, picked up the left palm bone of the dark gold terraclaw bear, sat down on the spot, mobilized the soul power in his body, and fused the soul bone with himself. The moment the left metacarpal bone came into contact with his soul power, it turned into a pool of dark golden liquid, slowly seeping into his palm through the gaps between his fingers. At first, Lu Chen only felt as if a warm liquid enveloped his left hand. However, this warmth quickly turned into a burning sensation, and that burning sensation gradually turned into intense heat. Lu Chen's entire left hand had turned dark gold, and vaguely, it seemed as if something was about to crawl out from under his palm. The Asura demon's sword beside Lu Chen glowed with a scarlet blood light, and wisps of killing intent seeped into his left palm like gossamer threads. The originally violent energy calmed down the moment it came into contact with the killing intent. An immense force gradually compressed within the bones, then slowly took shape, and the dark gold left palm was slowly fading into a dazzling reddish gold. At this moment, layers of fine and mist. Various patterns appeared on Lu Chen's left palm, each pattern radiating a crimson gold light, as if containing extremely terrifying power. Time passed by, and the sky gradually darkened. Perhaps due to the terrifying destructive power of the Rift Dragon Roar Cannon, no soul beasts came to disturb Lu Chen's absorption of the soul bone. Lu Chen suddenly let out a low roar, and his left arm shot up sharply. With a splat, blood spurted from his 5 fingers. Suddenly, 5 beams of crimson gold light extended from his 5 fingers. These 5 beams were about 2 feet and 1 inch long, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. Like blades, the 5 claws glowed with a scarlet blood-red light, and a murderous aura flowed between the fingers. The moment they appeared, the air seemed to whistle slightly. The fingers and the blade became one, inseparable. Xiao Wu watched this scene with astonishment in her eyes. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung his left palm, the dark gold terror claw, towards the distant void. A strong scarlet light burst forth instantly, and the powerful dark gold terror claw transformed into a 5-meter-long scarlet claw shadow in the air, slamming directly onto the ground. Without raising any dust, 5 huge cuts, each 5 meters long, instantly appeared on the ground, leaving 5 deep trenches. The trenches emitted a scarlet light, the killing intent solidified and lingered for a long time. Even after the attack ended, a hissing sound, like air leaking out, lingered in the air. Lu Chen gazed at the 5 crimson gold blades on his left palm, his fingertips twitching slightly as he murmured, "I never expected that the dark gold terror claw would actually merge with the killing intent. In that case, the name Dark Gold Terror Claw is no longer suitable. From now on, it will be called Asura Purgatory Claw." With a slight thought, Lu Chen saw the sharp blade vanish silently as if ice and snow were melting, and his left hand returned to normal. Just as Xiao Wu was about to ask a question, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes next to her. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu instantly switched into battle mode, their eyes fixed on the swaying thicket of trees. Splash! The bushes suddenly shook violently, and a girl stumbled out of them. The girl looked even younger than Xiao Wu. Her long, black hair was disheveled and draped over her shoulders. Her face was fair, and her extremely voluptuous and curvaceous figure clashed somewhat with her originally very beautiful face. The girl's black leather jacket clung tightly to her body, revealing her slender and well-proportioned limbs, while also making her imposing chest even more striking. But she was in a terrible state at the moment, with several hideous tears in her leather jacket, the edges of which were covered with mud and grass clippings. The glimpses of spring light that appeared as she ran were a unique sight. Xiao Wu noticed Lu Chen staring intently at the girl, and immediately nudged him with her elbow, angrily saying, "Lu Chen, you pervert. Don't look." "I don't." Just as Lu Chen was about to explain, the girl suddenly went weak in the knees and lunged straight at him. He instinctively reached out and caught her, feeling the girl in his arms was very soft. The girl's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, her lips were cracked and peeling, and the leather jacket around her abdomen was soaked with blood. "Run! Run!" she whispered weakly, her eyelids drooping as she was about to faint. Before the words were finished, a ant python as thick as a water bucket darted out of the woods. Its dark scales gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and its pair of green eyes swept fiercely over Lu Chen and his companions. Its tongue flickered, carrying a strong, fishy stench. Lu Chen glanced at it, placed Zhu Zuqing in Xiao Wu's arms, and said calmly, "Keep an eye on it." Asura Purgatory Claw. Lu Chen flashed to the side of the ink-scale python, and with a slap of his left hand, a crimson light flashed, and the red gold blade slammed into the python's body, which was as thick as a water bucket. 5 hideous wounds instantly burst open on the body of the ink-scale python, revealing the stark white bones inside. Hiss! The ink-scale python hissed, its fierce eyes instantly filled with fear, its massive body suddenly shrank, and it turned and fled into the depths of the dense forest. In the moments before she lost consciousness, the girl only saw a figure in white severely injure the 1,000-year-old soul beast with a single palm strike. Lu Chen came to Xiao Wu's side and said to her, "Let's find a safe place first." Chapter 16 Xiao Wu, with correct values. On the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu brought the unconscious girl to a secluded cave. Looking at the girl's injured abdomen, Lu Chen took out a small knife and cut open the tight leather jacket she was wearing. With a rip, the leather jacket tore open, revealing a gruesome wound to Lu Chen and Xiao Wu. A dark scab had formed on the surface of the wound, from which pale yellow pus continued to ooze, mixed with dark red blood droplets that slowly slid down. The surrounding skin was an unnaturally flushed red, clearly indicating that it was not a fresh wound. Hiss! Xiao Wu gasped, and asked, how did she manage to hold on until now with such severe injuries? Lu Chen took out a bottle of water and a clean towel, and carefully cleaned all the blood and dirt from the wound. Then he picked up a knife and scraped away the grayish-white rotten flesh around the wound bit by bit. Although the inkscale python is not venomous, its mouth contains countless bacteria, and even a soul master could perish if not careful. Xiao Wu covered her eyes, unwilling to witness such a bloody scene. The girl's brows furrowed, a fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead, her jaw clenched involuntarily. And a barely audible groan escaped her throat. Half an hour later, Lu Chen put down the blood-stained knife, took out some white hemostatic powder, sprinkled it evenly on the wound, and carefully bandaged it with a bandage. After finishing all this, Lu Chen packed everything up and looked at the girl who was still unconscious beside him, thinking to himself, I really didn't expect to meet her here. Lu Chen already had a guess about the girl's identity. With an angelic face and a devilish figure, this girl was probably the netherworld cat Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Wu came to Lu Chen's side, took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Lu Chen's face, and asked curiously, Lu Chen, why do you think she came to the Star Do Great Forest alone? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu, his tone teasing, and asked, when Grandpa and I accompanied you to hunt for spirit rings before, didn't someone also disappear without a trace when we weren't paying attention? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she guiltily changed the subject, walking to the side to light the firewood. The firelight reflected on Lu Chen's face, making his handsome appearance even more charming. Xiao Wu stared at Lu Chen's face, thinking to herself, last time Daming said that the aura of the soul beast on my body had disappeared. If that's the case, can I stay with him forever and go to tea? He Heaven Do Royal Academy with him a year later. Lu Chen took out several cleaned fish, skewered them on tree branches, and grilled them by the fire. Before long, a rich aroma began to waft from above the fire. And the fish gradually turned golden brown, making it exceptionally tempting with its strong fragrance. Xiao Wu couldn't contain herself any longer, her eyes shining as she stared at the grilled fish on the grill. Ever since she tasted Lu Chen's grilled meat at the academy, she had been completely captivated by his skills. It was just a pity that he cooked for her so few times. Oil sizzled under the heat of the flames, and a rich aroma continuously wafted out from the fish's belly. Okay, eat now. Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Wu had already picked up a skewer of grilled fish, sat down to the side, and kept shouting, hot, while carefully eating it. Just then, Zhu Zuqing's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Lu Chen noticed that Zhu Zuqing had woken up, so he handed her a bottle of water and said gently, you're awake. Have some water first. Zhu Zuqing looked at the water in Lu Chen's hand with a hint of worry. Ness in her eyes and said in a cold voice, thank you for saving me, but I have my own water. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's wary look, Lu Chen didn't force her. He sat back down next to Xiao Wu and continued grilling the fish. Xiao Wu, however, held up her grilled fish and approached Zhu Zuqing, saying, hello, my name is Xiao Wu. The Wu in dancing. Looking into Xiao Wu's pure and clear eyes, Zhu Zuqing slowly said, hello. Zhu Zuqing. It's unclear what the two were discussing, but Zhu Zuqing actually took the grilled fish from Xiao Wu's hand and carefully took a bite. When Zhu Zuqing's teeth touched the grilled fish, a slight cracking sound rang out, the crispy fish skin split open, and the tender fish meat inside, along with scalding hot juices, gushed out. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected that a boy of similar age to him would have such good cooking skills. As Lu Chen watched the two women gradually become acquainted, He sat to the side with a depressed expression, thinking to himself, do I not look like a good person? During her conversation with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing gradually lowered her guard against Lu Chen, and said apologetically, Lu Chen. I'm sorry, just now. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's wounds, Xiao Wu asked curiously, Zuqing, why did you come to the Star Do Great Forest alone? To become stronger. Zhu Zuqing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. Lu Chen sighed helplessly as he looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was almost obsessed with something. During their casual conversation, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing learned that Zhu Zuqing was looking for an academy that claimed to only accept monsters and not ordinary people. When Xiao Wu heard this, she complained. This school sounds like a scam, just like that hypocritical Yu Shaogang. Zhu Zuqing asked curiously, who is Yu Shaogang? Thinking of Yu Shaogang's hypocritical appearance. Xiao Wu's tone was full of disdain as she said, Yu Shaogang is a madman who only knows how to fantasize, daydreaming all day about becoming a master. Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up, Zhu Qing. Why don't you come with us to the Heaven Do Royal Academy? That Shrek Academy sounds unreliable. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. Xiao Wu's values had become quite correct after being influenced by him. What kind of good place is Shrek Academy? It has a shrewish, middle-aged dean and a vice dean who is wanted by the Spirit Hall. The students under his command are a mixed bag, including a lecherous tiger and a lecherous chicken. Compared to these two, Oscar is actually the most normal person there. Seeing Xiao Wu's carefree demeanor, Zhu Zuqing's expression suddenly became hesitant. Thinking of her fiancé whom she had never met and the cruel rules of her family, a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes, and she slowly said, I have a reason why I have to go there. I don't believe those so-called geniuses can compare to Lu Chen. While eating her grilled fish, Xiao Wu casually remarked, since you want to become stronger, why don't you let Lu Chen give you some pointers? I've fought him many times over the years, and I've never won once. What was said without malice may have been taken to heart by the listener. Zhu Zuqing's eyes lit up instantly as she looked at Lu Chen. Filled with eagerness and fervor, and she blurted out, really? Is it possible? She hadn't forgotten the scene yesterday where Lu Chen severely injured the ink-scale python. Come out with me. Lu Chen got up and led Zhu Zuqing out of the cave. Chapter 17 Lu Jinian. This kid, isn't Xiao Wu enough for him? Outside the cave was a clearing made of bluestone, where the moonlight slanted down, casting long shadows of the two people. Lu Chen touched the storage soul tool at his waist with his fingertip, and the Zontai heavy sword appeared in his hand. Lu Chen looked up at Zhu Zuqing and said calmly, come on. Zhu Zuqing, a second-ring agility-based battle spirit master. Please enlighten me. Before she could finish speaking, the netherworld cat martial soul had already possessed her. Her eyes simultaneously turned a different color, and a pair of fluffy black cat ears appeared on her head, trembling gently with her breath. A long, slender cat tail quietly unfurled behind her. With a flick of his fingers, sharp, spike-like claws shot out. He crouched down, like a black cat poised to pounce, and two yellow spirit rings appeared on his body at the same time. Lu Chen, a fourth-ring offensive-type battle soul master. Lu Chen spoke in a calm tone, as if the cultivation level of a fourth-ring battle soul sect member was nothing more than a common occurrence to him. When Zhu Zuqing heard that Lu Chen had reached the fourth level of cultivation, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her eyes were filled with shock. He has no reason to lie to me. She simply couldn't believe that this 11 or 12-year-old boy in front of her was actually a four-ring soul master. Zhu Zuqing suddenly sprang up, leaving a trail of afterimages, and pounced on Lu Chen from the front. Before Zhu Zuqing could get close, Lu Chen lightly swung his Zontai heavy sword, and the heavy sword was already slashing down at her. Zhu Zuqing's first spirit ring lit up, and the netherworld thrust was activated. In midair, Zhu Zuqing's claws suddenly extended, and her speed doubled in an instant. Her figure flickered like a ghost, leaving an afterimage in front of the Zontai heavy sword, and she darted to Lu Chen's left. Lu Chen smiled faintly, lightly tapped his toes, and Zhu Zuqing's attack grazed past Lu Chen's body. This time, Lu Chen did not use the heavy sword. In the instant before Zhu Zuqing could regain her balance, he gently pressed his index and middle fingers against her back. You lost. Lu Chen's voice remained calm. But the sensation from his fingertips made Zhu Zuqing stiffen, and all her strength dissipated at that moment. Zhu Zuqing slumped to the ground, muttering, "I lost." Lu Chen looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was sitting blankly on the ground, and said calmly, "Your speed is not weak among soul masters of the same level, but your attack method is too one-dimensional. Xiao Wu is also an agility-type soul master, but she has an extremely violent method, the 8-stage throw." When Xiao Wu heard Lu Chen praise her, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Agility-type soul masters excel at ambushes and assassinations in battle. However, once their attack methods are figured out, their greatest advantage disappears, and they are left with no choice but to engage in head-on confrontations. The outcome of such a confrontation is predictable. Zhu Zuqing listened carefully to every word Lu Chen said, her eyes growing brighter, as if something had suddenly become clear in her mind. Zhu Zuqing watched Lu Chen's retreating figure as he returned to the cave, her gaze gradually hardened, as if she had made a decision. 5 days later, nearing afternoon, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing returned to Notting College. Looking at the gates of Notting Academy, Zhu Zuqing thought to herself, "Is this the academy that nurtured Lu Chen?" Just as the three were about to go inside, Tang San, looking haggard, hurriedly ran out of the academy. He didn't even see Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing standing to the side. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San's thin body and muttered, "This Tan Ji San hasn't given up on his useless teacher yet." Xiao Wu then said to Zhu Zuqing, "That person is Yu Shaoging's disciple. It is said that he also has innate full soul power. After Yu Shaoging was expelled from the academy, Tang San has been taking care of him." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing looked at Tang San's back with a hint of pity in her eyes. "Zhu Zuqing, you will be studying at Notting Academy for a period of time. This must be approved by my grandfather." Zhu Zuqing nodded and followed the two into Notting College. On the way, most people noticed Zhu Zuqing's stunning Ji figure and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her. But when he saw that the person next to Zhu Zuqing was Lu Chen, he quickly withdrew his gaze from Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Chen in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. What kind of person is he? In the dean's office of Notting College, Lu Jinian was working on official business. "Grandpa, I'm back." Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Lu Jinian looked up and saw that behind his grandson stood not only the graceful Xiao Wu, but also a girl whose appearance was no less than Xiao Wu's. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Jinian curiously. "Is this Lu Chen's grandfather?" Lu Jinian stared at Lu Chen with scrutinizing eyes, thinking to himself, "This kid, isn't Xiao Wu enough for him? Not bad. You have the style of my younger days." With a kind smile on his face, Lu Jinian asked, "Chen'er, who is this person behind you?" Lu Chen introduced, "Her name is Zhu Zuqing, she is 10 years old, and she is already a second ring-grade soul master. She wants to study at the academy for a while." Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jinian's eyes. He had only ever seen two geniuses in his life, his own grandson and Xiao Wu. Unexpectedly, the girl Lu Chen brought back was just as talented as Xiao Wu. Lu Jinian gave Lu Chen a deep look and said, "I agree. As for accommodation, let her stay with Xiao Wu." Lu Chen looked at his grandfather's meaningful gaze, and the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He recognized that look so well. 5 years ago, when he arranged for him and Xiao Wu to share a dormitory. It was that same look in his eyes. After obtaining Lu Jinian's consent, Xiao Wu excitedly dragged Zhu Zuqing to the back mountain of the school. Behind the academy, a CMPLE an elegant courtyard sits atop the mountain, complete with all kinds of facilities. This courtyard was specially built by Lu Jinian for Lu Chen and Xiao Wu. As they grew older, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu could no longer live together. Therefore, Lu Jinian specially built this small courtyard on the back mountain of the academy. Xiao Wu explained to Zhu Zuqing, "Because Lu Chen and I have already completed all the knowledge of the primary Soul Master Academy, we have been living here for the past 2 years." Zhu Zuqing looked at Xiao Wu with a hint of envy in her eyes. This must be what childhood sweethearts are all about. Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something and complained to Zhu Zuqing, "I originally wanted to participate in the soul fighting competition, but Lu Chen only load me to participate once a month in order to hide my identity. But now that you're here, it's all good. From now on, when the two of us go to soul battle, we won't bring Lu Chen. From now on, we'll be known as the rabbit and cat duo. Xiao Wu stared intently at Zhu Zuqing, looking like a money grubber. Lu Chen reached out and gently patted Xiao Wu's head, saying slowly, I'm doing this all for your own good. At night, Zhu Zuqing changed into her pajamas and looked out the window. Under the moonlight, Lu Chen was repeatedly swinging his sword. Zhu Zuqing murmured softly, Lu Chen, what kind of person are you? At this moment, Xiao Wu came in after taking a bath. Seeing Zhu Zuqing staring at Lu Chen, she complained, Lu Chen, he's a sword fanatic. He swings his sword 10,000 times a day, no matter if it's windy or rainy. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's curiosity only intensified. While Zhu Zuqing was in a daze, Xiao Wu suddenly pounced on her and pressed her down on the bed. Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Wu. You, Zuqing, why do you have such a great figure? Xiao Wu's eyes gleamed with a wicked light, and her little hands began to wander restlessly over Zhu Zuqing's body. Chapter 18 Sword Pointing at Heaven. A year has passed quietly. Xiao Wu successfully broke through to become a soul master this year, and Zhu Zuqing also gained a lot this year. Not only did her cultivation reach level 29, but she also comprehended her self-created soul skill, Netherworld Instant Shadow Kill. Lu Chen also surpassed Lu Jinian in soul power level, reaching level 45, and became the strongest in Notting Academy. The Dean's office at Nottingham College. Lu Jinian took out 3 letters of recommendation. He handed the letters to Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, saying, I have some connections with Meng Shenji, the chief of the teaching committee of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. I have already explained your situation to him. Take these letters to him and you can enroll in the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Lu Jinian then gave Lu Chen a meaningful look and said, don't reveal your innate soul power level. Lu Chen nodded. Once his innate level 20 soul power was exposed, the secret of his divine level martial soul would no longer be able to be hidden, and who knows how many people would covet it. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who were standing to the side, were completely confused. They recognize every single word, but when they put them together in a sentence, they can't understand it. As Lu Jinian escorted the 3 to the academy gate, he watched Lu Chen about to board the carriage and gave him some careful instructions. Chener, you must protect Xiao Wu and Zuqing when you're out there. Grandpa, don't worry, Lu Chen said before turning around and getting into the carriage. Inside the carriage, Xiao Wu was peering out the window at the familiar Notting Academy, her eyes slightly red. Although Zhu Zuqing didn't speak, her eyes revealed Notting Academy's reluctance to leave. Looking at the two of them, Lu Chen said, it's not like we're not coming back. After our travels are over, we'll live in seclusion at Notting Academy. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, really. Zhu Zuqing also looked up, a rare hint of expectation flickering in her cool, beautiful eyes. Lu Chen laughed and said, when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Wu instantly jumped for joy, clapping her hands and saying, then our first stop. Let's challenge Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing was startled and looked at Xiao Wu and Lu Chen in surprise. Originally, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu were supposed to go to Tian Do Royal Academy first, while she was going to Shrek Academy to settle things with Dai Mubai. Lu Chen glanced at Zhu Zuqing and said, since you want to put an end to the past, Xiao Wu and I naturally can't be absent. He paused, then added, the kingdom of Barak borders the province of Fasno. We can deal with your matter first. Then go to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. There's plenty of time, thanks. Before Zhu Zuqing could finish speaking, Xiao Wu had already thrown herself at Zhu Zuqing and said, what are you thanking me for? We're friends, your business is my business. Zhu Zuqing blushed slightly because Xiao Wu's little hand had already wandered to her waist when she said those words. Xiao Wu's figure began to develop. Although her chest was not full, her round, perky buttocks were already quite attractive. In particular, her slender waist, which was so delicate that even Zhu Zuqing envied it. Although Zhu Zuqing is a year younger than Xiao Wu, her figure is much more voluptuous than last year, creating a stark contrast to her usual aloof personality. Zhu Zuqing was driven to desperation by Xiao Wu's persistence, and the two of them started making a ruckus in the carriage. Zuqing, your place is so big, aren't you tired? Xiao Wu suddenly leaned closer, blinked her big eyes, and asked a question that even Lu Chen was curious about. Zhu Zuqing felt a strange sensation in her body, trembled violently, and exclaimed, Xiao Wu, no. Lu Chen is still here. Zhu Zuqing's face had turned bright red. Lu Chen pulled Xiao Wu back to her seat and said, Xiao Wu, don't lead Zuqing astray. He was genuinely afraid that the 100,000-year-old, Raj Yue rabbit, would completely destroy Zhu Zuqing's aloof persona. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue and said, it's because Zuqing always looks so cold. Zhu Zuqing blushed and buried her head in her chest, her ears turning bright red. Although she and Xiao Wu often played around like this was the first time she had lost her composure in front of Lu Chen. The atmosphere in the car riage became lively because of this little incident. A day later, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing arrived at Soto City, known as the Granary of Barak, in the center of the most fertile plain in the Barak kingdom. Driven by Xiao Wu's curiosity, the three of them arrived at a very unique hotel. The hotel has 3 floors and doesn't seem very large, but its exterior is decorated entirely in rose red. The architectural style of the entire hotel is like a giant rose, which easily gives people a refreshing feeling. Lu Chen and Zhu Zuqing naturally knew where this place was. They were about to suggest to Xiao Wu that they not stay here, but she had already gone inside. The two had no choice but to follow Xiao Wu into the so-called Rose Hotel. Upon entering the hotel, the first thing you notice is the delightful scent of roses. The refreshing aroma carries a hint of romance, instantly soothing the mind and body. A hint of unease flickered across Zhu Zuqing's icy face. The hotel's interior is decorated in only 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red. The warm, unique, and elegant environment easily makes people feel good. Xiao Wu walked to the counter and said, please give us 3 rooms. The waiter behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing past Xiao Wu at Lu Chen behind him, a hint of envy in his eyes. Sir, are you really sure you want to book 3 rooms? Before Lu Chen could speak, Xiao Wu asked, is there a problem? A hint of ambiguity flickered in the waiter's eyes. I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left. But don't worry, our rooms are all very large and fully equipped. More than enough for 3 people. After saying that, he gave Lu Chen a look that could only be understood but not explained. Lu Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. He desperately wanted to understand the waiter's hints. Just as Zhu Zuqing and Lu Chen were trying to persuade Xiao Wu to change hotels, a cold voice came from behind them. I said, this room should belong to me, right? Lu Chen turned his head and saw 3 people appear behind them, walking towards the counter. The 3 people were 1 man and 2 women, a pair of twins dressed in flamboyant clothes. All looking to be 17 or 18 years old, and tall. Between the twins was a blond man with double pupils in his eyes. The moment Zhu Zuqing saw Dai Mubai, a surge of anger welled up inside her. And any sliver of hope she had for him was completely extinguished. This is her fiancé. Turns out he's just a disgusting coward. Lu Chen sensed the change in Zhu Zuqing's emotions, reached out and took her hand. And said calmly, let me help you vent your anger. With 1 woman on each arm around his left and 1 on the right, Dai Mubai walked to the counter. His wicked gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing. And he exclaimed in surprise, wow, I didn't expect you to know how to enjoy yourself so much. The twins' eyes seemed to light up the moment they saw Lu Chen, and when they compared them to Dai Mubai. Their gazes towards Dai Mubai held a hint of disdain. Chapter 19 Xiao Wu, how about the 3 of us come here often in the future? Lu Chen smiled faintly and utterly pulled Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu into his arms. The 2 women simultaneously let out a soft moan, feeling the intense heat emanating from Lu Chen. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, their cheeks flushed. Yet they couldn't help but look up at him, a hint of shyness hidden in their eyes. Lu Chen ignored Dai Mubai and said calmly to the waiter, we'll take this room. Dai Mubai's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, a hint of killing intent flashing in them, and he said coldly, are you provoking me? Lu Chen smiled dismissively and said, what? Do you want to make a move? He didn't believe that someone who frequented the Rose Hotel would be unaware of the rules. This Dai Mubai was clearly deliberately causing trouble, treating him like an easy target. Are you a mediocre person who doesn't dare to cause trouble? Today I'll show you what it means to have a path to heaven but choose the path to hell. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, a ruthless smirk playing on his lips. Very well. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. Upon hearing this, the twin girls beside him looked at Lu Chen with a hint of regret in their eyes. They tactfully let go of Dai Mubai's hand and quietly retreated to the side. A wicked glint flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, and he suddenly raised his right fist, charging forward to strike Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen smiled faintly, shielding Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing behind him, and gently raised his right index and middle fingers. Buzz! A streak of crimson sword light shot out and struck Dai Mubai squarely in the chest. Puff! Blood splattered, and Dai Mubai flew straight backward like a kite with a broken string. People who wanted to see what was going on immediately gathered around. White tiger, possess me! Dai Mubai scrambled to his feet from the ground, a tiger's roar emanating from within him. A strong, pale white light suddenly erupted from his body, instantly turning his golden hair black and white. And 4 faint lines appeared on his forehead. Its hands had grown to more than twice their original size, with white fur covering its entire palms, and 8-inch-long claws gleaming with a sinister, cold light. Dai Mubai slowly leaned forward, his eyes turning a deep, dark blue. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple figures rose silently, their soul master aura spreading outwards. Seeing this, Lu Chen's smile remained unchanged, and his Asura domain instantly unfolded. The killing intent condensed into a blood mist that enveloped Dai Mubai. A blood-red demonic tiger emerged from the blood mist, its crimson eyes fixed on Dai Mubai. What kind of soul skill is this? Dai Mubai trembled violently, a fear originating from his very soul filling his body. His martial spirit was actually afraid of the blood tiger before him. The blood fiend tiger approached Dai Mubai step by step, his legs trembling uncontrollably, almost collapsing to the ground. Roar! The blood fiend tiger roared, and its materialized killing intent crashed down like a giant wave, knocking Dai Mubai to the ground. The blood fiend tiger's massive paw pressed down on Dai Mubai's chest. And no matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. A barely perceptible aura of killing intent silently seeped into Dai Mubai's crotch. With Xiao Wu on one arm and Zhu Zuqing on the other, Lu Chen approached Dai Mubai and said coldly, "Now what do you think?" After Lu Chen finished speaking, he took the key that the waiter tremblingly handed him and led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing up the stairs. The blood fiend tiger dissipated into wisps of killing intent. When the twins helped Dai Mubai up, an indescribable stench emanated from between his legs. The twins instinctively frowned and stepped back, their eyes practically overflowing with disgust. On the stairs, Lu Chen saw this scene and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The killing intent has endless uses. The surrounding laughter rose and fell, piercing Dai Mubai's ears like needles. Dai Mubai shoved the twins beside him aside, glanced at Lu Chen with murderous intent in his eyes, and staggered out of the Rose Hotel. After moving a distance away, Tang San stopped the furious Dai Mubai, saying, "It's normal that you can't beat him." Dai Mubai said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do you dare to lecture me?" Tang San slowly said, "He is Lu Chen, his martial soul is the blood nether sword, and he is a 4-ring soul master." "You know him?" Dai Mubai asked through gritted teeth. Tang San continued, "The 2 people next to Lu Chen are Xiao Wu, whose martial soul is the soft bone rabbit and who is a 3-ring soul master, and Zhu Zuqing, whose martial soul is the netherworld cat and who is a 2-ring great soul master." Quote, when Dai Mubai heard Zhu Zuqing and netherworld cat, his pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately became agitated, gripping Tang San's shoulders tightly with both hands. "You said another person's surname is Zhu, and her martial spirit is the netherworld cat." Tang San nodded, looking at Dai Mubai's almost insane appearance, and thought to himself, "Is this guy hard of hearing?" Ignoring his injuries, Dai Mubai punched a large tree next to him with a crack. His injuries had worsened, and the ferocity in his eyes was almost tangible. "Lu Chen, The hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. When Tang San heard this, his eyes lit up. He had originally intended to win over Dai Mubai, but he hadn't expected to get some gossip out of it. Rose Hotel. Lu Chen led the two women to the innermost part of the top floor of the hotel, to a room called Red Ocean. On the bright red door, dark red crystal roses are carved with lifelike detail. Next to the red crystal rose is a line of small vertical text, Red Ocean, Ocean of Love. Lu Chen and Zhu Zuqing, who was standing next to him, exchanged a glance and both saw a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Only Xiao Wu acted as if nothing had happened, pushing open the door and walking inside. The room was very large. The living room alone was over 50 square meters. Inside the hall, all the furniture was silver with exquisite carvings, and the bright red carpet was covered with embossed red rose patterns. What surprised Lu Chen and Zhu Zuqing the most was a huge heart made of a large pile of roses in the center of the hall. A delicate silk ribbon hung above, with the words, 1001, You are my only one, written on it. Besides the 1001 roses, elegant vases filled with fiery red roses were placed all over the room. Amidst the rich fragrance of roses, there seemed to be an extremely peculiar aroma that stirred a surge of heat within Lu Chen. Lu Chen circulated his soul power to suppress the heat, and thought to himself, that's really fancy. Upon entering the bedroom, Lu Chen was once again stunned. There was only one bed in the bedroom. But on this large bed that took up almost half of the room, bright red rose petals were arranged in the shape of a giant heart. Pale pink gauze curtains hung from the ceiling, creating a dreamlike and ambiguous atmosphere. Xiao Wu pounced on the bed, picked up a rose petal, and brought it to her nose to smell it. This room is so beautifully decorated. Lu Chen, Zhu Qing, shall we come here often in the future? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's face flushed red, and she secretly glanced at Lu Chen out of the corner of her eye. Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch such a sensual scene any longer, so he said to Zhu Zuqing, You explain this to Xiao Wu. I'm going to the living room for some fresh air. Just as Lu Chen sat down on the living room sofa, Xiao Wu's angry and embarrassed screams came from the bedroom. A moment later, Xiao Wu, her face flushed, approached Lu Chen and said in a voice barely audible, Lu Chen, how about we change hotels? Lu Chen's tone was slightly provocative as he said, What? Didn't you want me, Zhu Qing, and you to come often? I didn't mean that. The usually mischievous, rogue rabbit, was now like a mimosa, its cheeks so red they looked like they could bleed. Seeing Xiao Wu's embarrassed look, Lu Chen stopped joking and said calmly, Tonight, you and Zhu Zuqing will rest in the bedroom, and I'll make do on the sofa for the night. The next morning, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, who had injured their knees while playing the night before, limped out of the Rose Hotel behind Lu Chen. Behind a large tree, Dai Mubai watched Zhu Zuqing's unnatural walking posture. His eyes growing colder and colder. His nails dug deeply into his palms, and drops of blood dripped from between his fingers. Chapter 20, The Divine Medicine and Pill Refining Classic. Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Inside Tiando City, Xiao Wu looked at the city, which was many times more prosperous than Notting City, her eyes filled with curiosity about the unknown. Looking at the map in his hand, Lu Chen said, The Heavenly Dou Royal Academy is on a mountain outside the city. Let's wash up properly today and visit Senior Meng Shenji tomorrow. Zhu Zuqing nodded upon hearing this. She was indeed tired from her journey and shouldn't be meeting people looking like this, especially since Meng Shenji was a soul Douluo. Xiao Wu, what do you think? Lu Chen turned to look at his side, only to find that Xiao Wu, who had just been beside him, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, That's Xiao Wu. Running around again. Just then, Xiao Wu's clear voice called out from behind, Lu Chen, Zhu Qing. Lu Chen turned around and saw Xiao Wu running towards him, carrying 3 bulging cloth bags. I just went to the pharmacy on the corner and bought some herbs. The shopkeeper said these herbs are very soothing for foot baths. Lu Chen reached out and ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, saying gently, Next time you're going to do something, tell me and Zhu Qing first. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue, then shared what happened while buying herbs. There was this really amazing lady who helped me pick all the herbs in my hand. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then led the two to a hotel to stay in. At night, Lu Chen continuously brandished the Asura demon sword in the hotel garden. The Asura demon sword hummed, its blade swirling with crimson light, and a faint, ethereal aura of crimson energy enveloped the sword's inhabitants. Over the past few years, Lu Chen has seemed to have grasped a magical power similar to sword intent. Though it is not yet perfect, Open Black Lens Bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward: the Divine Elixir Manual, Close Black Lens Bracket. As soon as the system voice finished speaking, a flood of information rushed into Lu Chen's mind. From the identification and compatibility of common herbs to the characteristics and harvesting methods of immortal herbs, the refining methods of tens of thousands of elixirs were all crystal clear in Lu Chen's mind. With the system's help, Lu Chen went from a complete novice in alchemy to the most skilled soul master in the Douluo continent. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen felt dizzy, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Lu Chen looked towards the sunset forest, thinking to himself, the yin-yang well of ice and fire, wait for me. I had just sat down in my room when I heard a light knock on the door. When the door opened, Zhu Zuqing was standing on the veranda, wearing a moon-white silk nightgown. The loose Fa. Brick could not hide Zhu Zuqing's voluptuous figure at all, and the snow-white skin that was faintly visible at the neckline added to the allure of this little wildcat. Lu Chen opened the door, looked at Zhu Zuqing, and said gently, "Zuqing, is there something you need?" Zhu Zuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice was filled with barely suppressed anticipation as she said, "My soul power has just broken through to level 30. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's hand flashed with white light, and a pair of crystal-clear purple bracelets appeared in his hand. The bracelet is engraved with fine dark patterns, and faint fluctuations of soul power flow around it. This is the reward I promised you for reaching level 30. Lu Chen once made a promise with Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing that, as long as their soul power reached level 30, they would each receive a gift. Xiaowu's gift was two exquisite level 5 soul tools Open Black Lens Bracket Wind Spirit Blades Close Black Lens Bracket. What was prepared for Zhu Zuqing was this level L5 melee soul tool called Open Black Lens Bracket Shadow Claw Close Black Lens Bracket. Zhu Zuqing took the bracelet, a beautiful smile curving her lips. "Thank you. Give it a try." Zhu Zuqing nodded and, following Lu Chen's instructions, put the bracelet on her wrist and slowly infused it with her soul power. The amethyst bracelet suddenly glowed with a pale purple light, and then, to Zhu Zuqing's astonishment, it transformed into a mechanical claw-like device resembling the spirit possession of a netherworld cat. The shadow claw is entirely black, perfectly conforming to the curve of Zhu Zuqing's finger bones, with a black claw blade several inches long at the fingertip, the blade glowing with a faint blue light. Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Lu Chen explained, "This is the melee soul tool I introduced before, called Open Black Lens Bracket Shadow Claw Close Black Lens Bracket. It can greatly increase your attack power and also provide early warning of sneak attacks from behind. When you don't need to use it, just stop injecting soul power." Zhu Zuqing's soul power faded, and the shadow claw transformed back into the shape of a bracelet. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "How is it? It suits you very well, doesn't it?" Zhu Zuqing looked up at Lu Chen, biting her lower lip as if she had made a decision. The next moment, Zhu Zuqing suddenly tiptoed, wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, and quickly touched Lu Chen's cheek with her lightly fragrant pink lips. After doing all this, Zhu Zuqing turned and ran back to her room like a frightened kitten. The door clicked shut, and she leaned against it, her full breasts rising and falling with her rapid breathing. Zhu Zuqing felt the burning warmth on her face and murmured, "Xiaowu, I'm sorry." At this moment, in the sunset forest, inside the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Douluo Bo looked at Douluo Yan, who was cultivating beside a poisonous herb, his eyes filled with heartache. Douluo Bo approached Douluo Yan with a gold-embossed invitation and said softly, "Yan Yan. That kid from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan has invited you to a banquet again. Why don't you go out and have some fun?" At this moment, Douluo Yan's hair color had turned deep purple. Upon hearing Douluo Bo's words, Douluo Yan slowly opened her eyes. A green light flashed in her deep green eyes, like jade that had been poisoned. Grandpa, please refuse for me. After saying this, Dugu Yan entered into cultivation again. Sigh. Dugu Bo sighed. Since returning from the Star-Do Great Forest, Dugu Yan has been cultivating like a madwoman, even ignoring Dugu Bo's advice and starting to use some poisonous herbs to speed up her cultivation. Looking at Dugu Yan's stubborn profile, Dugu Bo couldn't help but think of that boy, murmuring, "Boy, how I wish you were still alive." Upon hearing these words, Dugu Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly. Lu Chen, I must become stronger, I must avenge you, even if it costs me everything. The next morning, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuken Ji arrived at the foot of a large mountain more than 10 kilometers away from Tiando City. Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Chen, then at Zhu Zuqing, and noticed that the atmosphere between the two was a bit strange. She asked suspiciously, I have a feeling that you and Zuqing are hiding something from me. Lu Chen recalled the soft touch from last night and said somewhat guiltily, how could that be? Zhu Zuqing was being scrutinized by Xiao Wu's intense gaze, and her psychological defenses were rapidly crumbling. Fortunately, Xiao Wu only glanced at it before skipping and hopping up the mountain. Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, and her cheeks flushed again as she recalled her impulsive behavior the night before. He said softly to Lu Chen, I'm sorry, I acted impulsively yesterday. Lu Chen smiled slightly, patted Zhu Zuqing's head, and said, cultivate diligently. Your destiny shouldn't be limited to the path given to you by heaven. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Chen, thinking to herself, so he knew all along. Chapter 21 Joining Heaven Do. As soon as Lu Chen and his two companions entered the mountain, they saw 3 elderly people already waiting for them on the mountain path. The 3 elderly people were all dressed in black robes, with strange patterns embroidered with gold thread, making them appear extremely solemn. Lu Chen, along with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, quickly arrived in front of Meng Shenji and the other two. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing said respectfully in unison, Junior greets Senior. Meng Shenji laughed heartily, placing his aged hands on Lu Chen's shoulders. His eyes full of approval, and said, as expected of Jin Nian's grandson. You are so imposing. From today onwards, you are students of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Looking at Meng Shenji's enthusiastic manner, Lu Chen was secretly surprised. What exactly is the relationship between Grandpa and this Meng Shenji? Isn't this a bit too enthusiastic? Meng Shenji led the 3 into the mountains. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu finally witnessed what the Royal Academy was all about. The stone steps leading up to the Tiando Royal Academy are all works of art carved from white marble. Along the way, pavilions, towers, and flying eaves and brackets, along with gilded tiles, gleam in the sunlight. Meng Shenji slowly opened his mouth and said, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy has the title of the #1 academy in the Heavenly Do Empire. The academy has approximately 500 students and over 50 teachers, making it the most well-established academy in the Heaven Do Empire in terms of faculty. Meng Shenji led everyone to the teaching committee of the Tiando Royal Academy. He took out 3 crystal balls for testing soul power and handed them to Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, saying, let's test your soul power. The academy will provide corresponding resources based on your soul power level. Lu Chen nodded, and the 3 crystals lit up with a dazzling blue light, instantly enveloping the entire room. Level 45, Level 32, Level 30. 3 exclamations came from Bai Baoshan and Jilin, who were standing next to Meng Shenji. Meng Shenji nodded and said, very good. From today onwards, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, the 3 of you are Heaven Do level students of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The students of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy are divided into 3 levels. The first level consists of newly enrolled students and those whose strength is below level 25, called the Heavenly Micro level. The level between level 25 and level 30 is the Heavenly Supreme level. Those above level 30 enter the highest level, the Heavenly Do level. Students at the Heavenly Do level can choose a teacher to learn from, and the academy will also hunt down spirit rings below the 6th ring for them. Of course, various cultivation resources will also be allocated to Heavenly Do level students first. Meng Shenji then looked Edit by Baoshan and Jilin beside him and said calmly, "Do you have any objections?" No comment. Bai Baoshan and Jilin spoke in unison. Although the Heaven Do Royal Academy holds the title of the #1 academy in the Heaven Do Empire, it has produced very few powerful soul masters in recent years. Its status is gradually declining, and the 500 students in the academy are basically noble children from the empire and its vassal kingdoms, whose character and talent vary greatly. The appearance of Lu Chen and his two companions was like a timely rain. How could they possibly disagree? Meng Shenji rolled his eyes at the two who were eager to find talent, and slowly said, "Then, are the things I prepared for Lu Chen and the others feasible?" Bai Baoshan's aged face was full of smiles as he said, "Of course it's feasible." Meng Shenji took out 3 storage soul tools and handed them to Lu Chen and the other two, saying, "Inside are the uniforms of the Heavenly Do level students, as well as tokens that lead to various simulated training grounds. With these tokens, you can use the simulated training environment first." Lu Chen took the ring, glanced at it, and thought to himself, "What a generous gesture. It contains not only the items Meng Shenji mentioned, but also a golden soul card with a face value of 10,000. The simulated training ground all OWS soul masters to cultivate their martial soul in the most suitable environment. The stronger the martial soul itself and the greater its potential, the more benefits they will receive from cultivating in the simulated environment. This is also one of the important reasons why Lu Chen chose to come to the Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy." Meng Shenji then led Lu Chen and the other two to their residence. As students of the Heavenly Do level, they had their own dormitories. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing were arranged by Meng Shenji to stay in a magnificent villa. According to Jin Nian's letter, for convenience, the 3 of you should still live together. When Meng Shenji said this, he gave Lu Chen a meaningful look. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly changed the subject, asking, "Senior Meng, what is your relationship with my grandfather?" Meng Shenji slowly said, "Jin Nian is my junior brother. According to seniority, you should call me great uncle." Ah! Lu Chen and the other two were all startled and looked at each other in bewilderment. Meng Shenji continued, "If Jin Nian hadn't been injured while saving me back then, damaging her foundation, how could she have remained at the Soul Sect realm?" As Meng Shenji spoke, his aged eyes were filled with regret and sorrow, and his voice deepened. "The 3 of you can focus on your studies at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Take a good rest today, and choose your teachers tomorrow." Meng Shenji then looked at Zhu Zuqing and said, "I will personally take you to Sunset Forest tomorrow to obtain your 3rd soul ring." Zhu Zuqing quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, Senior Meng." Meng Shenji waved his hand and said, "Just call me grandfather, just like Lu Chen." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing glanced at Lu Chen out of the corner of her eye, her cheeks flushed slightly, and hesitated before saying, thank you very much, grandfather." Meng Shenji nodded in satisfaction, then instructed the 3 to cultivate diligently before turning and leaving. The villa comes with a small courtyard, which has a spacious open area, enough for Lu Chen, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing to practice their skills together. The 3 quickly chose their respective rooms. Xiao Wu and Lu Chen's rooms were right next to each other, while Zhu Zuqing chose a room opposite Lu Chen's. Meanwhile, in Sunset Forest, inside the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Douluo Bo's hands trembled slightly as he read the letter written by Prince Shuexing. "That kid is still alive." Douluo Bo hurriedly went to his granddaughter, placed the letter in front of Douluo Yan, and said in a deep voice, Yan, that kid Lu Chen is really still alive, and his current cultivation level is very likely that of a soul master." Douluo Yan looked at the contents of the letter. The gist of it was that the Heavenly Do Royal Academy had accepted 3 new students, one of whom was named Lu Chen. His martial soul was the Blood Nether Sword, and his soul power level was probably above level 40. In order to prevent the power of the eldest prince Shui Qing from becoming stronger, they wanted to invite Douluo Bo to drive away Lu Chen and the other 2. After reading it, Douluo Yan dropped the letter in her hand due to her excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. Over the years, whenever she closes her eyes, she recalls the scene of Lu Chen being captured by the Titan ape. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. Du Yan looked at her grandfather and said in a threatening tone, "Grandpa, if you really expel Lu Chen from the academy, I will never speak to you again for the rest of my life." Du Bo conjured a cloud of green mist in his hand and sprayed it onto the letter and the carrier pigeons by the window. Du Bo slowly spoke, "I haven't received any letters." Lu Chen. Who is Lu Chen? Even if Schwexing had been kind to him, it couldn't compare to the importance of his own granddaughter in his heart. Chapter 22 First Meeting with Qin Ming. The following afternoon, Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, who had just acquired a spirit ring, arrived at a teacher's office under the guidance of Meng Shenji. Meng Shenji turned to Lu Chen and asked, "Lu Chen, are you sure you want to choose Qin Ming as your teacher?" Lu Chen nodded. The teaching staff at the Heavenly Douluo Royal Academy are graded the same as the students. Teachers at level 40 or above but below level 50 are considered Tianwei level teachers. Those between level 50 and 60 are considered to be at the highest level of teacher. Those above level 60 are considered Heavenly Master level teachers. Although Qin Ming is not the strongest Tiando level teacher at Tiando Academy, he has the cleanest background. Most of the other teachers at the Heavenly Do level sided with the Heavenly Do royal family. Lu Chen had no desire to deal with those guys. Meng Shenji also knew Lu Chen's thoughts. After all, Lu Jinian had said in his letter to him that he did not want Lu Chen to get involved in the vortex of the Tiando royal family. Meng Shenji led Lu Chen and the other two into Qin Ming's office. Qin Ming was seen making a detailed training plan for the new generation of royal fighting team. Qin Ming looked to be around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance, simple black hair, and plain clothes. "Commissioner Meng." Qin Ming greeted Meng Shenji respectfully upon seeing him. "Teacher Qin, these are 3 newly enrolled students at the Heavenly Do level. They have chosen you as their teacher." Qin Ming hesitated for a moment. "Commissioner Meng, as you know, I'm currently in charge of the Academy's esports team, and I'm afraid I won't have much energy to spare to train them." A smile appeared on Meng Shenji's aged face as he addressed Lu Chen and the other two, saying, "Lu Chen, Zhu Zuqing, Xiao Wu, please introduce yourselves." Zhu Zuqing spoke first. Zhu Zuqing, Martial Soul, Netherworld Cat. Level 31 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Venerable. After Zhu Zuqing finished speaking, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath her feet. Xiao Wu smiled mischievously. Her 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, circling her body and pulsating continuously. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Soft Bone Rabbit, Level 32 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Lu Chen, Martial Soul Blood Nether Sword, Level 45 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the Asura Demon Sword appeared in his hand, with scarlet light constantly flowing around it. Level 45. Level 45. How is that possible? Qin Ming was still in shock when something even more astonishing happened. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, encircled the Asura Demon Sword in Lu Chen's hand. How is that possible? Qin Ming stared intently at Lu Chen, and the theories he had learned at Shrek Academy crumbled instantly. Although Meng Shenji remained outwardly calm, his aged eyes were filled with surprise. However, no one noticed that the metal ring on the exposed wrist was glowing with a faint blue light. Open black lens bracket Consa. Element ring close black lens bracket. A level 6 soul tool designed based on the snow silkworm's simulated soul skills. It can only change the color of its 3 soul rings. The theory of spirit ring age limits is actually wrong. Qin Ming muttered to himself. Then suddenly looked up at Lu Chen, his eyes reddening with excitement. "Lu Chen, how did you manage to absorb a spirit ring that's above your level?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Ming realized he had misspoke and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lu Chen, I was just too excited." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Teacher Qin, the reason I was able to absorb a spirit ring beyond my level is because I accidentally ate a kind of immortal herb. With the help of the immortal herb, my physical fitness improved significantly, which is why I was able to absorb a spirit ring beyond my level." Since Lu Chen dared to expose his spirit ring, he must have already come up with a plan, since very few people on the Douluo continent recognize the immortal herb. With Lu Chen's explanation, Ming quickly understood that the immortal herb was even more precious than a 100,000-year-old soul bone, and could only sigh inwardly. Ming asked urgently, "What about your age? How old are you?" Lu Chen slowly began to speak. "Xiaowu and I are 12 years old, and Zhu Qing is 11 years old." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Ming looked at the three of them as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Especially Lu Chen, a soul master at the age of 12. This is a unique case in the history of Douluo continent. Ming couldn't help but think of Shrek Academy. Compared to Lu Chen, how could those people have the face to call themselves monsters? Meng Shenji slowly spoke. "Teacher Qin, what do you think? Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing are no worse than your students, are they?" Ming nodded, lowered his tone, and said to Lu Chen, "I am honored to be the teacher of the three of you." Meng Shenji said to Ming, "Teacher Qin, I'm entrusting these three children to you." After Meng Shenji left, Ming looked at Lu Chen and the other two with a complicated expression. "You should know about the Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies, which will be held in a year and a half, right?" Lu Chen and Zhu Qing nodded, but Xiao Wu looked puzzled. Lu Chen explained, "The All-Continent ADVA NCED Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament is the largest martial soul competition in the Soul Master world, initiated and hosted by the royal families of the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires and co-organized by the Spirit Hall. The competition is a grand event for young soul masters, with participants aged 25 and under." "Oh," Xiao Wu nodded. Seeing that Xiao Wu looked uninterested, Lu Chen whispered in her ear, "The team that wins the championship every year gets a lot of prize money." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing the word bonus, and she looked at Ming eagerly, saying, "Teacher Qin, can we also participate in that Soul Master competition?" Ming nodded. "However, before that, you must defeat the main team members of the Heaven Do Royal Academy to participate in this Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies." Xiao Wu was already quite impatient and asked, "When are we going to have a soul battle with them?" Looking at the group of men filled with fighting spirit, Ming slowly said, "Come with me." The three followed Ming to a fighting arena. In the soul arena, a black-haired youth is battling two burly men in a soul fight. A young man with short blonde hair and a handsome young man in black cheered continuously from the stands. Through Ming's introduction, Lu Chen also learned the identities of the five people. The ones currently engaged in a battle of spirits were Yu Tianeng and the two brothers, Shimo and Shimo. The blonde-haired youth in the spectator stands was Yu Feng, the wind chime bird soul master, and the man in black was Oslo, the ghost leopard soul master. As Ming entered the soul arena, Yu Tianeng and the other two stopped fighting and, together with Yu Feng and Oslo, stepped forward to greet him. "Teacher Qin." Yu Tianeng and the others looked at Lu Chen and the other two behind Ming with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Especially when they saw that the three people with them were much younger than them. Their eyes showed even more confusion. Ming introduced to Yu Tianeng and the others, "These three are new members of the team, which means that three of you may become substitutes." After Ming finished speaking, Yu Tianeng and the others immediately became tense. Oslo, Yufeng, Ming called out their names. The two stepped forward in response. Ming addressed the two, saying, "Xiao Wu will fight Yu Feng, and Zhu Qing will fight Osro." Chapter 23 Sword challenges the Emperor. One sword instantly defeats Yu Tianeng. The first battle of souls was between Xiao Wu and Yu Feng. Xiao Wu patted her still developing chest and said to Lu Chen and Zhu Qing, "Lu Chen, Zhu Qing, I will definitely win." Lu Chen brushed aside the Mies Sai hair on Xiao Wu's cheek and reminded her, "That wind-riding martial soul is a wind chime bird, don't be careless." "Okay." Xiao Wu nodded and then walked towards the soul arena. Yu Feng, martial soul wind chime bird. Level 35 agility attack type battle soul venerable. After Yu Feng finished speaking, his arms suddenly stretched out, transforming into a pair of brownish-yellow wings, and 3 spirit rings. 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared beside him. Xiao Wu, martial soul, soft bone rabbit, level 32 agility attack type battle soul master. A pink light shone from Xiao Wu's body, followed by a pair of long, pink and white ears that stood up from her hair. Her hands were covered with a layer of fine white down, and her legs appeared even longer thanks to the effect of her martial soul. Looking at Xiao Wu's slightly childish face, Yu Feng said, "Little sister, why don't you just admit defeat? I don't want to hurt you." Xiao Wu retorted bluntly, "You'll see how ridiculous that is in a moment." Qin Ming arrived at the center of the Soul Arena and announced, "The match begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the first spirit ring under Yu Feng's feet lit up. First soul skill. Wing blade. A sharp blade of light instantly condensed at the leading edge of the wings, and Yu Feng's body swooped down towards Xiao Wu with a strong whistling sound. A pink light shone from Xiao Wu's body, and she dodged Yu Feng's attack in a flash. At the same time, his first spirit ring lit up, and his waist bow spirit skill was activated. Xiao Wu leapt into the air, her slender legs kicking directly at Yu Feng, who hadn't yet regained his footing. The winds are rising and the clouds are surging. As Xiao Wu approached, Yu Feng no longer held back. His purple soul ring shone brightly, floating in midair. His wings vibrated violently, and a layer of azure cloud-like soul power fluctuations was suddenly released. The cyan soul power condensed in the air into a giant bird shape and swooped down towards Xiao Wu. "Little sister, you can't dodge attacks in the air." Yu Feng looked delighted, as if he had already won. A sly smile appeared on Xiao Wu's lips as her third spirit ring lit up. Flashing with pink light, Xiao Wu's figure vanished instantly. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise, "This is a teleportation soul skill." Lu Chen and Zhu Zuqing exchanged a glance. Xiao Wu had already won. Sure enough, when Yu Feng realized what was happening and turned around to look, Xiao Wu activated her second soul skill, Charm, and pink light shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng's mind went blank for a moment, and his body froze in midair. "Bow your back." Xiao Wu used her graceful technique to fling Yu Feng away. Qin Ming steadily caught Yu Feng and announced loudly, "Xiao Wu defeats Yu Feng." Yu Feng walked off the soul battle platform with a dejected look on his face. Xiao Wu approached Lu Chen, tilting her head back like she was showing off a treasure. "Lu Chen, how did I do?" Lu Chen patted Xiao Wu's head and said, "You did very well, but don't get arrogant." Xiao Wu rubbed her hand against his palm, a satisfied expression on her face. Lu Chen addressed Zhu Zuqing, who was about to take the stage, saying, "Zuqing, good luck." Zhu Zuqing nodded and stepped onto the soul battle platform. Zhu Zuqing, Martial Soul Netherworld Cat. Level 31 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Zhu Zuqing's eyes turned a different color. A pair of furry black ears sprouted from the top of her head, her hands turned into sharp claws, and a long, thin black tail swayed quietly behind her. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, slowly rose from beneath his feet. Oslo. Martial Soul. Ghost Leopard, Vel 35 Agility Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Please enlighten me. Oslo's hair turned black, his pupils became 2 vertical lines, and he also had 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. O's. Lo looked at Zhu Zuqing with a serious expression. When he saw Yu Feng lose, he realized that although the girl in front of him was younger and had a lower soul power level than him, she was no weaker than him. The match begins. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing and Oslo moved at the same time, and their first spirit rings lit up instantly. The netherworld thrust pushed Zhu Zuqing's speed to its limit, her body even leaving a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows several times, their claw shadows colliding with the leopard's claws and creating tiny sparks. Third spirit ring, Leopard Shadow Clone. Oslo's third spirit ring lit up, his pupils instantly contracted, and his bones crackled as a leopard-shaped figure of light separated from his body and charged toward Zhu Zuqing's left and right sides. Netherworld 100 Claws. Countless claw shadows wove together a terrifying net of sharp blades, instantly obliterating the leopard-shaped light and shadow. Zhu Zuqing's soul power surged, and her entire body shone with a faint purple light. Original soul skill, Netherworld Instantaneous Shadow Strike. Slow stopped his right hand in front of Zhu Zuqing, and said with relief, "I won." As soon as Oslo finished speaking, a sense of crisis came from behind. As he turned around, he saw Zhu Zuqing's third spirit ring light up. Zhu Zuqing clasped her hands together above her head, and the claw blades on her 10 fingers quickly merged together, transforming into a black light blade about a foot long, which she slashed straight down at Oslo. At the critical moment, Qin Ming moved. A ball of yellow flame appeared behind Oslo, and with a pull, he dragged Oslo out of Zhu Zuqing's attack range. Zhu Zuqing defeated Oslo, and Zhu Zuqing emerged victorious. In the stands, another dejected young man appeared. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chen, then glanced at Yu Tianeng and the two Shi brothers, and slowly said, Lu Chen, level 45. Offensive type battle Soul Master. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, the members of the Tian-Do team were in an uproar, looking at Lu Chen with disbelief on their faces. A flash of blood-red light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and the Asura demon sword appeared in his hand. The 4 soul rings, disguised by the soul tool, namely, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, slowly pulsed on the Asura demon sword. I plan to have Lu Chen replace Shimo. Do you have any objections? Yu Tianeng, as the strongest member of the original team, is naturally irreplaceable. Douluo Yan, as the only control-type soul master, is also irreplaceable, and Yi Lingling, the undying begonia, is even less of a replacement. After much deliberation, Qin Ming could only adjust the defensive system. No objections. The Shi brothers spoke in unison, their honest faces showing no sign of displeasure. At this moment, Yu Tianeng slowly spoke up. Teacher Qin, I hope to have a soul battle with Lu Chen to determine the team captain. Qin Ming nodded and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Okay. On the soul arena, a burst of brilliant blue light erupted from between Yu Tianeng's brows, and blue-purple lightning coiled around his body like small snakes. His right arm suddenly swelled up, covered with fine blue-purple scales, and his 5 fingers transformed into ferocious dragon claws, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling around it. Yu Tianeng, a 3-ring offensive type battle soul master. Please enlighten me. Yu Tianeng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Lu Chen, a 4th-ring offensive type battle soul master. Lu Chen held the Asura demon sword in his right hand, his face calm. The match begins. The T-Herd spirit ring on the Asura demon sword lit up, and Blood Shadow instant kill was activated. As the sword blazed with crimson light, Lu Chen vanished into thin air. By the time Yu Tianeng reacted, Lu Chen had already appeared in front of him. Thunderous fury, lightning suddenly surged around Yu Tianeng, accompanied by a violent explosion. Thunderous force, countless electric snakes instantly amplified, transforming into dense bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions. Lu Chen gripped the Asura demon sword and swung it out, instantly cleaving the raging lightning in 2. The Asura demon sword struck Yu Tianenglong's arm squarely. Snap! With a cracking sound, Yu Tianeng was sent flying backward. Just then, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the audience, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, who was dressed in white and holding a sword. A call pierced through the clamor of the soul arena. Lu Chen. Chapter 24 The Azure Phosphorus Serpent, Lone Goose, and the Nine-Hearted Begonia, Yi Lingling. Lu Chen turned his head and met Douluo Yan's gaze. He waved and smiled. Long time no see, Douluo Yan. Douluo Yan crossed the audience seats and threw herself onto Lu Chen, burying her head in his chest. Her shoulders heaved violently, and muffled sobs, suppressed for a long time, came from his chest. Douluo Yan's body felt soft to the touch, and also carried a slightly refreshing coolness. Lu Chen gently patted Douluo Yan's back, and when her crying subsided, he smiled and said, "If you keep crying, Senior Douluo Bo might grab me and use me as a test subject for poison." Xiaowu then spoke up, "Isn't this the lady we met at the pharmacy?" Xiaowu only glanced at Douluo Yan from afar back then and didn't recognize her as the girl from the Star-Do Great Forest. Just as Lu Chen was comforting Douluo Yan, Yu Feng quietly moved to Yu Tianeng's side and whispered, "Boss, I think you should give up. It seems that Sister Yan has already found someone she likes." Yu Tianeng gave a bitter smile, said nothing, and sat down next to Oslo with his shoulders slumped. Douluo Yan regained her senses, loosened her grip, and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. "If my grandfather dares to do that, I'll be the first to not let him off the hook." At this moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing came over, and after several conversations, they learned about what happened between Lu Chen and Du Guyan back then. Xiao Wu recalled the past, secretly glancing at Du Guyan, her face showing a hint of guilt. Seeing this, Lu Chen reached out and rubbed Xiao Wu's head. She subconsciously rubbed against his palm. Du Guyan, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Wu, a level 32 agility-type battle spirit master. She is Zhu Zuqing, a level 31 agility-based battle spirit master. Seeing the three getting along so intimately, Du Guyan smiled slightly. Du Guyan, vice captain of the Heaven Do Royal Team, a level 38 control-type soul master. From now on, we'll be teammates. Please take good care of me. Du Guyan's gaze swept over the members of the Heavenly Do team, and she suddenly frowned. Where's Lingling? Did she ask for leave from training today? Yu Feng said. Lingling took leave yesterday, saying that something happened at home. Du Guyan frowned slightly and said, could it be that scoundrel Shui Bang forcing her again? The thought of that spoiled prince ignited a surge of anger within Du Guyan. If it weren't for her grandfather and Prince Shuexing's sake, she would have taught this spoiled brat a lesson long ago. Let's go to the Yi family medical clinic. On his way to find Yi Lingling, Lu Chen also learned the whole story. Yi Lingling's martial soul is the nine-heart begonia. Each generate ion can only have one inheritor of this martial soul, and there can only be two nine-heart begonia soul masters living at the same time. By Yi Lingling's generation, only she and old Madame Yi remained in the Yi family. A powerful support-type soul master, without any strong protectors by his side, naturally becomes an object of covetousness from various forces. When Yi Lingling entered the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Shui Qing, the Crown Prince, quickly extended an olive branch to the Yi family, but it was rejected outright by old Madame Yi. Then there was the fourth prince, Shui Bang, that scoundrel, who repeatedly tried to coerce Yi Lingling, but Du Guyan always managed to thwart him. Unexpectedly, Shui Bang was still persistent. Taking advantage of Du Guyan's absence from Tian Do Academy, he once again coerced Yi Lingling into joining the Tian Do royal family. The Yi family medical clinic is located in the west of Tiando City, not far from the academy. However, the once quiet clinic was now surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Lu Chen followed Du Guyan into the clinic. The interior was elegantly furnished, but the floor was a mess, as if a battle had just taken place. Avalanche. I will never join the Heaven Do royal family. Forget about it. Suddenly, Yi Lingling's cold shout came from the inner room. In that case, there's no need for this Yi family medical clinic to exist. Lu Chen sensed the sudden surge of Soul King level soul power within the room and knew he was in trouble. His figure suddenly transformed into a blur, and he smashed open the door and rushed inside. Inside the house, a middle-aged man with 5 spirit rings stood beside Shui Bang. The Soul King raised his right hand, about to strike down on the Yi family grandfather and grandson. Lu Chen stood in front of Yi Lingling, and with a flick of his wrist, the Asura demon sword appeared in his hand. A blood-red sword aura, carrying a chilling intent, slashed through the air and collided with the Soul King. A muffled thud. In an instant, the middle-aged Soul King was sent flying backward, crashing into the medicine shelf behind him. The medicine pot rolled to the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain was jarring. Startled by this turn of events, the avalanche took a half-step back. Upon recognizing the newcomer, it stiffened its neck and angrily demanded, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Lu Chen spoke calmly. Captain of the Heavenly Do royal team. Lu Chen. Just then, Du Guyan led the group in. Lu Chen looked at Yi Lingling behind him and asked gently, "Are you all right?" Yi Lingling shook her head. Yi Lingling looked to be in her early 20s, with a slender figure, dressed in black, and her face covered by a thin veil. Only her eyes, the same color as her long blue hair, were visible. Her waterfall-like blue hair was draped messily over her shoulders, adding to her pitiful appearance. The members of the Tian Do team protected Yi Lingling and Grandma Yi behind them. Du Guyan was the first to retort, "Avalanche. Aren't you afraid Prince Shuexing will teach you a lesson for taking things by force?" Avalanche's face was completely indifferent. What a joke. It was Shui Xing who made him do this. As long as Yi Lingling harbors resentment towards the Tian Do royal family, His good older brother will naturally be unable to win over Zhu Shinhai Tang. The middle-aged Soul King got up from the ground and whispered something in Avalanche's ear. Shui Beng glanced at Lu Chen warily, then forced a smile and said, "It's getting late, let's go." The Avalanche then swaggered away with its guards. Scoundrel! Dugu Yan made no attempt to conceal her identity as Shui Beng. Grandma Yi approached Lu Chen and said, "Thank you for your help, young friend." "Grandma Yi, you're too kind." Lu Chen's gaze fell on the white-haired old woman, who was the current head of the Nine-Heart Begonia family and a sixth-ring healing-type Soul Emperor. Although many Soul Masters have formed alliances with the Yi family, they are unwilling to get involved in this mess, given the immense power of the Heaven Do royal family. Grandma Yi's gaze lingered on Lu Chen for a moment. Discerning his soul sect cultivation level, she glanced at her granddaughter, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her aged eyes. Inside the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, Shui Qing held the memorial reporting the avalanche that had forced the Yi family into this situation, a cold glint in his eyes. He then said to the servant beside him, "Present this memorial to the Emperor." "Yes, Your Highness." The servant carried the memorial and quickly retreated. Soon another servant entered, bowing respectfully to Shui Qing and saying, "Your Highness, Sect Master R. Ning invites you to watch the matches at the Heavenly Battle Arena." Shui Qing rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with weariness. "Tell the teacher I will go." Ultimately, the Tian Do royal family apologized to the Yi family. And Prince Shui Qing confined Shui Beng to his home for 3 months. This can be considered as giving the Yi family an explanation. Chapter 25 Ning Fengji's attention, Dugu Yan's snake venom eruption. As night fell, Qin Ming led everyone to the Heavenly Battle Arena. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Tian Do team members, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu took out their gold battle spirit badges, while Zhu Zuqing took out her silver battle spirit badge. Keep in mind that at Lu Chen's age, they only possessed the most basic iron fighting soul badge. According to Qin Ming's arrangement, apart from Yi Lingling, the other members of the Tian Do team only signed up for one individual soul fighting competition. Soon it was Lu Chen's turn to appear. "Next, we will hold the 10th one-on-one battle in our No. 1 Soul Arena." The two who made their appearance were both holders of the Golden Battle Soul Badge. They were Shura, the sword maniac of the Battle Soul Sect, who possessed the Blood Nether Sword, and Lei Yan, the Battle Soul Sect member who possessed the Thunderflame Sword. "Now, please welcome our 2 Soul Masters to the stage." When Lu Chen appeared in front of Lei Yan, a hint of surprise flashed in Lei Yan's eyes when he saw Lu Chen's age. Both sides released their notification martial spirits. Thunder Flame, Martial Soul Thunder Flame Sword. Level 47 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. A giant sword with interwoven blue and red colors appeared in Lei Yan's hand, crackling with lightning and flickering with flames. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, floated steadily around the sword. Sword Maniac Asura, Martial Soul, Blood Nether Sword, Level 45 Power Attack Type Battle Soul Master. "Please enlighten me." Lu Chen raised his hand, and the Asura Demon Sword appeared instantly. Strands of blood-red light wrapped around the sword, and a faint red glow emanated from the dark golden demonic patterns. 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, encircled the sword. When Lei Yan saw the 10,000-year-old spirit ring, he was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. As the host lowered his arm and announced, "Begin." The 3rd spirit ring on Lei Yan's body suddenly lit up. Blue lightning and red flames instantly engulfed the entire Thunderflame sword. He let out a low shout, and his figure suddenly transformed into a blur, carrying violent energy as he thrust straight at Lu Chen. Lu Chen slightly turned his body to dodge the attack, and at the same time, he slashed the Asura Demon Sword directly at Lei Yan. Clang! Quote. The Asura Demon Sword and the Thunderflame Sword clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The light on the Thunderflame Sword dimmed instantly, and a tremendous force traveled through the sword. Lei Yan staggered back 10 steps before regaining his balance, his right hand gripping the sword hilt trembling slightly. Lei Yan looked at Lu Chen, who remained calm, and his expression grew increasingly serious. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a handsome face, straight nose, and square mouth spoke from the high platform of the VIP viewing area. He was dressed in a moon-white robe. With a refined and gentle demeanor, he was none other than Ning Fengji. Sheng, that sword maniac Shura, should be a genius from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, right? How come I've never heard of him before? Quote, Shui Qing looked at Lu Chen in the arena, pondered for a moment, and replied, reporting to the teacher, he is probably a new student of the academy. Ning Fengji nodded, his gaze falling on Lu Chen's slightly immature face, which showed that Lu Chen was about the same age as his own daughter. Just thinking about that little devil Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji couldn't help but wonder. I wonder how Rongrong is doing in her training at Shrek Academy. In the Seoul arena, Lu Chen and Lei Yan had already exchanged dozens of blows. Lei Yan looked at Lu Chen, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He discovered that no matter where he attacked, it was as if his opponent had anticipated his attacks, and he could never truly touch Lu Chen. Instead, each attack was easily blocked by his opponent. The most terrifying thing is that Lu Chen has not used any soul skills so far, as if the 4 soul rings on that blood sword are just decorations. Thunderfire Divine Edge Slash. With a deep shout, Lei Yan caused the lightning and flames on the Lei Yan sword to surge suddenly. The two intertwined and condensed into a 10-meter-long giant sword of lightning and fire. The sword's blade was as wide as a door panel, with dark blue lightning and crimson flames constantly flowing across it. The giant sword of thunder and fire slashed down at Lu Chen. Bloodthirsty power. Lu Chen gripped the Asura demon sword with both hands, and the first soul ring on the sword lit up. The patterns on the Asura demon sword glowed with a crimson gold light, and thick blood-like malevolent energy surged like flames on the blade. Lu Chen unleashed a sword strike, sending a crimson blade of light piercing through the air and colliding violently with the Thunderfire giant sword. Boom! A dazzling white light appeared, and the next moment, the Thunderfire greatsword shattered inch by inch, turning into countless points of light that dissipated. Lei Yan's face turned pale. He bowed slightly to Lu Chen and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." The victor, sword maniac Shura. Lu Chen nodded slightly to Lei Yan, then turned and left the Seoul arena. Upon arriving at the lounge, Du Yan and Yu Tianeng had not yet returned. The admiration in Yu Feng and the others' eyes grew even stronger when they looked at him. When Xiao Wu saw him return, she immediately pounced on him like a little rabbit. Lu Chen subconsciously put his arm around Xiao Wu's slender waist and asked softly, "Xiao Wu, how's your soul battle going?" Xiao Wu pouted in disappointment and said, "My opponent was a level 39 defensive soul master. I lost. You can win it back next time." Lu Chen gently patted her back. After comforting Xiao Wu, Lu Chen turned to Zhu Zuqing and asked, "Zuqing, what about you?" "I won." Zhu Zuqing looked up at him, a faint smile appearing on her usually aloof face. Just then, Du Yan walked in, but her face looked rather pale, with an unnatural bluish-black tinge. Yi Lingling came to Du Yan's side, wanting to treat her. Du Yan refused, saying, "Lingling, I'm fine, it's just that my soul power is disordered." Du Yan sat on the sofa and began to stabilize her disordered soul power, but her shoulders still trembled slightly uncontrollably. Well, suddenly, a suppressed groan of pain escaped Du Yan's lips, and the blood vessels in her neck were visibly thickening. The emerald green veins, like living little snakes, crawled up the jawline to the cheeks. The panel bulged slightly wherever it passed, gleaming with an eerie bluish light. Yi Lingling's expression changed drastically, and she released the 9-heart begonia. A pink crabapple blossom rests in Yi Lingling's hands. The crabapple's color is vibrant and its shape is graceful. Yi Lingling's third spirit ring lit up. With a gentle wave of her slender hand, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. White and pink petals drifted down slowly, landing directly on Du Yan and gently merging into her body. A green snake shadow appeared behind Du Yan, its eyes flashing with a man-eating red light, as if it would swallow Du Yan up at any moment. The snake venom inside Yanzi has erupted. Yi Lingling panicked, her voice trembling with tears. "My 9-heart begonia. I can't suppress it at all." She clearly felt that as soon as her healing power entered Du Yan's body, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he took out a bright green pill from his storage soul tool. Open black lens bracket Bilin Guiyuan detoxification pill close black lens bracket. Suppresses the rampant snake venom in the body and relieves the burning pain in the meridians and the disorder of soul power caused by the backlash of toxins. Lu Chen approached Dugu Yanen. Under everyone's gaze, gently pried open her tightly pursed lips and fed her the pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a cool, warm current that slid down the throat and quickly spread throughout the body. Watching the green veins on Dugu Yan's face fade away at a visible speed, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, one antidote pill was enough to suppress the snake venom backlash in Dugu Yan's body. Seeing that Dugu Yan's breathing was gradually stabilizing, Yi Lingling said happily, "The snake venom in Yanzi's body has stabilized." Author thought as Chapter 26. Chapter 27 Reunion with Dugu Bo. Although the snake venom in Dugu Yan's body had stabilized, she remained unconscious. Yi Lingling used the 9-heart begonia to repeatedly massage Dugu Yan's meridians, which were burned by the poison, before she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and walked towards Lu Chen, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on him. Her eyes filled with barely suppressed curiosity. Lu Chen felt a little awkward and slowly asked, "Yi Lingling, is something the matter?" "What kind of pill is that? Can I have one?" Yi Lingling took a half-step forward and asked curiously. "Yanzi came to me before. I searched through the Yi family's medical books, but I couldn't find any way to suppress the martial soul jade phosphorus serpent venom." Lu Chen explained, "The jade phosphorus returning to origin detoxification pill is made with extremely precious medicinal materials, and I only have this one." Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "Then, could you give me a pill formula?" Lu Chen nodded. Okay. Having possessed the Medicine God Pill Pivot Classic, he naturally knew the formula and refining method of the jade phosphorus returning to origin detoxification pill. Lu Chen quickly wrote out the prescription and handed it to Yi Lingling, reminding her, "This medicine can only suppress snake venom, not cure it." Yi Lingling carefully took the prescription into her hands and examined it closely. A few minutes later, Yi Lingling looked at the prescription with some regret and said, "There are many herbs in it that I've never heard of before." Dugu Yan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. She felt the pressure being suppressed within her body and exclaimed with delight, "Lingling, have you found a way to suppress the venom of the azure phosphorus serpent?" It was the pills given by Lu Chen that suppressed the snake venom. After hearing Yi Lingling's words, Dugu Yan looked at Lu Chen, who was still playing with Xiao Wu, with her emerald green eyes, and murmured almost inaudibly, "Again, he saved me." The battle is over. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing returned to their residence. Lu Chen stood in the open space, continuously swinging his sword. Faint, blood-red light threads swirled around Lu Chen's body, and his sword intent grew increasingly condensed, as if it were about to solidify into a tangible form. The Asura demon sword trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if resonating with the sword intent emanating from Lu Chen. Not far away, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were sparring and digesting the insights gained from today's battle. The two moved like lightning, flashing and darting across the open space, their speed increasing rapidly, leaving only a series of blurry afterimages on the ground. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward: 100 gold soul coins. Close black lens bracket. Lu Chen looked at the extra 100 gold soul coins in his storage soul tool and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've received a decent reward." Lu Chen sheathed the Asura demon sword, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing also stopped. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing's pretty faces flushed slightly, their chests rising and falling with their rapid breathing. Just then, a chilling aura appeared outside the courtyard. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing tensed up almost simultaneously, instantly going into a state of alert. Outside the door stood a tall, thin old man with dark green hair and beard. It was none other than Dugu Bo, a level 91 control type titled Douluo. Lu Chen recognized the newcomer as Dugu Bo and gave Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing a reassuring look. He stepped forward and greeted, "Senior Dugu, it's been a long time." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Junior greets your majesty, Poison Douluo." Douluo nodded at the three of them, then, feigning an air of superiority, slowly said, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Lu Chen looked at Douluo with a strange expression. In his memory, this poisoned Douluo was not an approachable person. Cough cough. Douluo looked at Lu Chen and the other two standing there in a daze, and coughed twice in embarrassment. He wasn't willing to be polite at all. It was only because Dugu Yan had repeatedly warned her before she left that Lu Chen was her savior and she had to treat him with utmost respect. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have already taken him away for questioning. Lu Chen snapped out of his daze and quickly stepped aside. "Senior Dugu, please." Inside the living room, Douluo's dark green eyes swept over Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu beside him. The former is as aloof as a plum blossom under the moon, while the latter is as charming as a deer in the forest. Douluo slowly said, "I didn't expect you to really know how to enjoy yourself." Lu Chen thought Douluo was referring to the house, and humbly replied, "Senior Dugu, you flatter me. How could my humble abode compare to your treasure?" Lu Chen's words were pointed, hinting at the treasure land of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up, and his mind immediately began to race. It seems this lad has feelings for Yan Yan. Although he's a bit sentimental, with his talent, he's bound to reach the rank of titled hero in the future. It wouldn't be a loss for Yan Yan to follow him. The two of them started talking about things that were completely unrelated. "Let's not beat around the bush. I'll only ask you one question. Can you cure Yan Yan's poison?" Looking into Douluo's burning gaze, Lu Chen uttered a single word, "Yes." Douluo's face instantly lit up with joy, and he was about to ask further when Lu Chen changed the subject. "But I don't have any herbs right now." Douluo put one hand on Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "These are not problems." After Douluo finished speaking, he wanted to leave with Lu Chen. "Senior Dugu, this round trip will probably take quite a while. I should at least tell my friend." Upon hearing this, Douluo recalled Dugu Yan's words before he left, nodded, and said, "Go quickly and come back quickly." Lu Chen turned around and led Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing upstairs to the second floor. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, I'm afraid I'll have to go out for a while. Could you please tell the Education Commission for me?" Xiao Wu threw herself into his arms, looked up at him with worry in her eyes. "Lu Chen. Douluo won't hurt you, will he?" Zhu Zuqing also pursed her lips, her eyes filled with the same worry. Lu Chen rubbed Xiao Wu's head and said to the two of them, "Don't worry, say. Nior Douluo is upright and keeps his promises, so he won't hurt me." Lu Chen emphasized the 8 words, upright and honest, keeping promises, with extra force. As a titled Douluo, Douluo natural. Why overheard Lu Chen and the other two's conversation. Upon hearing Lu Chen's praise, a smile appeared on the old man's face. "That kid has a great eye for people." Lu Chen then looked at Zhu Zuqing and said, "Zuqing, you are more composed than Xiao Wu. While I'm away, I'll rely on you to take care of Xiao Wu." Zhu Zuqing nodded. When Lu Chen came downstairs, Douluo was already standing outside the door. Lu Chen approached Douluo and said, "Senior Dugu, let's go." Douluo nodded, put his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, and the two of them flew straight towards the sunset forest. Lu Chen looked down at the houses and streets rushing past him and murmured, "When will I be able to have such strength?" As Douluo listened, his smile deepened, and his soul power surged, transforming into a streak of emerald light that vanished into the sky in an instant. Chapter 28 The Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, the Primordial Sword Soul Pill. Douluo led Lu Chen at breakneck speed and soon arrived at the center of Sunset Forest. After passing through the poisonous miasma outside, they arrived at a valley. Lu Chen finally witnessed the magnificent spectacle of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. The entire valley is flanked by 2 mountains. On the left is a giant mountain covered with millennia-old ice, its icicles piercing the sky like swords. On the right is a volcano spewing out scorching heat waves, with dark red flames occasionally shooting out from the cracks in the rocks. In the center of the valley lies a lake, which is clearly divided into 2 parts. One side was ice white, shimmering with a faint white mist, while the other was fiery red, with light slightly distorted on it. The red and white were like 2 huge pieces of jade inlaid there. The rich life force in the IR filled the entire space of the valley through their vaporization. Upon closer inspection, in the frigid spring, an octagonal fairy herb stands quietly, its central stamen resembling a sculpture of the purest ice crystal, shimmering with a delicate and chilling light. In the center of that blazing hot spring, another immortal herb burned with a fiery red flame, its leaves unfurling as if about to unleash a scorching aura capable of burning everything in its path. Lu Chen sensed the extreme cold and intense heat within the valley and exclaimed inwardly, "What a magnificent yin-yang well of ice and fire!" At the same time, Douluo Yan came to Lu Chen's side the moment she saw him. Douluo Yan first interrogated Douluo Bo, "Grandpa, you didn't force Lu Chen, did you?" "Of course not." Seeing his granddaughter siding with outsiders, Douluo Bo sighed inwardly. Girls really are hard to keep at home once they grow up. He then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "How is it? Do you have any herbs in my herb garden that you can use?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Of course. It can even remove the toxins from your body." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's eyes narrowed sharply, his face filled with barely concealed excitement. And his voice trembled. "Lu Chen, is everything you said true?" Lu Chen nodded. The snake venom on Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan came from their martial souls. To put it simply, the jade phosphorus serpent martial soul has a flaw that causes backlash during the cultivation process for soul masters. This problem can be solved by using immortal herbs or pills to evolve the martial soul. And the bloodline can also be completely evolved, so that future generations can be free from the poison of the jade phosphorus serpent martial soul. In Lu Chen's opinion, Tang San's method of forcing poison into the soul bone in the original work was simply laughable. A soul bone has extremely limited capacity to withstand damage. Using this method to cure Douluo Bo's snake venom directly cuts off Douluo Bo's path to further advancement. Tang San only knows how to use poison, he knows nothing about immortal herbs. Looking at Lu Chen's confident demeanor, Douluo Bo took a deep breath and promised, "If you can really solve the snake venom problem, I can agree to do 3 things for you. 3 things that won't cross my bottom line." Lu Chen walked slowly toward the spring, the names of he surrounding immortal herbs already clearly appearing in his mind. Shirong Tong Tian Chrysanthemum, Shui Xian Yu Ggu, Shi Luo Tu Li, Wang Chuan Chu Shui Lu, Di Long Jin Gua. As soon as I reached the edge of the spring, I felt 2 opposing forces simultaneously assaulting me, the burning heat of fire and the biting cold of ice. A flash of blood-red light enveloped Lu Chen, isolating the 2 forces from the outside. Douluo Bo warned, "Lu Chen, you must be very careful. Even I wouldn't dare to step into that spring." Lu Chen nodded in agreement and said to Douluo Bo, "Senior Douluo, do you have a medicine furnace? I need to refine a pill first before I can pick the immortal herbs for Douluo Yan." Douluo Bo nodded, took out a bright green medicine furnace from his soul tool, and tossed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen placed the medicine furnace above the blazing Yangchang spring. He had no choice but to use the Yangchang spring to refine pills since he himself did not know how to make fire. Lu Chen used the appropriate technique to throw the 8-cornered mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot into the medicine furnace. The moment they came into contact, 2 completely different energies collided within the medicine furnace. Without hesitation, Lu Chen picked a large purple chrysanthemum and threw it inside. A faint golden light rose from the tip of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum stamen, gently separating the 2 opposing energies. The alchemy furnace, which was on the verge of exploding, calmed down instantly. He then added several more herbs, and the 3 forces flowed slowly within the furnace, gradually becoming more peaceful. Next, Lu Chen walked to a spirit herb that was as white as jade. Its leaves had no obvious texture, its stems were as thin as hair, and its appearance was extremely similar to ordinary grass. If Lu Chen hadn't possessed the knowledge of the medicine god pill pivot scripture, he probably wouldn't have discovered this primordial immortal herb. The moment the primordial immortal herb fell into the medicine furnace, the energies of the 3 immortal herbs that were originally at odds with each other instantly merged with it, turning into a pool of milky white liquid. Lu Chen then walked towards another immortal herb. This herb grows to about 3 feet tall. Its sword-shaped leaves have a bluish-gold metallic sheen, with red and blue veins flowing along the edges. The central flower stamen is a blood-red rhomboid crystal, and its sword handle-shaped rhizome is deeply embedded in the soil of the yin-yang well of ice and fire. This immortal herb is called sword soul blood heart mushroom. The moment the sword soul blood heart mushroom was placed into the furnace, the milky white liquid suddenly boiled and gurgled. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling red light shot out from the alchemy furnace, condensing into a blood-red light sword that shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen joined his right index and middle fingers together to form a sword finger, and flung a drop of blood essence toward the blood-red sword. The crimson light sword quickly devoured Lu Chen's essence blood, transforming into a stream of light that merged into the medicine furnace. Lu Chen channeled his soul power into the medicine furnace, causing the power of the 4 immortal herbs to boil within it. The pill he is currently refining is called Primordial Sword Soul Pill. 3 hours later, a pill broke open the furnace and disappeared into the air. This pill has a semi-transparent, glassy texture, with 2 extreme patterns flowing across its surface. 2 patterns intertwine on the surface of the pill to form a yin-yang tai chi pattern, and a layer of golden light condenses at the point of intersection. A tiny blood bead, the size of a grain of rice, floated in the center of the pill. Its color was like a ruby, and it seemed to emit a faint sword-like sound as it swirled around. The primordial sword soul pill seemed to possess sentience and flew to Lu Chen's front. Lu Chen opened his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the sword intent of the Asura demon sword suddenly erupted from his body, condensing into a blood-red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Feeling the chaotic sword energy surging within his body, Lu Chen stepped directly into the spring without the slightest hesitation. Dugu Yan panicked upon seeing this. "Grandpa." Lu Chen. Dugu Bo stopped his granddaughter, who was about to rush forward, and said in a deep voice. Lu Chen deliberately entered the spring. "What kind of pill he just refined that requires the power of the ice and fire yin-yang well to suppress it?" Inside the spring, Lu Chen was enveloped in a bloody light. In his abdomen, the primordial sword soul pill continuously flickered with a crimson glow, clashing and merging with the ice and fire power in the spring water. At this moment, it's like forging a peerless sword. The ice and fire spring water is the icy pool and furnace for quenching, the sword intent is the refined steel waiting to be forged, and the primordial sword soul pill is the pair of hands holding the hammer and anvil. Chapter 29 Azure Phosphorescent Dragon Emperor. 7 days later, Dugu Yan looked at Lu Chen soaking in the spring water, her eyes still filled with worry. Dugu Bo came to Dugu Yan's side and said softly, Yan, go and rest. I'll watch over this kid." Dugu Yan shook her head, her gaze never leaving her. Inside the yin-yang well of ice and fire, Lu Chen was surrounded by a chilling killing intent. The primordial sword soul pill was slowly condensing into a transparent blood-red bead, quietly suspended in the dantian. On the bead, a small blood-red sword stood steadily, greedily absorbing the power of the elixir, sculpting itself inch by inch, becoming increasingly refined. "It's finally done." Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, blood-red light surged around her, and the Asura sword intent soared into the sky. Its sharpness was so great that it seemed to be able to cut the sky in two. Dugu Bo felt the powerful sword intent emanating from Lu Chen, and his pupils contracted slightly. He murmured, "This sword intent is probably even inferior to Chen Xin's." Dugu Bo led Dugu Yan to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Looking at Lu Chen's powerful swordplay, Dugu Bo slowly said, "You brat. It seems you've found quite a fortuitous opportunity in my herb garden." Lu Chen smiled faintly, and the surging Asura sword intent around him receded into his body like a tide, instantly returning to calm. As Dugu Bo sensed the changes in Lu Chen, the shock in his eyes intensified. Lu Chen slowly emerged from the spring. Dugu Yan's pretty face immediately turned red, but her eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen's body. So he was so tall and upright. Dugu Bo was horrified. He could feel that the soul power fluctuations emanating from Lu Chen's body had reached level 50. A 13-year-old soul king. Dugu Bo gasped, his heart pounding. This kid's future achievements will probably far surpass his own, and he might even surpass that guy Chen Xin. A cool breeze blew by. Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill under his crotch and immediately understood what was happening. With a plop, he jumped back into the water. The power of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes was completely unable to invade Lu Chen's body at this moment. The primordial sword soul pill not only tempered his sword intent, but also improved his physical qualities, making him indestructible, impervious to water and fire, and immune to all poisons. Lu Chen, seeing Douluo Yan's undisguisedly intense gaze, blushed slightly and said awkwardly, Douluo Yan, could you please leave for a moment? Upon hearing this, Douluo Yan smiled knowingly, gave him a teasing look with her emerald eyes, and then slowly turned away. Lu Chen then stepped out of the spring and put on his clothes and soul tool, which were placed on the ground. All right. Douluo Yan turned her head upon hearing the sound. Lu Chen stood tall and imposing, his white robes fluttering slightly in the wind, perfectly highlighting his tall and well-proportioned figure. Especially the faint red light that flickered in his dark eyes added to his mystique. Douluo looked at his granddaughter's obviously absent-minded appearance and sighed helplessly. It's true what they say. Daughters grow up and leave home. We've only known each other for a few days and she's already been snatched away by someone else. However, a sly glint appeared in Douluo's eyes when he thought of Lu Chen's terrifying talent. Lu Chen cupped his hands to Douluo and said, "Thank you very much, Senior Douluo. Without the help of the herbs, I don't know when I would have been able to perfect this sword intent." Quote, the most crucial effect of the Hunyuan sword soul pill is not to improve physical constitution and soul power, but to temper the sword intent within the body. The crimson bead suspended in his dantian at this moment will continuously temper his sword intent until its energy is exhausted. Douluo waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. As long as you can get rid of the snake venom in Yan Yan's body, what's wrong with giving you the ice and fire yin-yang well? Anyway, Douluo only has one granddaughter. This ice and fire yin-yang WL will belong to Douluo Yan sooner or later, so he can just consider it a dowry for his granddaughter." Lu Chen naturally had no idea what Douluo was thinking. He wandered among the immortal herbs, throwing each one, which was extremely poisonous, into the medicine furnace. Lu Chen held a large, emerald green flower in his left hand, from which a seven-colored mist was slowly emanating. The then deadly poisons of azure phosphorus flower is one of the most poisonous plants in the world. Although it is not a celestial grade herb, it is the most compatible herb with the azure phosphorus serpent martial soul. In his right hand, he held a golden, melon-shaped fairy herb, about the size of 2 fists. Earth Dragon Golden Melon is a top-grade immortal herb with earth attributes, possessing the effect of promoting the evolution of dragon-type martial souls. The Jade Phosphorus Serpent Martial Soul is precisely a dragon-type martial soul. Lu Chen first threw the earthworm golden melon into the medicine furnace. The emerald green liquid slowly took on a golden hue, and the phantom of a giant dragon slowly emerged within the golden light. As soon as the 7 absolute flowers of azure phosphorus were introduced, the phantom of the giant dragon instantly turned emerald green. A deep, imposing dragon aura emanated from the medicine furnace. As Lu Chen continuously poured in his soul power, the medicinal liquid in the furnace gradually condensed, eventually transforming into 2 emerald green pills, with the dragon's might lingering around them. The elixir exuded a powerful dragon's might. Lu Chen took out the 2 pills, a smile flashing in his eyes, and whispered, "The azure phosphorus dragon transformation pill is finally complete." Of the 2 pills, one was noticeably darker in color. Lu Chen walked up to Douluo and Douluo Yan with the pills, handing the darker one to Douluo and gently placing the other one in Douluo Yan's palm. "This pill is called the Azure Phosphorus Dragon Transforming Pill," Lu Chen explained. "We can activate the dragon bloodline within the Azure Phosphorus Serpent Martial Soul to help it evolve into the top-tier Martial Soul Azure Phosphorus Erosion Dragon. In this way, the problem of snake venom backlash can be completely solved." Douluo nodded upon hearing this and swallowed the pill in one gulp. In an instant, a thick, emerald green poisonous mist erupted from Douluo's body, and the surrounding air seemed to sizzle as it was corroded. Seeing this, Lu Chen led Douluo Yan to retreat to a large, pale pink flower. The pink flowers have no leaves, and the stems are 3 feet long. Each petal looks as clear and translucent as crystal, and the pale purple stamens are like a piece of amethyst. A pale pink light shield, centered on the fragrant and exquisite fairy product, enveloped Lu Chen and Douluo Yan. The green poisonous fog melted away without a trace upon contact with the light shield, just as ice and snow melted in the sun. This is a fragrant and exquisite celestial product. Lu Chen explained. The All Poison Buster has the effect of neutralizing all toxins, but it cannot detoxify itself. Du Yan looked at Lu Chen, who had a calm expression, and her eyes lit up. He's so good at everything. He knows everything. On the other side, Du Bo was shrouded in green poisonous mist, and the phantom a large emerald green snake coiled around his body. On the head of that emerald green snake, 3 scales stood up, like a crown. This was none other than Du Bo's martial soul, the Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor. The Azure Phosphorus Serpent King shone with a bright green light, enveloping Du Bo's body layer by layer, and finally transforming into a huge emerald green dragon egg. As time passed, a dragon's roar that reverberated through the valley suddenly rang out. The emerald green dragon egg shattered with a dragon's roar. A giant dragon covered in emerald green diamond-shaped scales appeared in the sky. At this moment, the Azure Phosphorus Serpent Emperor martial soul completely evolved into the Azure Phosphorus Erosion Dragon Emperor. The poisonous fog instantly swept across the entire valley. Roar! With another dragon roar, the Azure Phosphorus Dragon Emperor spat out a green bead from its mouth. The surrounding poisonous mist instantly surged towards the poison pill. In just a few breaths, the poisonous fog vanished completely. The poison pill was once again absorbed into the body of the Azure Phosphorus Corrosion Dragon King. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh came from within the body of the Azure Phosphorus Dragon Emperor. The next moment, Du Bo appeared in front of Lu Chen and Du Yan. At this time, Du Bo's hair and beard were all white, and his eyes had turned back to their normal black color. At this moment, his soul power had jumped directly from level 91 to the peak of level 92. Du Bo felt an unprecedented sense of ease in his body, and his gaze toward Lu Chen became increasingly satisfied. Chapter 30 Zhao Wuji. We've messed with a tough nut to crack. While Du Yan was absorbing the Bilan Hualong Dan, Du Bo approached Lu Chen and slowly asked, "What do you think of my treasure?" Lu Chen assumed Du Bo was referring to the yin-yang well of ice and fire, and said, "Very good. Want it?" Without any hesitation, Lu Chen replied, "Yes." Du Bo put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "Then you will be my grandson-in-law from now on." Ah, Lu Chen looked puzzled, then understood. He quickly explained, "Senior Du, please don't joke around. I thought you were talking about the ice and fire yin-yang well." Du Bo chuckled and said, "Is there a difference? If you marry my granddaughter, won't the ice and fire yin-yang well belong to you too in the future?" Lu Chen explained, "Senior, as you know, I already have Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing." Du Bo didn't care at all. Just then, Du Yan's soul power suddenly surged. A dazzling green light spread out like a tide, and the phantom of a jade green python flew into the air. With a roar, the Azure Phosphorus Serpent's body suddenly lengthened and its scales bristled, transforming into a giant dragon covered in emerald green scales. However, since Du Yan did not condense a poison pill, her evolved Azure Phosphorus Serpent martial soul was only Azure Phosphorus Erosion Dragon. However, once Du Yan becomes a soul saint, she will condense a poison pill, and her martial soul will evolve into the Azure Phosphorus Dragon Emperor. Du Yan felt the changes in her martial spirit and body, her face filled with joy. The curse that has plagued the Du family will now be completely eradicated. Du Yan turned to look at Lu Chen, pounced on him, sat on his lap with her soft buttocks, bent her knees and pressed them against his sides, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. "Lu Chen, how do you want me to repay you?" Lu Chen wanted to ask Du Bo for help, but Du Bo smiled and then disappeared into the ice and fire yin-yang well. "Hey, Du Bo, you." Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Du Yan had already kissed him. Lu Chen felt the moisture in his mouth, his pupils suddenly dilated, and the fragrance entered his nose, causing a stir within him. After a long while, Du Yan's breathing gradually became rapid before she reluctantly parted ways with Lu Chen. Cough cough. Just then, Du Bo appeared. "When it comes to dating, you'll fall in love as you date." Dugu Yan hurriedly got off Lu Chen and frantically tidied her disheveled clothes. 3 days later, Dugu Bo brought Lu Chen and Dugu Yan to a small town near the Stardo Great Forest. After taking the pill, Dugu Yan's soul power also increased to level 40. So Dugu Bo brought Lu Chen and Dugu Yan to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. Dugu Yan clung to Lu Chen like a docile little snake, her arm wrapped around his and refusing to let go. Dugu Bo was also happy to see Dugu Yan and Lu Chen become closer, and he was almost invisible along the way. The three of them arrived at a hotel that looked very ordinary. Lu Chen and the other two sat at a table in the hall, while Dugu Bo sat there with his eyes closed, resting. Dugu Yan wrapped her right arm around Lu Chen's arm and asked, "Lu Chen, what do you want to eat? Anything works." Lu Chen wanted to pull his arm away, but Dugu Yan's two soft mounds were pressed tightly against him. "If you move even slightly, you will feel something is wrong. So you have no choice but to stay still." Dugu Yan called over the waiter and quickly ordered 7 or 8 dishes. He turned around and started discussing the choice of the 4th spirit ring with Lu Chen. When the first dish was served, the hotel door creaked open, and the group walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He had an ordinary appearance and was not tall, but he had a strong physique. Lu Chen happened to know the two people following behind the middle-aged man. Tang San and Dai Mubai actually ran into the Shrek Academy here. Looking at the middle-aged man, Lu Chen thought to himself, "It seems that this is the immovable King Zhao Wuji." Behind Tang San and Dai Mubai was a sleazy fat man named Ma Hongjun with a small mustache, followed by Oscar, a boy with peach blossom eyes. Finally, there was a beautiful young woman with delicate features and a touch of nobility in her eyes. This was none other than Ning Rongrong. When Tang San and Dai Mubai entered the hotel, they also noticed Lu Chen. Tang San and Dai Mubai frowned and stopped at the door. Ma Hongjun noticed the two's unusual behavior and followed their gaze to Lu Chen and the other two. When he saw Dugu Yan, his small eyes lit up instantly. "That girl's pretty. Boss Dai, Tang San, you two aren't interested in her, are you?" Ma Hongjun stared blatantly at Dugu Yan with his small eyes. A hint of disgust flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, and her tone carried a warning. "Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble." "What are you afraid of?" Ma Hongjun said nonchalantly. "This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flander said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Dugu Yan was, after all, half of his woman, and he wouldn't tolerate this bastard barking and howling here. Lu Chen clapped his hands, and the 4 bamboo chopsticks sprang up with a whoosh, carrying the blood-red Shura sword intent, and transformed into 4 afterimages that shot out quickly. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. 4 muffled thuds rang out in succession as bamboo chopsticks pierced Ma Hongjun's hands and feet with pinpoint accuracy, embedding themselves deeply into the wall behind him. Blood gushed from the wound, accompanied by Ma Hongjun's screams. Zhao Wuji stared at Lu Chen with a grim expression, and said angrily, "Kid, isn't this going too far? You're going to hurt someone just because of a few words. Zhao Wuji, it seems you haven't taught your student the lesson that disaster comes from the mouth." Lu Chen said coldly, "Then I'll have no choice but to teach them myself. Teacher Zhao, Boss Dai, you must avenge me." Oscar helped Ma Hongjun lean against the wall, where he sat and wailed, "Hey kid, which academy are you from?" As Zhao Wuji spoke, his soul power suddenly erupted, releasing the pressure of a soul saint and pressing down on Lu Chen. Despite Zhao Wuji's oppressive aura, Lu Chen remained calm and composed, coldly declaring, "Heaven Do Royal Academy." Lu Chen. Just then, Dugu Bo slowly opened his eyes, and the pressure of a TLE Douluo crushed Zhao Wuji like an invisible mountain. Thump. Zhao Wuji collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. What arrogance! When Dugu Bo's words reached Zhao Wuji's ears, his heart sank. He had messed with a tough opponent. Zhao Wuji immediately begged for mercy, saying, "It was my ignorance that I failed to recognize your greatness. I beg you, senior, to spare my life." Quote, snort. Dugu Bo snorted coldly and waved his hand, sending out two beams of green light that shot towards Zhao Wuji and Ma Hongjun's crotch. Ah! Ma Hong! Jun screamed again and completely lost consciousness. Blood seeped from his crotch, staining his pants red. Roll! Douluo roared angrily. Zhao Wuji immediately picked up the unconscious Ma Hongju and led the Shrek team out of the hotel in a sorry state. At the doorway, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but glance back at Lu Chen, her heart filled with curiosity. This boy, who was about her age, seemed to be incredibly powerful. Chapter 31 Douluo Yan's Fourth Soul Ring. Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Flood Dragon. Seeing Douluo's actions, Lu Chen asked curiously, Senior Douluo, what did you just do to those two? Dealing with Zhao Wuji is nothing more than a minor punishment. Douluo picked up his teacup, took a sip, and spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking about something insignificant. Within a month, as long as he uses his soul power, the poison will invade his bone marrow, ensuring that he will be unable to live or die. He paused, glancing at the distance out of the corner of his eye. A cold smile playing on his lips. As for that sleazy fat man, it would be perfect to send him to the palace to serve the emperor. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself, as expected of the old poison master. After Shrek's disruption, Lu Chen and his two companions lost their appetite. After compensating the hotel for its losses, they returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, the mist had not yet dissipated. Douluo was already leading Lu Chen and Douluo Yan through the Stardo Great Forest. Lu Chen set his sights on spirit beasts aged 50,000 to 70,000 years for his fifth spirit ring. Douluo Yan, on the other hand, wanted to find a soul beast that was between 10,000 and 20,000 years old. As noon approached, Lu Chen and his companions still hadn't found a suitable soul beast for Lu Chen and Douluo Yan. Douluo Boqing found an open space and said, let's rest for a bit. Lu Chen and Douluo Yan nodded and sat side by side under a big tree. Douluo Yan leaned lazily on Lu Chen's shoulder, her fingertips tracing the storage soul tool ring he had given her years ago. Rest for an hour, then I'll take you to a poisonous pool. Douluo took a sip of water and slowly said, I remember when I passed by back then, I saw a 10,000-year-old jade phosphorus serpent inside, which was perfect for Yan Yan to use as her fourth soul ring. An hour later, the three of them stood in front of a pool of emerald green water. The water in the pool was a dark, almost blackish green, with an eerie sheen. Douluo looked at the unusual color of the pool and said, only a few years have passed, and the color of this pool has actually become even darker. Lu Chen kicked a rock on the bank, and the rock made a sizzling sound as it fell into the pool. Wisps of black smoke rose from the stone, but were corroded away in no time, leaving not even a trace. This pool of water is actually highly poisonous. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Azure Phosphorus Corrosion Dragon Emperor. Martial Soul Possession. Douluo's soul power surged, and a bright green rhombus-shaped scale appeared first between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a turquoise poisonous mist enveloped him, and dragon scales quickly adhered to his body. Douluo's eyes turned dark green again, and he raised his hands upwards, causing the emerald green pool of water to gush forth as if it were alive. At the same time, a giant python, over 15 meters long and covered in emerald green scales, appeared in front of Lu Chen. The edges of each scale on the GI ant python's body glowed with a ghostly purple light. It has a pair of translucent purple fleshy wings on its abdomen, and fang-like horns on both sides of its triangular snake head. Its tail tip is hooked and gleams with a ghostly green light. Senior Douluo, this is a 15,000-year-old azure phosphorus poisonous dragon. This soul beast is perfect for Yanzi. Looking at the soul beast before him, Lu Chen guessed. That azure phosphorus serpent must have eaten something that allowed it to transform in just a few years. Senior Douluo, let me test the strength of this azure phosphorus poisonous dragon. The Asura demon sword landed in Lu Chen's hand, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, surrounding the sword. Douluo learned on the way that Lu Chen's body was now immune to all poisons. So he simply stood aside and let Lu Chen take action. The azure phosphorus poisonous dragon flapped its purple fleshy wings, and a cloud of poisonous mist swept towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen swung his sword, And a streak of blood flashed past, instantly splitting the poisonous mist in two. Then the third soul ring on the Asura demon's sword lit up. Blood Shadow Instant Kill, activate. With another flash of blood, Lu Chen suddenly appeared in front of the azure phosphorus poisonous dragon. Crimson sword intent coiled around the blade, and blood-red light condensed on the Asura demon's sword's edge. Instantly illuminating the dark golden patterns on the blade, Lu Chen raised the Asura demon's sword with both hands and slashed it down fiercely at the head of the azure phosphorus poison dragon. The azure phosphorus poisonous dragon roared, its thick tail lashing out and slamming into the Asura demon's sword. Roar! The azure phosphorus poisonous dragon roared in pain, and a hideous wound appeared on its tail. At the wound, the Asura sword intent continuously pierced into the body of the azure phosphorus poison dragon, tearing apart the flesh inside. As the force struck, Lu Chen used the momentum to leap backward and land steadily back on the shore. Strands of blood escaped from the wound of the azure phosphorus poison dragon, drifting like wisps of silk onto the Asura demon's sword. A flash of bloodlust appeared in Lu Chen's eyes, followed by a hint of surprise. With the blessing of the Asura sword intent, the Asura demon's sword can actually dev our blood energy and then transform it into pure power to nourish itself. The azure phosphorus poisonous dragon roared angrily. Its scarlet snake eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. The pair of fang-like horns on either side of the triangular snake's head suddenly glowed green. A beam of green light, formed from the highly toxic phosphorus, shot straight toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Although he was not afraid of poison, the energy contained in that green light was also terrifying. The fourth spirit ring lit up on the Asura demon's sword. A crimson gold light suddenly emanated from Lu Chen's body. The Asura demon's sword trembled slightly in his hand. With a single sword strike, the crimson sword light and the green light collided violently. When the green light came into contact with the blood-red sword light, it was immediately cleaved in two by the Asura sword intent contained within it. Two beams of green light landed behind Lu Chen, instantly corroding a large area of plants and emitting plumes of black smoke. The crimson sword light pierced directly into the body of the azure phosphorus poison dragon. Sizzle! The enormous body of the azure phosphorus poisonous dragon convulsed violently, churning the emerald green pool water and causing it to splash everywhere. The azure phosphorus poisonous dragon struggled, trying to escape back into the pool. Seeing this, Lu Chen shouted to Douluo Bo, "Senior Douluo, make your move." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's soul power surged, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, appeared behind him. The 6th spirit ring lit up. The phantom of the azure phosphorus dragon emperor appeared behind Douluo Bo, and a beam of green light shot out from the azure phosphorus dragon emperor's mouth. The green light fell on the body of the azure phosphorus poison dragon, and instantly corroded most of its body. Douluo Bo flashed and appeared in front of the venomous dragon, grabbing its body with his large hand and forcefully pulling it out of the pool. Douluo Bo brought the dying azure phosphorus poisonous flood dragon to Douluo Yan. His right hand, wrapped in an emerald green dragon claw, pressed the dragon's head down, pinning it firmly to the ground. Douluo Bo said to Douluo Yan, Yan, let's do it." Douluo Yan nodded and took out a sharp sword from her storage soul tool, stabbing it into the eye of the azure phosphorus poison dragon. The azure phosphorus poison dragon's body trembled instantly, but it quickly subsided under Douluo Bo's suppression. At the same time, a jet-black soul ring slowly condensed from the corpse of the azure phosphorus poison dragon. Douluo Yan released the azure phosphorus corrosion dragon martial soul, and the 10,000-year-old soul ring seemed to receive guidance. Slowly falling onto her body, Douluo Yan sat cross-legged under the big tree and began to absorb the soul ring. Douluo Bo examined the corpse of the azure phosphorus poison dragon and finally shook his head. Unfortunately, no soul bone was produced. Chapter 32 Bloodthirsty Gluttonous Wolf. By the time Douluo Yan finished absorbing the soul ring, it was already evening. With the help of spirit rings and elixirs, Douluo Yan's spirit power soared to level 44. Moreover, the effects of the pills have not been fully absorbed, so Douluo Yan will not encounter any bottlenecks before she becomes a soul saint. As night falls, the campfire casts a warm glow. Douluo Yan nestled in Lu Chen's arms, resting with her eyes closed. Despite Douluo Bo keeping watch at the camp, Lu Chen and Douluo Yan did not fall asleep. As dawn broke, the three headed deeper into the Star-Do Great Forest. Although there are many soul beasts that are 50,000 to 70,000 years old, it is not easy to find a soul beast that is suitable for Lu Chen. The Asura god is the god of slaughter, in charge of killing and judgment. As the ultimate artifact of the Asura god, only bloodthirsty and evil soul beasts are suitable for Lu Chen's Asura demon sword martial soul. Along the way, Douluo Bo led Lu Chen and Douluo Yan in a continuous search for places with a strong smell of blood. Because only in such a place can soul beasts that only know how to kill be bred. As they ventured deeper, Douluo Bo eventually led the two to a stop outside a cave. Outside the cave, dark red bloodstains had congealed into a pool on the ground. And a nauseating stench of blood wafted out from the depths of the cave. Douluo Bo said in a deep voice, "Yan, when Lu Chen enters the cave, don't leave my side by more than 3 steps." Lu Chen and Douluo Yan nodded and followed Douluo Bo into the cave. As soon as they stepped into the cave, a huge skeleton appeared in front of them. Although the residual aura on the bones has faded, one can still feel the power he possessed in life. Lu Chen ran his fingertips across the cold bone surface and said solemnly, "This skeleton must have been a 10,000-year-old soul beast in its lifetime." The cave walls were tinged with an eerie dark blood color, the result of years of blood erosion. As Lu Chen and his companions ventured deeper, the ground was covered with the mutilated skeletons of soul beasts. Some of the broken bones still bore gruesome claw marks, and some skulls looked as if they had been bitten to pieces. Suddenly, a crunching sound came from deep within the cave. Douluo Yan instinctively gripped Lu Chen's arm tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force, and her body trembling slightly. Lu Chen took her hand in return. As Douluo Yan felt the warmth in her palm, the shock and panic in her heart gradually subsided. Douluo Bo and Lu Chen exchanged a glance, concealed their auras, and cautiously entered the depths of the cave. The terrain suddenly opened up ahead, and a strong, pungent stench assaulted Lu Chen's nostrils. Countless skeletons appeared beneath Lu Chen's feet. In the center of the cave was a small hill made of grayish-white soul beast bones, with dark red tendons still hanging between the bones. A crimson mist enveloped the entire cave. It was not ordinary water vapor, but rather a condensed, almost tangible, aura of blood. In the crimson mist, a terrifying soul beast was feeding on a mountain of corpses. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he stared at the soul beast, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "A 10,000-year-old bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf." The bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf is a terrifying soul beast that combines a trace of the gluttonous bloodline with the brutality of the wolf clan. This kind of soul beast only knows how to kill and has no intelligence at all. Even if it grows into a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it will not develop intelligence. Lu Chen sized up the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. Its body was even larger than that of the ancient, dark gold dinosaur bear, with bulging muscles and covered with a layer of blood jade-like scales. What is most terrifying is its head. The upper half of its face retains the sharp teeth of a wolf, while the lower half of its face presents the ferocious appearance of a dragon, with protruding palate bones covered with barbs. It has a pair of bat wing-like bony wings on its back, with the wing membranes covered with fleshy growths and barbs. The limbs were wolf claws covered in blood-red dragon scales, each claw tip gleaming with a cold light. In its ferocious mouth, it was chewing on an unknown soul beast, with blood spurting from its mouth. The soul beast's hard bones were crushed by its serrated teeth. The creaking sound echoed through the cave, particularly jarring. Douluo Bo turned to look at Lu Chen, his eyes questioning. Lu Chen nodded, indicating that this soul beast was suitable for him. Almost the instant Lu Chen nodded, a burst of green light erupted around Douluo Bo. In the green light, the azure phosphorus dragon emperor's martial soul was attached to him. At the same time, the bloodthirsty glutton suddenly turned its head to look at Lu Chen and the other two. Roar. A roar that sounded neither like a wolf nor a dragon echoed through the cave. An even stronger stench than before assaulted her senses, and Douluo Yan's pretty face turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Lu Chen took out a bottle containing pink crystal powder and placed it to Douluo Yan's lips. "This is the pollen that Lu Chen collected. Own the fragrant Kiluo fairy," before he set off. A refreshing fragrance wafted into Douluo Yan's nose, and her originally pale face gradually regained its color. The bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf roared, flapped its blood-red wings, opened its massive maw, and transformed into a streak of blood-red light as it lunged at Douluo. Snort. Douluo snorted coldly, and the phantom of the azure phosphorus dragon emperor appeared behind him. Then, his fifth soul ring lit up. A thick cloud of poisonous mist gathered in Douluo's hand. Douluo waved his hand and struck out, and the illusory image of the azure phosphorus dragon emperor behind him instantly solidified, attacking the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. The bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf's ferocious maw instantly expanded, swallowing the illusory image of the azure phosphorus dragon emperor whole. The bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf remained undeterred, its bloodlust intensifying, its serrated teeth emitting a foul stench as it viciously bit at Douluo. Douluo's dark green snake eyes instantly turned into a terrifying white, with a layer of white halo spreading above his head. Soul Bone Skill. Medusa's Gaze, activated. 2 Pal. White beams of light shot out from Douluo's eyes and landed on the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. The bloodthirsty glutton's body was instantly completely stained white by the white light. Starting from the abdomen, where the white light first touched, grayish-white petrified patterns spread rapidly, covering most of the body in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen. As soon as Douluo finished speaking, Lu Chen unleashed a blood-red sword light with the Asura demon sword in his hand. Blood-red light shot directly into the blood-gluttonous wolf's mouth, and the Asura sword intent surged wildly within its body, shredding its internal organs and meridians. After more than 10 minutes, the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf let out a mournful howl and died completely. The whites of Douluo's eyes finally disappeared, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. A jet-black soul ring floated on the corpse of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. Lu Chen sprinkled the pollen of the fragrant Douluo fairy plant around him, and the refreshing fragrance quickly overwhelmed the fishy smell, making the air clear. Lu Chen sat beside the corpse of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. The Asura demon sword in his hand released faint blood threads, which wrapped around the soul ring and slowly drew it to the sword. A rich blood energy surged into the Asura demon sword, circulated within the sword, and then transformed into pure soul power that flowed into Lu Chen's body. The Crimson Asura domain was activated, and countless killing energies instantly surged onto the corpse of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. Douluo looked at this scene and exclaimed in surprise, This is actually a domain. Soon, a cloud of blood mist surged on the skeleton of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. And then a bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf formed from the killing aura appeared before Douluo and Douluo Yan. Douluo felt the chilling killing intent emanating from the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf and looked at Lu Chen, who was surrounded by the aura of slaughter. He murmured to himself, What secrets are you hiding, kid? Chapter 33 Soul-Devouring Asura Domain. The immense soul power surrounding Lu Chen gradually subsided. Like the receding tide, the 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, pulsed slowly across the Asura demon sword, their halos overlapping and flowing, making the blood-red patterns on the sword even more pronounced. The Asura domain slowly entered Lu Chen's body. As the last wisp of blood disappeared into his brow, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Lu Chen's soul power also stabilized at level 53 at this moment. As Lu Chen felt the increasingly fierce Asura's sword intent within his body, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Even the golden generation of the spirit hull couldn't compare to him. As for Qian Runshui, who also possesses a divine-level martial soul, we'll have to fight her to find out who's stronger. Lu Chen, you're finally awake. Seeing that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring, Douluo Yan immediately rushed over and hugged him tightly. Perhaps because Douluo Yan's former martial soul was the azure phosphorus serpent, she always carried a refreshing coolness about her. It feels very comfortable when it's applied. As soon as Lu Chen got up, he saw Douluo walking over the corpse of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. Judging from his disappointed expression, it was clear that no soul bone had been produced. Douluo walked up to Lu Chen and slowly said, Let's go. Staying here feels eerie. Lu Chen nodded. The densely packed skeletons piled up like mountains around him did look rather terrifying. Only after they were far away from the cave did Douluo lead the two to stop and rest. Lu Chen, What's your fifth soul ring skill? Dugu Yan asked curiously, her bright green eyes sparkling. It should be considered a domain-type soul skill. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Dugu Bo's gaze suddenly turned ardent, staring at him as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Keep in mind that Dugu Bo, despite being a title Douluo, didn't have a single domain soul skill, while Lu Chen already possessed two. It's true what they say. Comparisons are the thief of joy. Feeling uncomfortable under Dugu Bo's gaze, Lu Chen said to Dugu Yan, how about I spar with you? It'll be a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the new soul skill. Okay. Dugu Yan replied without hesitation. With the Azure Phosphorus Corrosion Dragon martial soul possessing her, the Azure soul power rippled across her body. A rhombus-shaped, emerald green crystal-like gem appeared on her forehead as her martial spirit was released. Her eyes turned emerald green, and her hair was highlighted with jade-colored dye, making her already beautiful face even more exquisite and aloof. Immediately afterwards, her body grew even taller, and she pointed her right hand towards the sky, with emerald green scales growing out from her fingertip. The emerald green scales were crystal clear, and as the scales extended, her entire right hand seemed to have turned into a piece of emerald green crystal. Dugu Yan's Rent soul power is not enough to support the Azure Phosphorus Dragon martial soul to completely transform her body into a dragon, just like Dugu Bo did. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, surrounded Dugu Yan and pulsated slowly. A flash of blood-red light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and the Asura demon sword materialized, with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, surrounding the sword. Strands of killing intent emanated from the Asura demon sword and spread to Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen said calmly, let's begin. The first spirit ring on Dugu Yan's body lit up. Azure phosphorescent red light. A red light surged from the soul ring and landed on Dugu Yan, instantly turning her originally emerald green eyes blood red. Lu Chen, my third soul skill, has turned into a phosphorescent purple light after my martial soul evolved. You'd better be careful. Lu Chen nodded upon hearing this. After Dugu Yan's Jade Phosphorus Serpent martial soul was up, graded to Jade Phosphorus Erosion Dragon martial soul, although she still followed the path of a control-type soul master, her own attack power might not be weaker than that of a power attack-type soul master. Dugu Yan's third soul ring lit up, and her dragon scales were covered with a light purple glow. A pale purple light gathered in Dugu Yan's right hand, transforming into a pale purple sphere, within which the Azure Phosphorus purple poison was concentrated. Go! Dugu Yan struck out with her palm, and a pale purple beam of light shot directly toward Lu Chen. Soul-devouring Asura domain. Lu Chen's fifth soul ring lit up, and a dark red light climbed up along the sword patterns of the Asura demon sword. In the instant the wrist flipped, the tip of the sword touched the ground and sank half an inch deep. Centered on the blade of the Asura demon sword, blood-red patterns spread out as if they were alive, instantly weaving into a circular area with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The light at the edge resembled a semi-transparent bloodline, and the blood energy within the domain surged, seemingly about to devour everything outside. The azure light dimmed the moment it came into contact with the soul-devouring Asura domain. Then the head of a bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf suddenly appeared, its huge mouth opening to swallow the azure phosphorescent light. Lu Chen used his right index and middle fingers to form a sword-like gesture and gently tapped the ground. The bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf transformed into a small, blood-red sword, floating in front of Lu Chen. Yanzi, try out your newly acquired soul skill. Azure Phosphorus Death Ray. Dugu Yan nodded, her fourth soul ring lit up, and the emerald green scales between her brows shone with a dazzling green light. Then a beam of green light shot out, hurtling towards Lu Chen. The green light's power diminished significantly the moment it entered the soul-devouring Asura domain. With a thought, Lu Chen's blood-red sword beside him instantly transformed into a stream of light, heading towards the Azure Phosphorus Death Ray. The moment the two touched, the Azure Phosphorus Death Ray was pierced and annihilated as if it were made of paper. A sharp sword aura grazed past Dugu Yan's ear. The blood-red dagger landed on the large tree behind Dugu Yan with a boom. The giant tree fell down with a crash. A cloud of purple mist rose from the broken end, frantically corroding the tree trunk, leaving only a pool of foul-smelling black water in a short while. This is Lu Chen's fifth soul skill, soul-devouring Asura domain. It can both absorb the soul power attacks of others and transform the attributes of the absorbed soul power into its own, thus enhancing itself. However, if the opponent's strength and soul power are one level higher than his, this effect will be greatly reduced, and he can only absorb 40% of the power. Moreover, for each higher realm, the absorption effect will decrease by 10%. Douluo Yan was somewhat shocked and said, how are we supposed to fight like this? Lu Chen smiled faintly, and the surrounding soul-devouring Asura domain faded away. Douluo now wished he could dissect Lu Chen's body to see what was inside this kid. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Chen's martial soul was a weapon martial soul, he would have suspected that a soul beast had transformed into human form and appeared beside him. Lu Chen smiled slightly at Douluo Yan and comforted her. After all, you're only at the soul master level now, so it's normal that you can't beat me. Douluo Yan looked at Lu Chen, and feeling a little depressed when she thought that he was even younger than her, she said, "You are younger than me. The cultivation speed of a soul master will slow down with age. And I'm afraid the gap between our strengths will widen in the future." Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, a cluster sound suddenly came from the side. Seeing this, Lu Chen reached out and pulled Douluo Yan behind him. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure burst out from the bushes. It was a strange, large spider, with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters and D8 spear-like legs that were more than 3 meters long. Its entire body is covered in a gleaming black carapace. The tips of its long legs are as slender as needles, piercing the ground silently with each strike, revealing their sharpness. Its lower abdomen is covered with white stripes, creating a striking contrast with its jet black carapace. The lines formed a ferocious human face, with its small eyes glowing with a faint purple light close to the lower abdomen. 2 of them were smashed to pieces, their flesh mangled, and even their lower abdominal shells had several cracks. Pter 34 The external soul bone of the human-faced demon spider. Mine. This is. Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Douluo Yan looked at the soul beast and exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be a human-faced demon spider." The human-faced demon spider, one of the evil soul beasts, is known as the nightmare of small soul beasts. It can fight against thousands and year-old soul beasts at the 100-year level, and its weakness is its eyes. To verify his thoughts, Lu Chen activated his 4th spirit ring. Asura's Frenzied Devour, activate. Blood flames blazed on Lu Chen's body, and then he slashed the Asura demon sword directly at the human-faced demon spider. The human-faced spider raised its 2 3-meter-long legs, which resembled steel spears, to block its path. Crack! The sharp sound was ear-piercing. The 2 front legs of the human-faced demon spider instantly shattered, splattering purplish black blood onto Lu Chen's clothes, with wisps of white smoke drifting out. Hiss! A shrill cry filled with a piercing sharpness. The human-faced spider, in pain, thrust its remaining legs toward Lu Chen. Seeing that the human-faced demon spider did not spit out a web to intercept him, Lu Chen's suspicions became even more certain. A flash of light appeared on his left hand, and the Asura Purgatory Claw was unleashed with ferocity. 5 streaks of crimson gold light flashed by. With a series of crisp, snap sounds, the remaining spider legs were neatly severed. The human-faced spider, having lost its support, collapsed to the ground with a thud. And Lu Chen landed steadily on its body. He raised the Asura demon sword, ready to plunge it into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Suddenly, a hoarse, stern voice rang out. "Stop!" Without hesitation, Lu Chen plunged the Asura demon sword in his hand directly into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Hiss! After another mournful cry, the human-faced spider fell completely silent. A purple spirit ring slowly appeared on the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. Immediately afterwards, 2 figures emerged from the spot where the human-faced demon spider had previously sprung out. He appeared before everyone. The 2 people were an older woman and a younger woman. The older woman looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with her white hair neatly combed. Although he was not young, he was extremely vigorous. He held a 3-meter-long snake-head cane in his right hand, and his 6 spirit rings pulsed up and down. Beside the old woman was a beautiful young girl. She had short, ear-length hair and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was dressed in a neat and tidy outfit that tightly covered her already well-developed figure. A pair of deep brown eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, filled with undisguised anger. She also held a snake-headed cane in her hand, though it was shorter than the old woman's, only 2 meters long. Her spirit rings were also only 200-year-old rings. The visitors were none other than Snake Granny, Chao Tianxiang, and her granddaughter Meng Yiren. Chao Tianxiang's gaze swept over Douluo Bo behind Lu Chen, and her eyes sharpened, clearly recognizing Douluo Bo's identity. Suppressing her fear, Chao Tianxiang forced a gentle expression and said, "Your Excellency Poison Douluo, I am Chao Tianxiang. I apologize for the intrusion and will take my leave now." Chao Tianxiang's back was already soaked with cold sweat. She never expected to encounter the rumored, narrow-minded and bull Ying, Douluo Bo in the Stardo Great Forest. I spoke rudely in the heat of the moment. I hope Douluo Bo will not take it to heart. Meng Yiren, standing to the side, looked at Chao Tianxiang's expression. Although she was full of resentment, she knew that the person in front of her was not someone to be trifled with, so she could only purse her lips and remain silent. Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. "Senior Chao Tianxiang, this human-faced demon spider is about 2,000 years old. I'm afraid your granddaughter won't be able to absorb it." As Lu Chen spoke, he pushed the purple soul ring toward Chao Tianxiang. These words sounded particularly harsh to Meng Yiren. Meng Yiren said somewhat displeased, "Why are you so sure that I can't absorb this soul ring?" Feeling the pressure from the soul ring, Chao Tianxiang sighed softly and said, "I still really can't absorb it." "Grandma." Meng Yiren's face flushed red instantly, both angry and anxious. Chao Tianxiang said no more, and respect F. Yuli bowed to Douluo Bo. "Your Excellency Poison Douluo, this old woman takes her leave." Douluo Bo nodded slightly. As Meng Yiren left, she turned around and glared fiercely at Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't care. He just wanted to verify whether this soul beast was the same one that brought Tang San an external soul bone in the original story. Lu Chen bent down and reached his hand directly into the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider. Dark purple blood gushed out immediately. The next instant, to the astonishment of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan, Lu Chen directly pulled out a soul bone. It was a section of crystal-clear spine, consisting of 8 vertebrae, each resembling a condensed amethyst, shimmering with iridescent light under the sunlight, and faintly emanating fluctuations of soul power. Looking at the human-faced demon spider spine bone in his hand, Lu Chen couldn't hide his joy. "It really is it." Douluo Yan looked at the external soul bone in Lu Chen's hand with curiosity in her eyes and said, "What kind of soul bone is this? It looks very special." "External soul bone." Seeing his granddaughter's puzzled look, Douluo Bo explained, "External soul bones are a magical existence, a special kind of existence besides the 6 major types of soul bones. If the probability of an ordinary soul bone appearing from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of an external soul bone appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. Lu Chen handed the external soul bone of the human-faced demon spider to Douluo Yan and slowly said, "Yanzi, this external soul bone of the human-faced demon spider is not suitable for me. Here you go. As for the condition Yu Shaogang mentioned, you must absorb the soul ring of the soul beast that dropped this soul bone before you can absorb the external soul bone." Neither Huo Yuhao nor Tang Wulin absorbed the dark gold Terraclaw bear's soul ring in later generations, yet they still fused with the dark gold Terraclaw's right palm bone. How many of Yu Shaogang's theories are not false? Douluo Yan looked at the soul bone in her hand, her eyes shining, and suddenly threw herself into Lu Chen's arms. Seeing that Douluo Yan was about to bite, Lu Chen placed 2 fingers on her pink lips and said helplessly, "Yanzi, Senior Douluo is still here." Douluo Yan only glanced at Douluo Bo, and Douluo Bo instantly vanished from the spot, leaving no trace of his presence. "Now no one will get in our way." Excitement gleamed in Douluo Yan's eyes as she pinned Lu Chen beneath her. After a long while, Douluo Yan finally got up from Lu Chen, blushing as she straightened her disheveled clothes. Following Lu Chen's instructions, He sat cross-legged to the side and began to calmly absorb the external soul bone. Douluo returned to Lu Chen's side, looking at Lu Chen's resentful eyes. Douluo slowly said, "Boy, don't be ungrateful. You didn't resist, did you?" Lu Chen rolled his eyes at Douluo. Was it because he didn't want to resist? If you really hurt Douluo, you old poisoner, you'll probably fight me to the death. Just then, Shrek Academy and his group reappeared in front of Lu Chen and Douluo. This time, however, Ma Hongjun was missing. The situation immediately became awkward. Tang San's gaze fell on Douluo, who was meditating under the tree, and a strange sense of emptiness rose in his heart. This feeling is Saint-like the feeling I had when I found out that Xiaowu and Lu Chen were sleeping together. Chapter 35 Azure Phosphorus Soul Eroding Spear. Lu Chen stood before the Shrek Academy members, holding the Asura demon sword, and said coldly, "What, is there something you need?" Douluo stared coldly at the Shrek Academy members. The oppressive aura of a titled Douluo surrounded them. They felt as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake, their limbs and bones seemingly frozen. Zhao Wuji's forehead was beaded with sweat, but he forced himself to remain calm and respectfully said to Douluo, "Senior, we have no intention of disturbing you, we will take our leave now." Roll. Douluo let out a cold shout. The Shrek members were shocked. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly and muttered unconvinced. So what if he's a titled Douluo? What's so impressive about that? Before he finished speaking, a ball of dark purple poisonous light had already gathered at Douluo's fingertips, and he was about to make his move. Lu Chen was the first to gather Asura sword chi, which swept across Ning Rongrong's cheek. A strand of hair fell from Ning Rongrong's cheek. Lu Chen said calmly, "Alf. You are the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you should still keep your temper in public." Upon hearing the words, "the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," the poisonous light at Douluo's fingertips suddenly dimmed and eventually dissipated. After all, he is no match for Sword Douluo Chen Shin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and anger. Just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of the dissipating poisonous light in Douluo's hand. The words that were on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. She could only bite her lip, turn around, and leave quickly. Lu Chen glanced at Douluo and teased, "How old are you? Can't you find out who someone is before you take action? Otherwise, you'll end up being sold out and you'll be counting money for them like an idiot." Douluo's face flushed red, and his lips twitched, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Lu Chen slowly said, "See that kid? He has twin martial souls, the other one is the Clear Sky Hammer. Guess whose son he is?" Douluo froze, a sudden chill running through him. Lu Chen patted Douluo on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You're over 80, which is the prime of your life. Keep up the good work." Douluo nodded subconsciously, then suddenly felt that something was wrong. By the time he was about to speak, Lu Chen was already sitting next to Douluo, beginning to stabilize his own soul power. 3 hours passed quietly. A faint green light began to emerge from behind Douluo. The NDS of the 8 ribs suddenly bulged out from behind Douluo, forming 8 bulges. As the 8 bulges rose, the green light behind Douluo became increasingly prominent. Tilde. With a soft moan, Douluo's body trembled. 8 bulges finally burst forth from her body, and 8 thick, green, columnar objects quickly extended from her back. In the blink of an eye, the thick spider legs had already stretched to 1.5 meters. Immediately afterwards, the spider's legs suddenly stretched out. From the thick, 1.5 meter long legs, another 1.5 meter long section suddenly sprang out through the terminal joints. Revealing its sharpest point, the spider's legs were covered with a layer of fine, emerald green, diamond-shaped dragon scales that shimmered with a faint green light. Lu Chen and Douluo were attracted by the sound made by Douluo. Douluo looked at the 8 jade-like spider legs and exclaimed, "Truly worthy of being an external soul bone attached to the human-faced soul bone." Lu Chen said to Douluo, "Yanzi, try using one of your spider legs to pierce the big tree behind you." Douluo nodded slightly, and with a thought, one of her spider legs suddenly sprang out from her left side. With a soft plop, The spider's leg pierced into the tree effortlessly, as if it had encountered no resistance. A layer of green quietly spread from the spider's legs, spreading. Ji threw out the tree at an astonishing speed. The tree trunk turned dark green at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the buds and leaves on the branches were stained the same color. Leaves fell from the sky, turning into wisps of green powder and disappearing in midair before they even hit the ground. The large tree, too, melted away like ice and snow, quietly turning into green dust. Within a radius of several meters, the ground was covered with an eerie green light, turning the entire area into a deathly green expanse. A faint energy flowed through the spider's legs into Douluo Yan's body, and her eyes immediately lit up. What surprised her even more was that the external soul bone had already fused with the azure phosphorus corrosion dragon bloodline in her body, and every spider leg was as easy to use as an extension of her own arm. With a thought, Douluo Yan retracted the 8 emerald green spider legs behind her back into her body. She turned around and threw herself on Lu Chen. Yanzi, put your clothes on first. Lu Chen put his arm around Douluo Yan's soft waist and said with some helplessness. Due to the release of the external soul bone of the human-faced demon spider, Douluo Yan's clothes were torn to shreds, leaving only her undergarments covering her 2 snow-white breasts. A shimmering green light shone in Douluo Yan's eyes. She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, her breath sweet as orchids, and gently traced her fingertips along his chin as she whispered, "Does it matter?" Lu Chen sighed and pulled Douluo Yan off him, then took out a large black robe from his soul tool and draped it over her shoulders. Douluo Yan hugged Lu Chen's arm, her fingertips tracing his face, and said in a coquettish tone, "Lu Chen, you're so good to me, how about I take care of you?" Looking at Douluo Yan's alluring appearance, Lu Chen changed the subject and said, "Yanzi, why don't you give your external soul bone a name?" Upon hearing this, Douluo Yan pondered for a moment and said, "Let's call it Azure Phosphorus Soul Eroding Spear." Douluo Bo slowly said, "Now that we've all found the spirit rings, let's hurry and leave the Stardow Great Forest. I have a chill running down my spine." Inside the cave of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf, 2 enormous beastly figures stood atop the skeleton of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. The golden beast on the left was over 2 meters long and about 6 feet tall at the shoulder. Its entire body was covered with a layer of brilliant golden fur, which emitted a soft golden light in the dim cave. It resembles a lion, but has limbs like dragon claws, with a small golden flame under each claw, and fine golden scales faintly visible beneath its fur. What's most peculiar are its 3 eyes. Besides 2 curious golden eyes, there's a third eye with a vertical pupil, its pupil swirling with an eerie red light. The dark red beast on the right is even more imposing, with a body length of over 5 meters. It also resembles a lion in appearance, but has 3 identical heads. Each head was over a meter in diameter, and its hideous faces were adorned with terrifying canines that gleamed with a reddish gold luster. If Lu Chen were present, he would definitely recognize the origins of these 2 soul beasts, the Imperial Auspicious Beast, the 3-eyed Golden Lion, and the Crimson King, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts of the future. The 3-headed Crimson Demon Hound. The Imperial mythical beast spoke in human language, uttering a clear and melodious female voice. "Red King, it seems our prey has been beaten to it by someone else." The Crimson King's 3 enormous heads nodded simultaneously. "In that case, let's go back." The Red King turned and walked out of the cave. A Y of golden light emanated from the 3rd vertical eye between the eyebrows of the Emperor Beast and landed on the skeleton of the bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. The 3rd eye of the 3-eyed golden lion slowly closed, and even the golden light on its body dimmed considerably. He murmured, "They've already left the Stardow Great Forest." The outer edge of the starry sky forest. Tang San sat beside the corpse of a human-faced demon spider that had just reached the age of 1,000, absorbing the soul ring, with a faint purple light appearing behind him. Lu Chen had already returned to the town outside the forest. Suddenly, Lu Chen trembled all over. Seeing this, Douluo Yan asked with concern, "Lu Chen, what's wrong?" Lu Chen shook his head, puzzled, and said, "I don't know why. But I felt like something was watching me from the shadows just now." Chapter 36. A gift of elixir to a beautiful woman. It was 7 days later when Lu Chen and the other two returned to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Lu Chen looked at the radiant immortal herbs within the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, his gaze finally settling on Douluo Bo, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Senior Douluo, if I remember correctly, you promised me 3 things. Douluo Bo nodded and said, speak, what are you up to now? Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, I need to refine 2 pills for my friend. And I need the immortal herbs here. You won't stop me, will you? Douluo Bo waved his hand and said, this yin-yang well of ice and fire will be yours and Yanyan's sooner or later. If you want to pick any immortal herbs, just go and do it yourself. After saying that, Lu Chen didn't move. His gaze was fixed on the Rui 100 treasures pouch at Douluo Bo's waist, and he stretched out his right hand. Palm up, stopping in front of Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo subconsciously pressed his hand on the pouch at his waist. What, don't you already have a storage soul tool? The pills I'm refining need to have a soul master's essence blood added during the process to maximize their effectiveness. Lu Chen changed the subject and flattered, as you know, my storage soul tool is just an ordinary item. It can only store inanimate objects. But your Rui 100 treasure pouch is different. It can not only hold living things but also keep herbs fresh. You've got good taste, kid. Douluo Bo listened with satisfaction to Lu Chen's compliments. He immediately took off the pouch from his waist and was about to hand it over. But halfway through handing it over, Douluo Bo's hand suddenly froze in midair. How did you know the function of the Rui 100 treasures pouch? Lu Chen reacted swiftly, fearing that Douluo Bo might change his mind. Before Douluo Bo could retract his hand, Lu Chen snatched the treasure pouch with a flick of his finger and quickly tied it to his waist in one smooth motion. Douluo Bo's gaze swept over Douluo Yan beside him, his eyes clearly saying, you're the one who let it slip. Aren't you? Douluo Yan shrank back, her eyes darting around as she pointed at the Rui 100 treasures pouch on Lu Chen's body, and said, Grandpa, have you noticed that the Rui 100 treasures pouch looks even better on Lu Chen? Looking at his granddaughter, Douluo Bo sighed softly. His granddaughter had changed. Now she was completely focused on Lu Chen, making him feel like a superfluous, lonely old man. Seeing this, Douluo Yan rushed into Douluo Bo's arms and said coquettishly, Grandpa, you're not angry, are you? Douluo Bo affectionately patted the top of her head and said gently, Grandpa, why are you angry with Yanyan? I just feel that Yanyan has grown up and I can't keep her here anymore. Douluo Yan said affectionately, I knew Grandpa was the best. Ha ha ha. Douluo Bo looked at his granddaughter and let out a hearty laugh. Lu Chen smiled and glanced at Douluo Bo, thinking to himself, in the future, I will give you another opportunity. As a way of repaying you for the second time you gave me medicine. Then, he turned and walked into the yin-yang well of ice and fire. Lu Chen looked at the familiar immortal herbs and finally stopped in front of a white, crystal clear immortal herb. That is the jade-like flesh and bone of the narcissus. Its entire body is as white as jade, and its shape resembles a lotus just beginning to bloom, with a delicate jade-like luster flowing on its petals and stems. Lu Chen placed the narcissus jade bone into the Rui treasure pouch, and then came to a fairy herb that resembled an epiphyllum. The immortal herb grows to about 3 feet tall, its entire body enveloped in a lustrous, icy sheen. Its petals are a translucent, moon-white color, with a faint, pale blue halo around the edges. The stem is carved like jade, its surface covered with a layer of silver gauze as thin as a cicada's wing. With a gentle tremor, 7 slender silver threads emerged from the center of the flower, each thread tipped with a tiny golden ball the size of a grain of rice, shimmering like miniature stars. Moonlight and clear radiance. Lu Chen softly uttered the name of the immortal herb. This is a kind of immortal herb that only grows at night. Its cultivation speed is half that of other immortal herbs, and it contains pure moonlight power. Lu Chen put the herbs into his pocket, already having a plan in mind. He would use these 2 immortal herbs as the main ingredients, and then supplement them with other spiritual herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye to harmonize them. This would allow them to create the Moonlight Spirit Tempering Pill, which should help the Netherworld cat's martial soul undergo a mutation. As for Xiao Wu, Lu Chen only selected a few herbs that could promote the growth of soul power and purify it. Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit, in human form. Her martial soul naturally possesses the quality of a super martial soul, Maki. Ing it difficult to evolve a second time through medicinal power. Instead of pursuing mutation, we should help her solidify her soul power foundation. After Lu Chen finished doing all this, he returned to Douluo Bo. Seeing that he had only taken a few immortal herbs, Douluo Bo asked, "You only took these few?" "That's enough," Lu Chen then said. "Senior Douluo, the third thing is that during my me studying at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, I don't want anyone to disturb me or my friends." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo calmly replied, "Don't worry, I agree to this." Lu Chen nodded and felt relieved. With Douluo Bo's promise, he could finally focus on his cultivation for a while. "Please, Senior Douluo, escort me back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy." After all, it would probably take him quite a while to walk back to the academy from Sunset Forest. By the time the two arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it was already completely dark. Lu Chen gently opened the door. Lu Chen gently pushed open the dormitory door and stepped into the living room. A pink figure pounced on him like a little rabbit, accompanied by a voice full of surprise. "Lu Chen. You're finally back." Xiao Wu wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Chen's neck, her two long legs habitually wrapped around Lu Chen's waist, and buried her cheeks in his neck and rubbed against him. Lu Chen cupped Xiao Wu's round, pert buttocks in his hands, teasing her with a mix of helplessness and gentleness. "You didn't cause any trouble while I was away, did you?" Xiao Wu smiled mischievously. "No way. I'm a very good girl. I cultivate with Zhu Qing every day. You can ask Zhu Qing if you don't believe me." Zhu Qing slowly walked to Lu Chen's side, her dark eyes filled with tenderness. "You're finally back." "Yes, I'm back." Lu Chen nodded and placed Xiao Wu on the sofa. He then recounted his experiences during this period, under the curious gazes of the two women. Upon hearing that Lu Chen was now a soul king, Zhu Qing asked worriedly, "Lu Chen, won't those herbs have any side effects?" Lu Chen explained, "The pills I refined are perfectly suited to me and will not have any side effects." Lu Chen gently brushed his fingertips against Xiao Wu's nose, a smile hidden in his eyes. "I've also prepared gifts for you." Lu Chen led the two to the courtyard, took a drop of their essence blood from each of them, and then, to their astonishment, two pills, one purple and one white, gradually took shape. The purple one is the Purple Essence Soul Condensing Pill. It is a deep, dark purple color, with a semi-transparent, icy crystal film covering its surface. Dark purple patterns are evenly distributed throughout the pill. You can feel the rich soul power fluctuations when you get close. It's an excellent elixir for purifying Xiao Wu's soul power. The white pill is the Moonlit Spirit Refining Pill, as white as moonlight, with fine epiphyllum patterns printed on its surface. The edges of the patterns are decorated with silvery white threads. The pill is enveloped in soft white light, as if one can see the moonlight flowing within it. Lu Chen handed the two pills to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing respectively. Xiao Wu held the pills, her eyes shining like stars. She tiptoed and quickly pecked Lu Chen on the cheek. With her cheeks slightly flushed, she turned and skipped back to her room. "I'm going to absorb it now. Once I break through, I can help you fight." Zhu Qing held the Moonlit Spirit Refining Pill in her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. For a moment, she was speechless. She looked at Lu Chen. Her eyes filled with complex emotions, surprise, emotion, and a deep-seated joy. Lu Chen said gently, "This pill should allow your netherworld cat martial soul to undergo mutation. Go and absorb it quickly. Don't miss the best opportunity." Zhu Qing looked up at his gentle eyes, a faint smile finally appearing on her lips, and said softly, "Thank you, Lu Chen. Why are you being so polite with me?" Lu Chen ruffled Zhu Qing's hair. "Zhu Qing, you look better when you smile." One sentence made Zhu Qing's face flush red, even her ears turned a light pink. She clutched the pill in her hand, turned around and walked quickly back to her room. After closing the door, she looked at the gleaming white pill, her beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. And she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Chapter 37 Moon Shadow Cat. The night was deep in Zhu Zuqing's room. She gently drew back the heavy curtains, and the bright moonlight immediately poured in like shattered silver. This was Lu Chen's special instruction to her. She must absorb the elixir under the moonlight. He took a deep breath of the cool night air to calm his restless heart and put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a warm current, like melting snow in spring, flowed over the limbs and bones, finally settling steadily into the dantian. The next second, a faint black mist began to appear on Zhu Zuqing's body, which was the manifestation of her netherworld soul power being stimulated to the extreme under the effect of the pill. Her figure was gradually enveloped by the black mist, with only 2 points of eerie light, dark green and clear blue, visible within it. The moonlight outside the window shone on Zhu Zuqing's body, and strands of silver light merged into her body. The faint black mist on his body was gradually covered by a thin layer of silver gauze, and his originally heterochromatic pupils were now also covered with a layer of silver light. A tiny black kitten, no bigger than a palm, emerged from the black mist. Its fur was not pure black, but rather shimmered with a deep blue luster like the ocean. The phantom of the netherworld cat curled up in the moonlight, with wisps of moon soul power falling upon it. It gradually filled in the slight imperfections of the netherworld cat martial soul, making the phantom more and more solid. As the power of the moon soul surged in, a deep humming sound emanated from the black mist. The cat's originally heterochromatic eyes have turned into a silver-gray gradient, and the tips of its ears are adorned with a striking silver-white tinge. A layer of silver-white cold light condenses at the tip of its ghostly claws. Zhu Zuqing's soul power level began to rise rapidly, soaring from 31 all the way up. 32, 33, 34. It only stopped steadily when it got stuck at level 38. As the black mist dissipated, Zhu Zuqing's eyes turned silver gray, and a pair of fluffy black cat ears appeared on her head, each tipped with a strand of silver-white fur that trembled gently with her breath. A slender cat tail quietly unfurled behind her. A silver-white crescent moon mark appeared on her forehead, its lines as delicate as if engraved. Her already porcelain-white skin, under the moonlight, even had a translucent quality reminiscent of jade. Zhu Zuqing looked at the changes in herself, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. Her martial spirit has now evolved into Moon Netherworld Shadow Cat. Th is a martial spirit that has long been extinct. It contains the power of the moon and can even cultivate by drawing on the power of the moonlight. From this moment on, her martial soul and the White Tiger martial soul were no longer connected in the slightest. Because the White Tiger martial soul is no longer worthy of being compared with the Moon Netherworld Shadow Cat martial soul. With a thought, Zhu Zuqing quietly retracted her Moon Nether Shadow Cat martial soul. Her gaze fell on the crystal-clear purple bracelet on her wrist, and a gentle affection unconsciously filled her eyes. With a tremor in her heart, Zhu Zuqing gently pushed open the door and, after confirming that Xiao Wu was still absorbing the pills, went inside. She slowly walked into the living room, where Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa. When Lu Chen saw Zhu Zuqing approach her, she asked, "How was it? You had a great time, didn't you?" Zhu Zuqing nodded, her black eyelashes trembling slightly, her eyes clearly reflecting Lu Chen's image. Her voice was gentler than usual. "Yes, my martial soul has evolved." Lu Chen's gaze swept over her translucent skin, his tone slightly teasing, as expected of Narcissus jade skin. The beauty and skin-nourishing effects are so remarkable. Lu Chen, I like. Zhu Zuqing had been pondering for a long time, and was just about to say what was hidden in her heart, when she was interrupted by a light footstep. Xiao Wu ran downstairs and threw herself into Lu Chen's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, sitting on his lap with her pert bottom and her slender, firm legs pressed against his sides. Xiao Wu's love for Lu Chen was undisguised, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with pink light. "Lu Chen, my soul power has increased by a full 8 levels. Tell me, how can I repay you?" Xiao Wu tilted her head slightly, her pink lips moving closer to Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out and gently touched her pink lips, saying slowly, "You're still too young." Xiao Wu was taken aback by what she heard. She subconsciously looked down at her chest, then glanced at Zhu Zuqing beside her, her cheeks instantly puffing up like steamed buns. She reached out and lightly punched Lu Chen's chest, saying angrily, "I knew it. Lu Chen, You're a big pervert, you only like big ones. Zhu Zuqing's pretty face turned bright red. At this moment, her heart felt like a deer was pounding wildly. And even her ears were burning hot. Lu Chen held Xiaowu to one side, gently tapped the top of her head with his right index finger, and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I was talking about age, what did you think? Seeing that she couldn't tease Lu Chen, Xiaowu pouted and turned to throw herself into Zhu Zuqing's arms. He buried his head in Zhu Zuqing's chest and deliberately rubbed against her, asking curiously, Zuqing, how come you've become even more beautiful? Ah! Startled by her sudden action, Zhu Zuqing gasped, her pretty face flushing like a ripe cherry. She quickly reached out to push her away, her voice trembling slightly, what are you doing? Lu Chen watched the commotion for a few minutes, and saw that Zhu Zuqing was soon unable to cope. He then picked up Xiaowu and said, Xiaowu, you'd better stop causing trouble for Zhu Qing. Meanwhile, outside Soto City in the Kingdom of Barak, Shrek Academy. Lu, king at the 8 spider legs on Tang San's back, Yu Xiaobing's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Little San, this is the second-ranked external soul bone on the Soul Master's dream list. An external soul bone. Tang San looked at the spider legs on his back, his eyes full of doubt. External soul bones are special beings besides the 6 main soul bones. They have the potent IAL to grow and can evolve as the Soul Master's cultivation level increases. Tang San looked at the 8 spider legs on his back and murmured, but I always feel, there seems to be something wrong with this external soul bone. Like there's some subtle flaw. Yu Xiaobing frowned and then said, I will stay at Shrek Academy from now on. This external soul bone has completely fused with your spine and become a part of your body. If anything goes wrong, it could be life-threatening. So, I must stay and keep an eye on it. The teacher isn't leaving. That's wonderful. Upon hearing that the master would stay and continue to guide his cultivation, Tang San was overjoyed and completely forgot his earlier doubts. Yu Xiaobing patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, Little San, do you know that among soul masters of your age, no one can compare to your talent right now? Upon hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but think of Lu Chen and slowly said, Teacher, Lu Chen has become even stronger. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Little San, you should know that you are only the 3rd person in the history of Douluo continent to possess twin martial souls. Yu Xiaobing's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. As for that Lu Chen, he'll only ever be your stepping stone. Upon hearing this, Tang San seemed to see himself defeating Lu Chen. And a hint of longing appeared in his eyes. Chapter 38 Qin Ming's Shock. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Chen took Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing straight to the training ground exclusive to the Tiando royal team. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the others were already waiting in the room, their expressions revealing a hint of anticipation. When Du Guyan saw Lu Chen enter the training field, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she jogged lightly toward him. Lu Chen, you've finally arrived. Du Guyan put away her seductive demeanor in front of the team members and did not do anything excessive. Xiaowu looked at Du Guyan standing in front of Lu Chen, a hint of wariness in her eyes, and subconsciously took half a step closer to Lu Chen. She always felt that Du Guyan and Lu Chen were hiding something from her. Lu Chen smiled gently at Du Guyan, then stepped forward to the rest of the team. Qin Ming had already arrived. Upon seeing Lu Chen, he said, I want to take the team to the Soul Arena in each of the main cities of the Heavendo Empire to participate in the Soul Battle competition. Qin Ming looked at Lu Chen and asked, what do you think? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then said, okay. Soul Masters from different regions also differ in their martial souls and their fighting styles. This will also enrich their practical experience, which will not do them any harm as they are about to participate in the Continental Elite Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies. Qin Ming nodded upon hearing this, and immediately announced in a deep voice, in that case, we will depart for Tianshui City in 1 week. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Qin Ming nodded, looking at the members of the Tiando team with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, all right. Next you will each fight yourselves. Yu Tianeng, Shimo, and Shimo, the 3 of you will fight against Lu Chen. Yu Tianeng, Shimo, and Shimo exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lu Chen looked at the three of them and slowly said, I hope you three won't regret it later. In the soul battle arena, Qinming announced the start of the soul battle. Holding the Zon-Tai heavy sword, Lu Chen moved, transforming into a blurry streak of blood-red light. In just a few breaths, they arrived in front of the two brothers, Graphite and Millstone. Martial spirits of Graphite and Millstone instantly possessed them, forming a huge dark yellow tortoise shell behind them. The heads of the two brothers, Graphite and Millstone, suddenly contracted, shrinking into their incredibly hard tortoise shells. Seeing this, Lu Chen swung his Zon-Tai heavy sword without hesitation, striking the tortoise shell heavily. Bang! Bang! Two sounds. The immense force transmitted through the tortoise shell caused the brothers' blood and chi to surge, and even the ground trembled slightly. Before they could regain their footing, they were thrown back by the force and landed heavily outside the arena. Thunderous force. Suddenly, lightning power erupted around Yu Tianeng, and the pale blue current crackled. Several lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, quickly coalesced and attacked Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and the Asura sword intent condensed on the edge of the Zon-Tai heavy sword. With a slight flick of the wrist, the sword's edge traced a smooth arc. A blood-red sword light burst forth instantly. The crimson sword light shattered the lightning arrow into pieces, and continued its trajectory towards Yu Tianeng with undiminished force. Thunderous fury. Yu Tianeng's third spirit ring lit up, and he raised his dragon arm to shield his chest. The lightning around Yu Tianeng dissipated the moment it came into contact with the sword energy, which then struck his dragon scale-covered arm squarely. With a muffled thud, Yu Tianeng felt a tremendous force travel through his arm and spread throughout his body, causing his chest to churn with blood and chi. He was sent flying uncontrollably backward, crashing heavily onto the stone slabs outside the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. Qinming's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. Lu Chen was even stronger than before. In another arena, Dugu Yan easily defeated Oslo and Yu Feng. Looking at Dugu Yan's different martial soul and 10,000-year soul ring, Yu Feng exclaimed in admiration, Sister Yan, you didn't take drugs, did you? How did you become so powerful? Dugu Yan smiled slightly and said nothing. The fewer people who know about Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire and Lu Chen's alchemy, the better. Qinming sensed the solidified soul power fluctuations emanating from Lu Chen and Dugu Yan, and naturally knew that the two had not used those pills with side effects to enhance their strength. Qinming looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes and asked, Lu Chen, just how strong are you now? Lu Chen smiled faintly, and the Zon-Tai heavy sword in his hand was put back into his storage soul tool. A flash of blood-red light appeared on his body, and the Asura demon sword appeared in Lu Chen's hand, surrounded by 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. The 5-ring soul king. Qinming looked at Lu Chen with shock in his eyes. How is this possible? Just half a month ago your soul power was level 45. What exactly happened during the 2 weeks you and His Majesty poisoned Douluo were gone? Lu Chen slowly said, it was just that during the time I was away, with the help of Senior Dugu, I encountered some opportunities that suited me, and thus broke through. At the edge of the crowd, Yi Lingling's clear blue eyes remained fixed on Dugu Yan, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. Qinming took several deep breaths, recovering from his shock, and said excitedly, it seems that our Heavenly Do team is determined to win the championship of this Soul Master competition. The members of the Tien Do team had even greater faith in Lu Chen. Qinming looked at Lu Chen and said in a deep voice, Lu Chen, let me test your strength. Fiery Wolf, martial soul possessed. A ball of yellow flame erupted from Qinming's body, his muscles under his clothes suddenly swelled, stretching his originally loose outer garments to a tight fit, his eyes turned yellow at the same time. And yellow wolf ears and a wolf tail appeared on his head and back simultaneously. Lu Chen gripped the Asura demon sword tightly with both hands, held the sword in front of him, and said, Teacher Qin, come on. Qinming's 4th spirit ring lit up, followed by a wolf howl. Ripples of flame appeared beneath his feet, forming several balls of fire that hurtled towards Lu Chen. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen's 1st soul ring lit up, and a burst of blood flames rose from the Asura demon sword. Lu Chen swung his sword, and a streak of blood-red light appeared. The fireball exploded around Lu Chen, turning into sparks that fell to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, a yellow figure had already swept up behind Lu Chen. Qin Ming gathered flames in his right hand and reached out to grab Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and suddenly turned around, flipping his wrist. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. Qin Ming's right hand, which had transformed into a wolf claw, was blocked by the blade of the Asura demon sword. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately used the momentum to push off the Asura demon sword with his right foot, creating a distance of several meters between himself and Lu Chen. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen activated his second spirit ring. Lu Chen swung the Asura demon sword, and a streak of emerald red sword light shot directly toward Qin Ming. Qin Ming's third soul ring lit up, and the yellow flames around him became even brighter. He condensed flames in his right fist and blasted it towards the sword light. Boom! The shockwave spread out, and the onlookers instinctively took a half step back. Qin Ming staggered back several steps, only managing to steady himself by putting his right hand behind his back. Very strong. With your talent, it won't be long before you surpass me. Quote. Just then, a teacher walked in and said to Qin Ming, Teacher Qin, the Education Commission of Meng requests your presence. Qin Ming's martial spirit dissipated, and the flames gradually dissipated. Before leaving, he told everyone, keep training and don't slack off. No one noticed that when he turned around, the knuckles of his right hand, hidden behind his back, were white and trembling uncontrollably. Only Lu Chen watched Qin Ming's departing figure, a knowing glint in his eyes. Chapter 39 Xiao Wu's Confession. At night, Lu Chen completed the task of swinging his sword 10,000 times. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward. Enlightenment pill close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket enlightenment pill close black lens bracket. Improves the user's comprehension in a short period of time, allowing the user to enter a state of deep meditation of enlightenment, limited to 1 month. Lu Chen looked at the extra milky white pill in his storage soul tool and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Enlightenment-style deep meditation is a special state of meditation practice in which a soul master's spiritual power is greatly enhanced. The normally obscure and difficult to understand soul skills will be deconstructed and integrated in the subconscious, and even applied to other situations, allowing the soul master's combat ability to achieve a qualitative leap. Although he knew the recipe for this elixir, he couldn't find the necessary ingredients to make it. Lu Chen smiled faintly, flicked his wrist, and the Asura demon sword turned into a streak of bloodlight and was withdrawn. Back in his room, the warm water washed away his fatigue. Lu Chen had just wrapped himself in a bathrobe when a gentle knock sounded on the door. Lu Chen opened the door, and Xiao Wu, wearing a white rabbit pajama, stood outside. Xiao Wu looked up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's hair was still dripping with water, and the water droplets slid down his neck and into the collar of his bathrobe, leaving a shallow water mark. Xiao Wu's heart raced as she looked at Lu Chen's current state. Lu Chen asked gently, Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Xiao Wu pursed her cherry lips again and again, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a slight tremor at the end. Tomorrow, I want you to help me get my 4th spirit ring. Just the two of us. Upon hearing this, a high nt of surprise flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, but he still patted Xiao Wu's head and said, of course. After receiving Lu Chen's answer, Xiao Wu skipped back to her room, the rabbit tail on the back of her pajamas swaying gently with her movements. Lu Chen watched Xiao Wu's retreating figure and murmured, what is Xiao Wu up to now? The next morning, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu arrived at Qin Ming's office. When the door was opened, Qin Ming was buried in a pile of files, his pen moving rapidly across the paper. The paper was covered with dense writing of the Heavenly Battle Team's upcoming soul fighting schedule. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance and Lu Chen said, Xiao Wu is already level 40. We'd like to ask for a few days off to go to Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Although Qin Ming was surprised, he didn't say anything because he thought of Lu Chen's even more extraordinary talent. Qin Ming glanced at the two of them, Then, recalling Lu Chen's formidable strength from yesterday, nodded and said, "Go and come back soon, be careful." New. The two boarded the carriage heading towards Sunset Forest, the wheels making a soft, gurgling sound as they rolled over the cobblestone path. Throughout the journey, his gaze frequently fell on Lu Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed slightly. A thought kept swirling in my mind. If I told him I wasn't human, would he hate me? Lu Chen noticed that Xiao Wu was staring at him, and he had already guessed most of her motives. But he never brought it up. Some things were better left for Xiao Wu to say herself. Lu Chen. Xiao Wu hesitated for a long time before finally speaking softly, "Why are you so good to me?" Lu Chen was taken aback. After all, he had initially approached Xiao Wu with the intention of not letting Tang San benefit from her, but he hadn't expected to find that Xiao Wu, with her sound values, was actually not bad. Lu Chen blushed slightly at this thought, but still tried to remain calm and said, "Because it's the first time I've seen someone come to school without bringing anything. I'm a really kind person." Okay, stop talking." Xiao Wu blushed, leaned over, and plopped down on Lu Chen's lap. Her warm little hands quickly covered his mouth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Lu Chen, but her tone was soft and gentle. Lu Chen smiled and patted Xiao Wu's head. The hesitation in Xiao Wu's eyes lessened somewhat. The carriage entered the edge of Sunset Forest, and the two got off. Upon arriving in Sunset Forest, Lu Chen and Xiao Wu pretended to be hunting for spirit rings, constantly moving through the woods. As night fell, Lu Chen took out some powder to repel soul beasts and sprinkled it around the camp. Lu Chen turned to Xiao Wu and said gently, "Xiao Wu, go and rest. I'll keep watch tonight." Xiao Wu gently rested her head on Lu Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, "Lu Chen, if I weren't myself, would you still be so good to me?" "You're talking nonsense again. How could you not be you?" A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. The little rabbit finally couldn't resist anymore. Xiao Wu lifted her head from his shoulder, her eyes filled with utmost seriousness, and said, "Answer me." "Yes," Lu Chen said decisively. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu smiled and hesitated before saying, "Actually, not human." *2. Lu Chen and Xiao Wu spoke at the same time. Xiao Wu's eyes widened suddenly, and she leaned forward instinctively, exclaiming in surprise, When did you find out?" "I knew it from the first time I saw you." Lu Chen slowly explained, "My martial soul is quite sensitive to auras, and I could tell at first glance that you are not human." Xiao Wu's eyes became confused, and her voice carried a hint of grievance. "Then, why?" Looking at the tears welling up in her eyes, Lu Chen teased, "If I said I wanted to fatten you up and then take your soul ring and soul bone, would you believe me?" Eyeing the teasing look in Lu Chen's eyes, Xiao Wu straddled his lap, her pink eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms naturally around Lu Chen, her voice soft and sweet as she said, "Lu Chen, I like you." "Okay." Lu Chen nodded. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen's indifferent expression, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing on her pretty face. She pouted and said, "What do you mean by this?" "You." Before Xiao Wu could finish speaking, her chin was suddenly gently pinched. Lu Chen raised his head slightly, and his warm lips covered Xiao Wu's, silencing her. Xiao Wu's mind went blank for a moment. Feeling the burning heat emanating from Lu Chen, she clung tightly to his neck, responding clumsily yet passionately. After a long while, Xiao Wu reluctantly parted from Lu Chen, gently wiping the water stains from the corners of her lips with her fingertips. Xiao Wu looked at her disheveled clothes and gave a soft snort, "You bad guy." Her body leaned softly against his chest, her head pressed against his chest, and she could clearly hear his strong heartbeat. Lu Chen held Xiao Wu in his arms, and the fragrance emanating from her aroused a surge of heat within him. However, he still held back. Only when a soul beast breaks through level 70 can it become exactly like a human, completely refined into human form, and no longer a soul beast, truly indistinguishable from a human. After resting for a while, Lu Chen said softly to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, you should condense your soul ring first. I will protect you." Xiao Wu nodded, got up from his arms, and sat cross-legged in front of Lu Chen. Chapter 40 Reward. The method to contract a soul. Xiaowu made a delicate gesture with her fingers forming a pinky finger, placing her right palm facing upwards on her thigh, while her left hand was held upright in front of her chest. She then began to utter a series of strange sounds. Accompanied by this strange sound, Xiaowu's eyes gradually turned red, and yellow spirit rings and one purple spirit ring quietly appeared, pulsating around her body. At the same time, a huge white phantom gradually took shape behind her. A faint red light gradually spread from Xiaowu's body. As time passed, the red light grew stronger and stronger. The crimson light spread like blood. As time passed, a layer of purple light gradually seeped through the intense red glow. The purple light transformed into specks of starlight, coalescing into a perfect ring. The purple ring descended and landed on Xiaowu. At first, it seemed somewhat out of place with the other 3 spirit rings, swaying slightly. As the red light around Xiaowu grew stronger, the 1,000-year-old soul ring gradually stabilized, merging with the other soul rings and gleaming with a warm luster. Lu Chen was also greatly shocked to see this scene. The process of a soul beast transforming and cultivating was actually a step-by-step unsealing of its original essence that was sealed within its body. No wonder Xiaowu doesn't have much time to cultivate, yet she's still able to keep up with him steadily. As dawn broke, Xiaowu's 4th spirit ring solidified completely. Xiaowu's body lines seemed to have become more harmonious, and she appeared to be a bit larger overall. Her chest and hips seemed fuller and rounder, her feminine features had become more perfect, and the chill dishness on her face was subtly diminishing. At the same time, the illusory image of the soft-boned rabbit behind her became much clearer after the appearance of her 4th spirit ring. Xiaowu opened her eyes with a slight tremor of her eyelashes, a fleeting glint of pale pink light in her eyes. Looking at Lu Chen in front of her, the scene from just now uncontrollably flashed through her mind. And a sweet smile instantly curved her lips. A sweet feeling welled up inside her. That just now must have been Lu Chen's first kiss, right? Hee, I got it first. Seeing that Xiaowu had woken up, Lu Chen said, now that you have obtained your soul ring, we should leave Sunset Forest. On the way back, Xiaowu held Lu Chen's hand and asked with some doubt, Lu Chen, is your martial soul so powerful? Even a titled Douluo couldn't see through my identity. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then recounted how he had fed her medicine back then. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's doubts vanished instantly. She looked at Lu Chen, her gaze suddenly softening, a gentle tenderness spreading across her eyes. A slight tingling sensation touched the tip of her nose, and a soft murmur rang in her heart. So, he had been secretly protecting me all along. Lu Chen was naturally unaware that Xiaowu was constantly trying to win herself over. To make Xiaowu's 4th spirit ring more reasonable, Lu Chen and Xiaowu decided to stay in a small town for 2 more days before returning to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Inside the small courtyard they rented, Xiaowu looked at Lu Chen, who was constantly wielding his sword under a tree. With a frustrated expression, since leaving Sunset Forest with Lu Chen, she and Lu Chen have not had any intimate interactions. Xiaowu recalled Lu Jinian's words before he left, and a sly glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. When Lu Chen unleashed his final sword strike, a crimson sword intent soared into the sky. Call. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the sword intent within his body gradually calmed down. Open black lens bracket host has completed the daily task of swinging the sword 10,000 times. Reward. Method to contract a soul, close black lens bracket. A massive flow of info. Machine surged into Lu Chen's mind like a tidal wave, with dense text and diagrams exploding in his consciousness. A sharp, intense pain instantly swept through his brain. He couldn't help but groan. Gripping the Asura demon sword and kneeling on one knee, fine beads of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Fortunately, the intense pain didn't last long. It gradually subsided after a few minutes, leaving only a faint ache in my brain. Lu Chen slowly stood up, examined the contract soul method in his brain, and was shocked. Soul spirits are a superior alternative to soul rings, causing less damage to soul beasts and maximizing the enhancement of soul masters' abilities. Lu Chen could easily establish a power comparable to the 3 upper sects by using the method of contracting souls. But all of this is predicated on him first possessing the strength to contend with the spirit hull and the 3 upper sects, otherwise, it's all just empty talk. Lu Chen put away the Asura demon sword, dusted himself off, and turned to go back to his room to take a shower. As soon as I entered the house, a pink figure rushed straight at me. Xiaowu nimbly wrapped her legs around Lu Chen's waist and her arms tightly around his neck. Xiaowu, I haven't taken a shower yet. Lu Chen felt the soft, warm fragrance of the jade in his arms, and held Xiaowu's soft, elastic little buttocks tightly in his hands. Xiaowu's nose trembled slightly. She could only smell the faint scent of grass and trees on Lu Chen's body, but she couldn't smell any sweat. Instead, she snuggled closer to him, tightening her arms around him. Lu Chen walked to the bedside and wanted to put Xiaowu down, but since Xiaowu returned from Sunset Forest, her dependence on him seemed to have doubled. Not only did she wrap her arms around him more tightly, but she also clung to him with her legs even more tightly. Pink light shimmered in Xiaowu's eyes as she slowly tilted her head back. Their lips gently touched, their breaths mingled, their fingers intertwined, desperately seeking warmth and love from each other. After a long while, their lips slowly parted, both of them breathing unsteadily. Xiaowu's cheeks were as red as ripe peaches, and her eyes were still moist at the corners, her gaze as soft as melted candy. Is it done yet? Lu Chen asked helplessly, looking at Xiaowu's disheveled hair and sparkling eyes. Xiaowu got what she wanted and obediently let go of his hand, lying on the bed looking at him with satisfaction in her eyes. Go take a shower now. Lu Chen got up and looked at Xiaowu lying on the bed. Thinking to himself, Xiaowu's possessiveness is getting stronger and stronger. But it doesn't seem so bad. When Lu Chen finished showering and came out, Xiaowu was already asleep on his bed. Lu Chen walked over quietly and saw that her shoulder was exposed, so he reached out to pull the blanket up for her. But as soon as his fingertips touched the corner of the blanket, Xiaowu gently took his hand. No. Don't leave me. Xiaowu frowned slightly, her voice weak, clearly talking in her sleep. Lu Chen's heart softened, and he let her hold his hand. He sat by the bed for a moment before gently withdrawing his hand and tucking the blanket around her. The next morning, after the two had breakfast, Xiaowu took a comb out of her bosom and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, can you comb my hair? Xiaowu's voice was soft, trembling slightly, carrying a hint of fear and anticipation. She waited quietly. Lu Chen naturally knew the story of the comb. He took the wooden comb and said softly, okay. He walked behind Xiaowu, untied her scorpion braid, and gently gathered up her long brown hair, which still carried the warmth of her body. With her right hand, she gently lowered the sandalwood comb, slowly combing through her beautiful hair. Xiaowu gazed at Lu Chen, who was focused on his reflection in the mirror, and her beautiful eyes gradually welled up with tears. A silent whisper escaped my lips. Mom, I've found someone I can entrust my life to. He will protect me just as you protected me. Lu Chen, do you think we'll be together forever? Lu Chen knew Xiaowu was overthinking again, so he gently tapped her head with his finger and said, don't think nonsense. Focus on your cultivation. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. To be continued.